much do you know that I don't? Fowler asked. Probably a hell of a lot, Pickering said. I want to know about the civilians on Wake Island, Fowler said. I won't let anyone know where I got it, if that's bothering you. About 10 people, including the cryptographers, know about it. If Frank Knox finds out you know about it, he'll know damned well where you got it. You wouldn't be a captain in the Navy, Flem, working for Knox if I hadn't brought him here, Fowler said. And it seems to me that the American people have a right to know if the Japanese are committing atrocities against civilian prisoners. They do, but they can't be told, Pickering said. Why not? Because... Do you realize what a goddamn spot you're putting me on, you son of a bitch? Yes, I do, Fowler said. God damn it. I am rapidly getting the idea that you don't think I can be trusted with something like this, Senator Fowler said. I can tolerate your contempt for Congress, generally, but this is getting personal. I don't think you question my patriotism, so it has to be my judgment you question. Shit, Pickering said in frustration. He picked up and drained the brandy-laced cup of coffee, then turned to face Fowler. We have broken the Japanese naval code. The information about the Japs shooting the civilians came from what they call an intercept. If the Japanese find out we know about them shooting the civilians, they'll know we broke their code. And I can't tell you how valuable reading their radio traffic is to us. Thank you, Fowler said seriously. That will, of course, go no further than these walls. Pickering nodded. Unless, of course, Mrs. Feller, in her role as oh-so-efficient secretary, has been eavesdropping at the door, Fowler added. I don't think she has, Pickering said, but she knows. They really shot 200 civilians. Made them dig their graves, 20 at a time, and then shot them. Too much trouble to feed, you understand. God damn them. I wonder what Frank will do with me now, Pickering said as he pulled fresh stockings on his feet. Let me out of the Navy, in which case I could go back to running Pacific and Far East, or send me to Iceland, someplace like that as an example. What are you talking about? Obviously, I'm going to have to tell Knox that I told you about what happened on Wake, and about our having broken the Japanese code. Why? Fowler asked. I realize the concept is seldom mentioned around Washington, but ethically, I have to. He made me privy to this. Flem! Fowler interrupted him. Christ, you're naive. I haven't been accused of that in a long time. I know Frank Knox pretty well, too, you know, Fowler said. Much better than you do, as a matter of fact. And he knows that we're very good friends. It hasn't occurred to you that he told you about Wake and probably about some other things. Pretty sure that you would tell me? Hoping you would? Pickering raised his eyes to Fowler. After a moment, he said, I am having trouble following that convoluted line of reasoning. I think Frank Knox wants me to know about Wake Island, and about a lot of other things the Secretary of the Navy cannot conveniently, or maybe even legally, tell the junior senator from California. And now I do, and Frank can lay his hand on a Bible and swear he didn't tell me. You really believe that? Pickering asked doubtfully. Yeah, Flem, I do. And if you rush over there crying, Father, I cannot tell a lie, I chopped down the cherry tree, you put the system out of kilter. It would not, Flem, be in the best interests of the country. My God. Welcome to the real world, Captain Fleming, Fowler said dryly. You're suggesting that's the reason he got me this commission, Pickering said. It's certainly one of them. I'm on his side, Flem. He knows that. I really should know what the hell is really going on. Then why doesn't he just call you in and tell you? Brief you, as they say. The Senate is full of monstrous egos. If he briefed me, he would have to brief a dozen other people. 2 dozen, some of whom, I'm sorry to say, should not be trusted with this kind of information. You're right. I'm naive. Until just now, I thought what I was doing was lending my shipping expertise. That too, Fowler said. But think about it. What does this Wake Island atrocity have to do with that? You don't really have that need to know you threw in my face. Pickering put on a fresh pair of shoes, tied them, and stood up, holding the wet pair in his hand. I think I'm going to have a stiff drink, he said. Interested? Fascinated, Fowler said, touching his arm. But one final comment, Clem. Knox has paid you one hell of a compliment. Since he can't tell anyone what material should be passed to me, he had to have someone in whose intelligence and judgment he felt safe. He picked you. You didn't get into that? No, for obvious reasons. I feel like Alice must have felt when she walked through the looking-glass, Pickering said. He went back into the sitting room, opened the door to the corridor, and put the wet shoes outside. Then he went to the bar and poured an inch of scotch into a large-mouthed glass. I would have made that for you, Ellen Feller said. Ellen, would you get Secretary Knox on the phone for me? Pickering said. What are you doing, Flem? Fowler asked, concern in his voice. Why don't you just listen and see if everybody has guessed right about my judgment and intelligence? He walked to where Ellen was dialing a telephone on a small, narrow table against the wall. Captain Pickering for Secretary Knox, she said when someone answered the phone. Pickering wondered how she knew where Knox would be at this time of day. Knox came on the line. Yes, Pickering. I thought I had best report on the funeral of Colonel Neville, sir. Well, thank you, but it wasn't really necessary, I trust you. It went well, sir. Good. If you have nothing more for me tonight, sir, I think I'm going to just get in bed. I got chilled out at Arlington. Well, we can't have you coming down with a cold. I need you. But why don't you put off actually going to bed for a while? I ran into Senator Fowler, and he said he was going to drop in on you for a drink. We can't afford to disappoint him. We have very few Republican friends on the Hill, you know. I understand, sir. Yes, Knox said. Good night, Captain. Pickering hung the telephone up and turned to look at Fowler, who met his eyes. Ellen, Pickering said, you might as well run along. Senator Fowler and I are going to sit here and communicate with John Barleycorn. I'll see you in the morning. There are some things in here you should read, Captain, she said. Leave them. I'll read them when I get up in the morning. There's a couple of eyes only in there, she said, nodding toward a leather briefcase, which should go back in the vault. I could either wait or arrange for a courier. I'll call for a courier when I'm through with them, Pickering said. Thank you, Ellen. Yes, sir. When she had gone, Fowler said, Very nice. Speaking of naive, does Patricia know about her? What the hell do you mean by that? Now I know that Patricia has the understanding of a saint, but there are some women whose active imaginations would jump into high gear if they learned their husbands were spending a lot of time in a hotel suite with an attractive, very attractive, female like that. Dick, Jesus! A, I don't run around on Patricia. Never have, and you know it. B, she's some kind of a missionary. Oh, a missionary! I forgot. Missionaries are neutered when they take their vows. They don't have whoopee urges. The reason your missionary lady looks at you the way she does is because she sees in you a saint who would never even think of slipping it to her. "You're a dirty old man, Dick," Pickering said. He walked to the briefcase, picked it up, worked the combination lock, and opened it. He spent a full minute looking at the folders it contained without removing them, and then he handed the briefcase to Senator Fowler. "In for a penny, in for a pound," he said. "Read what's in there, and then I'll answer any questions." Fowler handed the briefcase back to him. "You still don't understand the rules of the game, do you?" he said. "I guess not. Right now, I can put my hand on the Bible and swear that you never showed me one classified document, and you can swear that you never showed me one. I want to keep it that way." "So what do you want?" "I want a briefing," Fowler said. "I want your opinion of what's going on." "With a map and a pointer?" Pickering asked sarcastically. "A map would be nice," Senator Fowler said. "You probably won't need a pointer. Have you got a map?" Pickering saw that Fowler was serious. "Yeah," he said, "I've got a map. It's in the safe. I had a safe installed in here to make sure people who don't have the need to know don't get to look at my map." "Why don't you get it, Flem?" Senator Fowler said, ignoring the sarcasm. "Maybe thumbtack it to the wall?" Fleming went into his bedroom and returned a moment later with several maps. "I don't have any thumbtacks," he said seriously. "I'll lay these on the floor." "Fine." "Okay. What do you want to know?" "I know a little bit about what's going on in Europe," Fowler said, "and your area of expertise is the Pacific, so let's start with that." "I have a counterpart, maybe in the army, who's doing this for him for Europe. I'll be damned." "Where should I start?" "December 7th, Fowler said. "I know you're not prepared for this, Flem. Would it help if you went on the premise that I know nothing about it?" "Okay," Pickering said, getting on his knees beside the large map. "Here's the way the pieces were on the board on December 7th. The U.S. Pacific Fleet was here at Oahu in the Hawaiian Islands. That's about 3,000 nautical miles from San Francisco and 4,000 from Tokyo. It's as far from San Francisco to Hawaii as it is to New York, and it's about as far from San Francisco to Hawaii as it is from New York to London. Wake Island is here, 2,200 miles from Tokyo and 2,500 from Pearl Harbor. Guam here is 2,000 miles from Tokyo and 4,000 from Pearl, and it's about 2,000 miles from Tokyo to Luzon in the Philippines, and 8,500 from the west coast to Luzon." Pickering sat back and rested on his heels. "So, factor one is that distances in the Pacific favor the Japanese." "Obviously," Fowler said. "Factor two is protection of these sea lanes. We lost most of our battleships at Pearl Harbor. How well they could have protected the sea lanes is a moot point, but they're gone. And obviously their loss had a large part to do with the decision to pull back Task Force 14 to Pearl and not to reinforce Wake Island." "Should we have taken the chance with the aircraft carriers and reinforced Wake?" Fowler asked. "I think so. We could, in any event, have made taking it far more costly. The Japanese do not have a really good capability to land on a hostile beach. They managed it at Wake because there was not an effective array of artillery on Wake. They only had one working rangefinder for one thing, and not much ammunition, and no planes. All were aboard Task Force 14. I think they should have been put ashore." Fowler grunted. Again, now a moot point. Wake is gone. So is Guam. On December 10th, the Japanese landed 2 divisions on Luzon. 3 weeks later, they were in Manila. We are now being pushed down the Bataan Peninsula. It will fall, and eventually, so will Corregidor. It can't be reinforced. There is a shortage of material to load on ships, a shortage of ships, and the Japanese have been doing a very creditable job of interdicting our shipping. And how much damage are we doing to them? MacArthur has slowed down their advance. From our intercepts, we know that the Japanese general, Hama is his name, interesting guy, went to school in California, speaks fluent English, and did not want to start this war. Anyway, Hama is under a lot of pressure to end resistance in the Philippines. It's a tough nut to crack. After they finally get rid of Luzon and Corregidor, they have to take Mindanao, the island to the south. We have about 30,000 troops there, and supplies, under a general named Sharp. Why don't they use his forces to reinforce Luzon? Transportation. If they put out to sea, the Japanese have superiority. Submarines, other vessels, it would be a slaughter. And what are we doing to the Japanese? Very little. They're naturally husbanding what's left of the fleet. Aircraft carriers, cruisers. What about our submarines? Our torpedoes don't work, Pickering said simply. What do you mean they don't work? They don't work. They either don't reach the target or they do and don't explode. I'd never heard that, Fowler said, shocked. Not all of them? No, of course, not all of them, but apparently many. A hell of a lot. Maybe half, maybe even more. The submarine brass obviously are not talking about it much. The story goes that submarine captains returning to Pearl Harbor who complained have been ordered to keep their mouths shut. I'm going out there to see for myself. I can't understand that, Fowler said. Didn't they have any idea they wouldn't work? I don't know. I understand it has something to do with the detonators. And since the detonators are the brainchildren of some highly placed admirals, obviously the submarine captains, not the detonators, are at fault. How can you hide something like that? In training, I mean, a torpedo that doesn't explode? They didn't fire many of them in training, apparently. I asked that question. It cost too much, Pickering said. The admiral I asked also made it rather clear that he objected to a civilian, even one wearing a captain's uniform, asking questions like that of a professional sailor. How did that go down? Fowler asked. I told him I had been master of a ship when he was still a midshipman. You didn't? No, I didn't. I was tempted. Christ, how I was tempted, but I kept my mouth shut. I'm impressed, Flem, Senator Fowler said. Okay, let's get on with this. The Japanese were already in French Indochina. The French, I don't suppose they had much choice, with the Germans occupying France, permitted them to station troops and aircraft in Hanoi, Saigon, and other places, and there was a naval presence as well. From French Indochina, the Japs moved into Thailand. The Japanese have been in Korea for years. They landed in Malaya and conquered Singapore, our British allies having cleverly installed their artillery pointing in the wrong direction. The British surrendered 70,000 men. That's the largest Allied surrender so far. Frank Knox told me it was the worst defeat the English had suffered since Burgoyne surrendered at Saratoga. But it will lose its place in the history books when the Philippines fall. There's no way we can hang on to the Philippines? Not even Mindanao? What about General Sharp and his 30,000 men? We probably could. Hang on to Mindanao, I mean. But Roosevelt has decided the first stage of the war has to concentrate on Europe. That means no reinforcement for the Philippines. You sound as if you disagree. So far as I'm concerned, we should let the Germans and the Russians bleed each other to death, Pickering said. But my theories of how the war should be fought have so far not been solicited. So what happens now? Fowler asked. Well, we try to keep the Japanese from taking both Australia and New Zealand, which are obviously on their schedule, and we try to establish bases in Australia and New Zealand from which we can eventually start taking things back. It's 6,500 miles from San Francisco to Brisbane. At the moment, that sea lane is open. MacArthur has already been asked, politely, to leave the Philippines and go to Australia. What do you mean, asked? I mean, asked. If he doesn't go, I suppose Roosevelt will eventually make it an order. General Marshall's been urging him to do it right away. MacArthur and Marshall hate each other. Did you know that? I'd heard rumors. When George Marshall was a colonel at Fort Benning, MacArthur was Army Chief of Staff. He wrote an efficiency report on Marshall, saying he should never be given command of anything larger than a regiment. MacArthur thinks Marshall, who's now in MacArthur's former position, of course, was returning the compliment when he recalled MacArthur as a lieutenant general. I don't understand. MacArthur retired as a general, a full 4-star general when he was Chief of Staff. Then he got himself appointed Marshal of the Philippine Armed Forces. When Roosevelt called MacArthur back from retirement to assume command in the Philippines, he called him back as a lieutenant general with 3 stars, junior to a full general, in other words. MacArthur thinks Marshall was behind that. I frankly wouldn't be surprised if he was. Anyway, their relationship is pretty delicate. So the idea is that MacArthur will go to Australia, and that we will stage out of Australia and New Zealand. That's presuming we can hang on to New Zealand and Australia. There are no troops there to speak of. They're all off in Africa and England defending the empire. And the Japanese know they can take it unless we can maintain a reasonably safe sea route to Australia and New Zealand, and they have already made their first move. On January 23rd, which is, 3 weeks ago, they occupied Rabaul. Here. He pointed at the map at the Bismarck Archipelago east of New Guinea. They've already established forces on New Guinea, and if they can build an airbase at Rabaul, they can bomb our ships en route to Australia and New Zealand. And, of course, they can bomb New Zealand and Australia. And we're doing nothing about that either? In that briefcase you won't look at. I told you why. There is just about the final draft of an operations order from Admiral King. Unless somebody finds something seriously wrong with it, and I don't think they will, he'll make it official in the next couple of days. It orders the soonest possible recapture of Rabaul. To do that, we'll have to set up a base on Efate Island in the New Hebrides. Where the hell is that? Pickering pointed to the map. Fowler saw that Efate was a tiny speck in the South Pacific, northwest of New Caledonia, which itself was an only slightly larger speck of land east of the Australian continent. Why there? It's on the shipping lanes. Once they get an airfield built, they can bomb Rabaul from it. And again, once the airfield is built, they can use it to protect the shipping lanes. Have we got any troops to send there? And ships to send them in? Army Task Force 6814, which isn't much, it's much less than a division, is already on the high seas bound for Efate, Pickering said. Not even a division? That's not much. It's all we've got, and it's something. What about the Marines? What about them? Where are they? What are they doing? The day the Japanese landed at Rabaul, the 2nd Marine Brigade landed on Samoa, reinforcing the 7th Defense Battalion. The 4th Marines, who used to be in China, are on Bataan. They're forming Marine divisions on both coasts, but they won't be ready for combat until early 1943. This is all worse than I thought. Or are you being pessimistic? I don't think so. I think if we can keep them from taking Australia, or rendering it impotent, we may even have bottomed out. But right now, our ass is in a crack. I heard. I can't tell you where. Can't or won't? Won't. I heard that Roosevelt has authorized the launching of B-26 bombers from an aircraft carrier to bomb Japan. B-25s, Pickering corrected him. The ones they named after General Billy Mitchell. They're training right now in the Florida Panhandle. What do you think about that? I think it's a good idea. It may not do much real damage, but it will hurt the Japanese ego and probably make them keep a much larger home defense force than they have at home, and it's probably going to do wonders for civilian morale here. That's probably worth the cost. What cost? I talked to Jimmy Doolittle. He used to be vice president of Shell, very good guy. He left me with the impression he doesn't really expect to come back. Jesus. There are lieutenant colonels, and then there are lieutenant colonels, Pickering said. You're talking about the one you buried? You accused me of being cold-blooded. Okay, I apologize. I wish I was, Pickering said. Cold-blooded, I mean. I was going to use my knowledge of Jimmy Doolittle and the B-25s to dazzle you and get you to tell me about the Marine Raiders. Same sort of thing, I think. Roosevelt is dazzled by all things British and thinks we should have our own commandos. We have to have some kind of military triumph or the public's morale will go to hell. You think that's all it is? A public relations stunt for public morale? I think there's more, but I don't find anything wrong with doing something to buttress public morale. And Roosevelt's at least putting his money where his mouth is. His son Jimmy is executive officer of one of the Raider battalions, the 2nd, now forming at San Diego. Tell me about it, Senator Fowler said. You say you were out in San Diego? After dinner. I didn't have any lunch. You buying? Why not? They ate in the hotel's grill room, lamb chops and oven roast potatoes and a tomato salad with 2 bottles of Cabernet Sauvignon. Did I tell you, Pickering said as he selected a Wisconsin camembert from the display of cheeses, that the 26th Cavalry in the Philippines just shot their horses? They needed them for food. Jesus Christ, Flem, the senator protested. Why don't I feel guilty about eating all this? Maybe you're right, Dick. Maybe I really am cold-blooded. I don't know whether you are or not, but that's the last you get to drink. I know you well enough to know there are times when you should not be drinking, and this is one of those times. After dinner, Captain Fleming Pickering, USNR, returned to his suite, took a shower, had a nightcap, a large brandy, and went to bed. Something happened to him that had not happened to him in years. He had an erotic dream. It was so vivid that he remembered it in the morning. He blamed it then on everything that had happened the day before, plus the camembert, the wine, and the cognac. He dreamed that Mrs. Ellen Feller, the missionary's wife, had come into his bedroom wearing nothing but the black lace underwear she had been wearing the day he met her, and then she had taken that off. And then he had done what men do in such circumstances. 2. Office of the Chief of Staff, Headquarters, 2nd Joint Training Force, San Diego, California, 21 February 1942. Captain Jack N.M.I. Stecker, USMCR, knocked at the open door of Colonel Lewis T. Lucky Lou Harris's office and waited for permission to enter. "Come," Colonel Harris said, throwing a pencil down with disgust on his desk. "Why the hell is it, Jack, that whenever you tell somebody to put some simple idea on paper, he uses every big word he ever heard of, and uses them wrong?" "I don't know, sir," Stecker smiled. "Am I the guilty party?" "No, this piece of crap comes from our beloved adjutant. They're worse than anybody, which I suppose is why we make them adjutants." He raised his voice. "Sergeant Major!" The sergeant major, a very thin, very tall, leather-skinned man in his late 30s, quickly appeared at the office door. "Sir?" "Sergeant Major, would you please give this to the adjutant? Tell him I don't understand half of it and that it needs rewriting. Tell him I said he is forbidden to use words of more than 2 syllables." "Aye, aye, sir," the sergeant major said, chuckling, winking at Stecker, and taking the clipped-together sheaf of papers from Colonel Harris's desk. "Sir, I presume the colonel knows he's about to break the adjutant's heart? He really is proud of this." "Good," Harris said. "Better than good. Splendid. Tell him I want it in the morning. Anybody who writes crap like that doesn't deserve any sleep." "Aye, aye, sir," the sergeant major said, smiling broadly, and left the office. "Close the door, Jack," Colonel Harris said. Stecker did so. When he turned around, there was a bottle of Jack Daniels bourbon and 2 glasses on Harris's desk. "A little something to cut the dust of the trail, Jack?" "It's a little early for me, sir." "We're wetting down a promotion," Harris said, "and now that I am about to be a general officer, I will decide whether or not it's a little early for you." "In that case, General, I would be honored," Stecker said. "I said about to be a general, not am. You listen about as closely as that goddamned adjutant. You're going to have to watch that, Jack, now that you're a field-grade officer." "Sir?" "Now I've got your attention, don't I?" Harris said, pleased with himself. He handed Stecker an ex-Kraft cheese glass, half full of whiskey. "Yes, sir." "Mud in your eye, Major Stecker," Colonel Harris said. "I'm a little confused, sir," Stecker said, as he raised the glass to his mouth and tossed the whiskey down. "General Riley was on the horn just now," Harris said. He drained his glass and returned the bottle to the drawer before going on. "He said that my name has gone to the Senate for BG, and presumably as soon as they can, if they can, gather enough of them, sober enough to vote, for a quorum, the orders will be cut." "It's well-deserved," Stecker said sincerely. "I'm glad you think so," Harris said softly. "Thank you, Jack." Harris touched Stecker's arm in what was, for him, a gesture of deep affection. Then the tone of his voice changed. "But we were talking about your promotion, weren't we, Major Stecker?" "You owe me a big one for this, Major." "I didn't realize that I was even being considered," Stecker said. "Let me tell you what happened," Harris said. "You ever know a guy named Neville? Franklin Gene Neville?" "Yeah, the last I heard he was on a tailgate assignment as a naval attaché somewhere." "In Finland. Well, he came back, got involved with parachute troops of all things, and made lieutenant colonel. A couple of days ago, he jumped out of an airplane at Lakehurst without a parachute, or at least with one that didn't work, and killed himself." "I'm sorry to hear that." "Well, they need a replacement for him. I remain to be convinced that paratroops have any place in the Corps, but we have them. I think if the Army came up with an archery corps, some wild-eyed son of a bitch in headquarters would start buying bows and arrows and claiming it was our idea in the first place." He looked at Stecker for a little appreciation of his wit, and found instead concern, perhaps even alarm, in his eyes. "No, Major Stecker," he said, chuckling. You are not going to the Para-Marines or whatever the hell they call them. You are going to the 1st Division at New River, North Carolina, to replace the guy who was going to jump into, pun intended, the shoes of the late Colonel Neville." "You had me worried for a moment," Stecker confessed. "I could see that," Harris said. "Here's what happened. General Riley asked me if I had a major I could recommend to take this guy's place in the 5th Marines. He's the exec of 2nd Battalion. I told him no, but that I did have a captain I knew for a fact could find his ass with either hand." "Battalion exec? Christ, I don't know." "Come on, Jack. When I was a battalion commander, I had a master gunnery sergeant who made it pretty clear that he thought he could run the battalion at least as well as I could. His name was Jack Stecker." "That attitude goes with being a gunny," Stecker said. "I'm not sure how it really works." "Well, you're about to find out," Harris said. "The original idea— Riley is one of your admirers, Jack. Did you know that?" Stecker shook his head. "Well, he is. The original idea was to send you there as a captain. But then, genius that I am, it occurred to me that A, you're junior as hell, and that B, if I had the battalion, I would assign an ex-master gunnery sergeant, now a captain, as a company commander." "I'd like to have a company," Stecker said. "You know that." "Yeah? Well, we have nice young first lieutenants who can be trained to do that. By a battalion exec who knows what it's like in a battalion. So I told this to the general, and he said, well, I guess we'll have to make him a major before we cut the orders sending him to New River." "How's the battalion commander, and for that matter, the regimental commander, going to like having somebody shoving Jack Stecker down their throats? They're bound to have somebody in mind." "Well, they'll probably hate it at first, to tell you the truth. But after they are counseled by the assistant division commander, I'm sure they will come to understand the wisdom of the decision." "Why should he do that? I don't even know off the top of my head who the 1st Division ADC is. As soon as they can sober up enough senators for a quorum, his name will be Brigadier General Lewis T. Harris," Harris said. Stecker, smiling, shook his head. 3. Office of the Chief of Nursing Services, United States Naval Hospital, San Diego, California, 27 February 1942. "You wanted to see me, Commander?" Ensign Barbara Cutter, NC USNR, asked, sticking her head into the office of Lieutenant Commander Jane P. Marwood, NC USN. "Come in, Cutter," Commander Marwood said. Commander Marwood, whom Barbara Cutter thought of as that skinny old bitch, was in blues. She was a very small woman and thin, with the 3.5 gold stripes of a lieutenant commander on her jacket cuffs and several ribbons over her breast. Barbara Cutter thought she looked like a caricature of a naval officer, almost like a woman dressed up for a costume party. Barbara saw that Lieutenant Commander Hazel Gower, NC USN, her newly promoted immediate supervisor, was also in the office, standing up and looking out the window. "I'm in some kind of trouble. Otherwise, good old Hazel wouldn't be here. I wonder what I'm supposed to have done." And then she had an even more discomforting thought. "I wonder how long this is going to take." She was supposed to meet Joe Howard in 45 minutes. She would be pressed for time as it was, going through the controlled drug inventory with the nurse who would come on duty, and then getting out of her whites, grabbing a quick shower, dressing, and then meeting him at the main entrance. She had been thinking about Joe, and about herself and Joe, when she'd been summoned to Commander Marwood's office. She had come to the conclusion that she was in love with him. In love, as opposed to infatuated with, sexually or otherwise. The emotion was new to her. She had been infatuated before. This was different. Viewed clinically, of course, Barbara Cotter knew it was probably just sex alone, and nothing more than that. He was a healthy young male, and she was a healthy young female. There was nothing Mother Nature liked better than to turn on the chemical transmitters and receptors of a well-matched pair. She had a way of convincing both parties that the other was a perfect specimen, in all respects, of the opposite sex, and of turning off that portion of the brain that might question the notion that the two of them were experiencing an emotion never felt by anyone before. What Mother Nature was after was propagation of the species, and Mother was totally unconcerned with the problems that might cause, such as her family's reaction to someone like Joe, and that there was a war on, and that she was in the United States Naval Service. But none of that really mattered to Barbara. The only thing that mattered was that when she was with Joe, in bed or out of it, she felt complete and content, and that when they were separated, she felt incomplete and miserable. She had felt incomplete and miserable all week. Joe had gone somewhere in Northern California with an officer and a sergeant from the 2nd Raider Battalion at Camp Elliott. They had gone to some Army depot to get weapons for the Raiders. She had been unpatriotically overjoyed with the realization that Joe was what he called an armchair commando, a Marine officer who commanded only a desk and was not about to be sent off to fight the Japanese, and that when he was in San Diego, he was free just about every night and every weekend, and not running around in the boondocks day and night, practicing war. And in 40 minutes, he would meet her at the main entrance, and they would get in her car and drive over to the Coronado Beach Hotel. And because the bar looked so crowded, they would go upstairs and have a drink before dinner in the Pacific and Far Eastern suite, which translated to mean that half an hour after she met Joe, 45 minutes from now, they would be in one of the wide and comfortable beds in their birthday suits. And now this, whatever the hell this is all about. Barbara walked over and stood before Commander Marwood's desk. I don't care what she thinks I've done, what good old Hazel has told her I've done. I will plead guilty, swear I will never do it again, and beg forgiveness, just so I can meet Joe. Yes, ma'am. Apparently, Cotter, Commander Marwood said, the Navy has decided there is a slot where you may practice your special skills. What the hell is she talking about? Ma'am? There has been a TWX from the Surgeon General's office, Marwood said. Actually, 2 of them. The first of them requested a list of the nurses in San Diego with experience or special training in psychiatric service. I provided your name. The second TWX put you on orders. Excuse me? This is your formal notification, Miss Cotter, of your selection for overseas service. Do you understand what I'm telling you? No, ma'am. I didn't think you would, Marwood said. When a member of the Naval Service is officially notified that he or she is about to be sent to sea or overseas, as I have just notified you, the officer making the notification is required to advise the person being sent overseas that failure to make the shipment, missing the ship or the airplane, or failing to report to the departure point as scheduled, is a more serious offense than simple absence without leave. Specifically, that offense is called absence without leave for the purpose of avoiding hazardous service. Severe court-martial penalties are provided. Barbara felt rage flow through her. Joe Howard was immediately forgotten. Are you implying that I would go AWOL? She flared. Not at all, Commander Marwood replied. It sounded like it. I don't like your tone of voice, Ensign Cotter, Commander Marwood said angrily. Barbara glared at Commander Marwood, but said nothing. Commander Marwood glared back. Finally, Commander Marwood said, Cotter, there was nothing personal in this. regulations require that an individual being sent overseas be informed of the penalties provided for AWOL with the intent of avoiding hazardous service. Then I'm sorry, Barbara said. I'm really getting sick and tired of telling you, Cutter, Lieutenant Commander Hazelgower said, that a junior appends ma'am to whatever she says to a superior officer. I'm sorry, ma'am, Barbara said. Commander Marwood waved her hand in a sign that meant, okay, forget it. Where am I going? Barbara asked, remembering just in time to append, ma'am. I don't know, Commander Marwood said. Possibly to Hawaii, possibly elsewhere. If they were going to station you aboard one of the hospital ships, I think your orders would have spelled that out. All your orders say is that you are to report to the Personnel Center, San Diego Navy Yard for overseas service. When? Barbara asked. There's some processing to go through. A physical, shots, that sort of thing. Getting your pay up to date, getting your personal affairs in order, making sure you have the necessary uniforms and equipment. That'll take a couple of days. Then you will be given a delay en route leave, up to 14 days, which should give you time to go home. So, as a specific answer to your question, you will report to the Navy Yard 2 weeks from the day your processing is over and you begin your leave. When you will leave there depends on the availability of shipping. I see. Now, regulations also require that I ask you if there is any reason you wish to apply for relief from your orders on humanitarian grounds. Joe Howard reappeared in Barbara's thinking. Sick parents, that sort of thing? Commander Marwood pursued. No, ma'am, Barbara said. Nothing like that. I've scheduled your last day of duty for Sunday, Lieutenant Commander Gower said. You can start your out-processing on Monday morning. I'd sort of planned on having the weekend off, Barbara said, adding again, just in time. Ma'am. Your shipping out has left me short of people, Commander Gower said. I had to rearrange the shifts. That requires that you pull a shift on Sunday. Sorry. Barbara nodded her understanding. That will be all then, Carter, Commander Marwood said. Good luck. I'll try to see you before you ship out. Thank you, Barbara said. She had not appended ma'am to her reply, but neither Commander Gower nor Commander Marwood called her on it. When she was gone, Commander Gower said, Well, there goes the romance of the century down the toilet. That's a pretty goddamned bitchy thing to say, Hazel, Commander Marwood snapped. Ensign Barbara Cotter was 25 minutes late meeting First Lieutenant Joseph L. Howard. Her replacement was late, and taking the goddamned drug inventory took longer than it usually did, and then she caught herself just standing in the shower, washing the same shoulder over and over again, lost in thought, and with no idea whatever how long she'd been doing that. And then, when she finally got to the main entrance, he wasn't there. He was here, and left. Or he couldn't get off and won't be here. Oh, Jesus, now what? A LaSalle convertible pulled up before the main entrance and tapped its horn. She saw a Marine officer in it. No, goddamn you, I don't want a goddamned ride. Where the hell can he be? The Marine officer in the shiny LaSalle convertible blew the horn again. Barbara glowered at him, working up what she hoped was a magnificent look of contempt. The Marine officer waved at her. Oh, my God, it's Joe. She ran to the car as he opened the door. Hi, he said as she got in. She kissed him, hard, on the lips. They frown on public displays of affection, Joe said. Fuck 'em, Barbara said. Ooh, I'll have to wash out your mouth with soap. She slid next to him on the seat. I'll have to tell him, but not just yet. Where did you get this? Nice, huh? He said.
Where'd you get it?"
"It belongs to the guy from the second raters," Joe said. "We're going to have dinner with him and his girlfriend."
"Do we have to?"
"I told him we would," he said. "Any reason you don't want to?"
"I wanted to be alone."
"He's a nice guy, a Mustang like me, out of the 4th Marines. But he went through officer candidate school. Killer McCoy."
"Killer McCoy?"
"Yeah, they call him that because he killed a bunch of Chinese and a couple of Italian Marines in China," Joe said admiringly. "He carries a knife in his sleeve." He pointed to his left sleeve to demonstrate.
"You're kidding, right?"
"No, I'm not. Everybody in the Corps knows about Killer McCoy."
"I know," she said, aware that she was acting the bitch. "You and your friend, the killer, and me, we're going to go down to the waterfront and see if we can pick a fight, right?"
"Hey," he said, "what's the matter with you?"
"Sorry,"
Barbara said. "Actually, we're going to the San Diego Yacht Club," Joe said. "How's that for class?"
"Where?"
"The Yacht Club. Killer lives there on a yacht."
"I don't believe any of this conversation."
"You'll see." 20 minutes later, they passed through the gates of the San Diego Yacht Club, and 5 minutes after that, they stepped from a floating pier onto the aft deck of a 53-foot twin diesel-powered Mitchell yacht named Last Time.
"Hi!"
A very good-looking young woman greeted Barbara. She wore her black hair in a page boy and was wearing shorts and a T-shirt.
"Welcome aboard. I'm Ernie Sage."
"Hello," Barbara said. A trim, brown-haired young man in shorts and a Hawaiian shirt appeared at the door to the interior. He was even younger than Joe.
"I was getting a little worried,"
he said. "And you're right, she's gorgeous."
"I'm very glad to meet you,"
Barbara said.
"I'm Barbara."
"I'm Ken McCoy," he said. "Romeo here has been bending my ear all week about you."
"He was just pulling your leg. He does that," Barbara replied. "He told me on the way over here that we were going to meet somebody who carries a knife in his sleeve and is called Killer because he kills people. Chinese and Italians," Joe said.
"Thanks a lot, asshole," Ken McCoy said furiously, and went back inside the cabin of the boat.
"Ken!"
the girl called Ernie Sage said. And after giving Joe a withering look, went into the cabin after him.
"What did I say?"
"I'm the asshole, not you. I should have warned you. Getting called killer pisses him off."
"You mean it's true? He has killed people?"
Joe nodded. Ernie Sage reappeared, holding Second Lieutenant Kenneth R. McCoy, USMCR, by the ear.
"Ken has something to say,"
she said. "Ouch," he said as she twisted the ear. He looked at Barbara.
"I apologize for my language."
Ernie Sage let go of his ear, whereupon McCoy added,
"I'm sorry I called your asshole of a boyfriend an asshole."
"You bastard," Ernie Sage said, and jabbed him in the ribs.
"Hey, Ken," Joe said. "I'm sorry."
Forget it," McCoy said.
"I never thought you were very bright." "What we're going to do," Ernie Sage said brightly, "is do this all over again. Hello, my name is Ernestine Sage. This gentleman is Lieutenant Kenneth R. McCoy. I know that you're Lieutenant Howard, but I don't believe I know this young lady." "How do you do?" Barbara said, going along and deciding she liked both this young woman and her boyfriend. "I'm Barbara Carter." "How do you do?" Ernie Sage said. "Welcome aboard the Last Time."
"Miss Carter?" Ken McCoy asked politely. "May I call you Barbara?"
"Yes, of course. Anybody ever tell you, Barbara, that your boyfriend is an asshole?"
"That did it," Ernie Sage said, and struck McCoy with both hands, palms open, on the chest, which action
caused him to stagger backward and counter the low rail of the aft cockpit and do a backward flip into the water. Joe Howard laughed deep in his stomach, went to the rail, looked over the side, and waved, whereupon Ensign Barbara Cotter struck Lieutenant Howard in the small of his back with both hands, palms open, which caused Lieutenant Howard to go over the side and into the water, face first. Ernie Sage looked at Barbara Cotter. "Why do I have the feeling that what we're witnessing here is the beginning of a long, close, rewarding friendship?" "Oh, God," Barbara wailed, and tears formed in her eyes. "Did I say something wrong?" Ernie asked. Barbara did not trust her voice to speak. She shook her head. "I'm sorry, really sorry if this upset you," Ernie said. Barbara shook her head and made a gesture with her hand, meaning that it didn't matter. "Can I get you a drink?" Ernie asked. "I got my orders today," Barbara blurted. "I haven't told him yet." Ken McCoy's head appeared at the rail. "If you're wearing anything that will melt in water, I respectfully suggest you have 10 seconds to take it off." "Barbara got her orders today," Ernie said evenly. "Joe doesn't know." "Oh, Christ," McCoy said. He hoisted himself into the boat. Then he turned and gave his hand to Joe Howard and hauled him aboard. Joe stood there, dripping water onto the deck. "Which of these two goes in first?" he asked. "Barbara got her orders today," Ernie said. "Oh, Jesus," Joe said. "When?" "I start processing Monday," Barbara said softly. "When did you find out?" "Just before I met you." He took a couple of steps toward her, and then, remembering he was soaking wet, stopped. And then she took several steps to him and threw herself in his arms. 4. Pensacola Naval Air Station, Pensacola, Florida. 15:25 hours, 28 February, 1942. The pilot of the Army Air Corps twin-engine Mitchell bomber was slight and balding. There were the silver leaves of a lieutenant colonel on his collar points. He picked up his microphone, then put it back in its hanger, adjusted the frequency of his transceiver, and then picked up the microphone again. "Pensacola, Army 642, a B-25 aircraft 20 miles east of your station for approach and landing." "Army 642, Pensacola, say again?" 642, a B-25 aircraft 20 miles east of your station for approach and landing." "Army 642, be advised that Pensacola is closed to transient traffic without prior approval. Suggest you try Eglin Army Air Corps Field." "Pensacola, 642 has a Navy captain aboard who wishes to deplane at Pensacola. We will require no ground services." "Army 642, advise naval officer's name and purpose of his visit to Pensacola." "Pensacola, the Navy captain's Pickering. I spell Peter, item, Charlie, King, Easy, Roger, item, Nan, George. Be advised that any questions regarding him are to be directed to the office of the Secretary of the Navy." "Army 642, stand by." There was a 90-second pause. "Army 642, Pensacola. You are cleared for a straight-in approach to runway 27. The winds are from the west at 15. The altimeter is 29908. The time is 25 past the hour. Report over Pensacola Bay." "Army 642, Pensacola. Thank you very much." As the B-25 Mitchell, a light bomber, dropped low over Pensacola Bay, a telephone call was placed from the office of Base Commander, Pensacola Naval Air Station, to the office of the Secretary of the Navy. "Office of the Secretary, Captain Houghton." "Captain, this is Captain Summers at Pensacola. I'm calling for the Admiral." "What can I do for you?" "Does the name Pickering mean anything to you, Captain?"
Is Captain Pickering at Pensacola? He's about to land here. Great. The secretary's been wondering where he was. Would you ask him to call me just as soon as he can, please, Captain? Yes, of course. Be glad to. Captain, we could probably be of greater usefulness to Captain Pickering if we knew what it is he's after at Pensacola. Captain Houghton chuckled. I have no idea, I'm afraid, but I'm sure he'll tell you when he lands. When did you say that will be? He should be landing right now. I'll relay the message. Captain Summers first called the officer of the day. I don't know who this Captain the B-25 wants to drop off. Pickering is Jack, Captain Summers said, or what he wants. But pass the word to him to call Captain Houghton in the Secretary of the Navy's office as soon as he can, and then ask what we can do for him. He then called Rear Admiral Richard B. Sayre, who stood third in the chain of command at Pensacola and was, at the moment, the senior officer aboard. He reported what little he knew about Captain Pickering and what steps he had taken. Admiral Sayre grunted and then told Summers to keep him posted. Less than a minute later, Admiral Sayre called back. Pickering, you said? The VIP from Washington? Yes, sir. Present my compliments to Captain Pickering, please, and inform him I would be pleased to receive him at my office at his earliest convenience. Aye, aye, sir. Captain Fleming Pickering was driven directly to Admiral Sayre's office from the airfield. The Admiral's aide was waiting on the sidewalk when the staff car pulled up and escorted him directly to the Admiral's office. Welcome to Pensacola, Captain, Admiral Sayre said. May I offer you a cup of coffee? Or something a little stronger? Admiral, I feel like a kid caught with his hand in the cookie jar, Fleming Pickering said. I'm not here officially. You did get the message to call Captain Houghton? Yes, sir, I did. Thank you, sir. I was about to say that I'm not here officially, and that what I hoped to do was get off and back on the base with no one noticing. Oh? Sir, I've been over at Eglin Field on duty. I've got a seat on the courier plane to Washington from here tomorrow morning. I have some personal business in Pensacola. I thought that might be it, Admiral Sayre said. Sir? Pickering asked, surprised. He's a nice boy, according to both my wife and Doc McInerney, the Admiral said. And actually, he's the reason I asked you to come to see me. Pickering's surprise was evident on his face. Doc and I went through flight school here together, Admiral Sayre said. We're still pretty close. When your boy was sent here, Doc called me and told me about him. And you. I frankly found it comforting. Sir? He spoke highly of your boy. Pick, they call him, don't they? Yes, sir. And he said that the only favor you asked of him was that the Marine Corps didn't make him a club officer. I thought that spoke well of you, Captain. And, as I said, I found that rather comforting. Comforting, sir? Your son is in hot pursuit of my daughter, Admiral Sayre said. I'm not supposed to know that, but I do. Pickering didn't reply. You don't seem surprised to hear that, the Admiral said. Pickering knew more than his son thought he knew about the boy's romantic affairs. There had been an astonishing number of them, and they could more accurately be described as carnal than romantic. Pick is attracted to the ladies, Admiral, Pickering replied, and vice versa. Actually, from what I've seen, more the latter than the former. I can only presume your daughter is not only extraordinarily good-looking, but something special. Pick is seldom reported in pursuit. Usually the phrase is in flight from. The Admiral chuckled. I have seen him, he said. Good-looking young Marine officers driving Cadillac convertible automobiles do seem to attract the ladies, don't they? I've noticed, Pickering said, chuckling. Once Martha told him, rather forcefully that she's not interested, I would have thought that he would have looked elsewhere.
What is this? Did he call me in here to tell me to keep my son away from his precious daughter?
Pick's not her type. Has he been making an ass of himself? No, he's been a perfect gentleman, Admiral Sayre said. And I have the feeling that Martha is more attracted to him than she's willing to admit to herself or anyone else.
Admiral, my daughter's a widow, Admiral Sayre interrupted. Her husband, Admiral Culhane's boy, an aviator, was killed at Wake Island.
Ah, Fleming Pickering said, and then added, I'm sorry to hear that.
He was a really nice kid, Admiral Sayre said. It's a damned shame.
Are you saying this relationship between Pick and your daughter is serious? Pickering asked.
Hell, of course it's serious. Chasing after a widow,
especially a widow whose husband has been dead only a couple of months, and especially after she told him to get lost, is simply not Pick's style. I don't know, Admiral Sayre said. But since Colonel Doolittle was kind enough to drop you in my lap, I thought I should introduce myself and mention it.
Colonel Doolittle?
Pickering asked, trying to sound confused. Oh, come on, Pickering. Doc and Jimmy and I used to race airplanes together, and I thought that, doing what you're doing, you would have learned by now that whenever two people know something, it's no longer a secret. I know what's going on at Eglin, and my officer of the day recognizes Jimmy Doolittle when he sees him in a cockpit window. I think, Admiral, if that invitation is still open, I will have a drink. 5. The San Carlos Hotel, Pensacola, Florida, 1725 hours, 28 February, 1942.
Good afternoon, sir. Second Lieutenant Richard J. Stecker, USMC, said to the Navy captain. May I help you, sir? The captain was in the act of hanging up the telephone in the penthouse suite of the San Carlos Hotel. Dick Stecker, a good-looking, trim young man wearing a fur-collared leather jacket over a flight suit, was torn between surprise, anger, and alarm at finding a fucking four-striper nosing around the suite. But he was a graduate of the United States Military Academy at West Point and a regular officer of the United States Marine Corps, and West Pointers and regular Marine officers do not demand of U.S. Navy captains, who the fuck are you and what are you doing in my hotel room? You must be Lieutenant Stecker, Captain Pickering said. Yes, sir. It has been reported to me that these quarters are not only infested with females of notorious reputation, but awash, as well, in cheap whiskey, Pickering said sternly. Lieutenant Stecker looked stunned. Another Marine second lieutenant, similarly dressed, stepped around Lieutenant Stecker to see what the hell was going on, and then yelped in delight. Dad! God, am I glad to see you! What are you doing here? He ran across the room and wrapped his father in a bear hug. I'm catching a plane out of here in the morning, Pickering said. You've been on the base? Pick asked uneasily. He does not want anyone to know that his father is a Navy captain. Good boy. Just to get off an airplane, Pickering said. I was hoping I could bunk with you tonight. Hell yes, but what are you doing down here? I was over with the Army Air Corps at Eglin Air Force Base, Pickering said. It's right down the coast. Doing what? None of your business, Lieutenant. You're involved with the B-25s, Pickering challenged. What B-25s? Pickering asked innocently. As if you didn't know, Pick said. They've got an airfield over there with the dimensions of an aircraft carrier deck painted on it, and they're trying to get B-25s off it. I have no idea what you're talking about, Pickering said. But if I were you, I'd watch my mouth.
You haven't seen those posters? Loose lips sink ships?
Pick's look was both hurt and wary. That sounded pretty official, he said after a moment. You're my father, for Christ's sake.
Pick, you and I are officers, Pickering said.
See, wise ass? Dick Stecker said. Learn to keep your mouth shut.
I'd still like to know what the hell they think they're doing over there, Pickering said. You keep wondering out loud about it? You can read all about it in the newspapers, in your cell at Portsmouth. I'm serious, Pick.
Their eyes met.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot, Dad, he said. Sorry. Forget it, Pickering said.
Don't forget it, Dick Stecker said. Write it on your goddamned forehead.
Well, the both of you can go to hell, Pick said cheerfully. You can stand here and feel self-righteous. I need a shower.
Can I make you a drink, Captain Pickering? Dick Stecker asked. You name it, we've got it.
At least one of the occupants of this rooftop brothel is an officer and a gentleman, Pickering said. Scotch, please, with soda, if you have it.
Yes, sir, coming right up.
I saw your dad a while back in San Diego.
Yes, sir. Dad wrote me that he'd seen you, that you were in the Corps in War I together.
Is that what you call it now? War I?
Yes, sir. Isn't that what it was? The First World War?
At the time, it was called the War to End All Wars, Pickering said.
Dick Stecker handed him a drink.
Thank you, Pickering said. Is my being here going to interfere with any serious romantic plans you two had for tonight?
No, sir, not at all.
When I had them let me in here, I was a little surprised not to find an assortment of local lovelies, Pickering said.
Yes, sir, Stecker said uncomfortably, then blurted, You're asking about Martha Culhane, aren't you, Captain?
I am, but I would rather Pick didn't know I knew about her. Something about her. If this puts you on a spot, the subject never came up.
Dick Stecker made a circling motion with his index finger at his temple. He's nuts about her, he said. She's a widow, did you know?
Pickering nodded.
He's really got it bad for her, and she won't give him the time of day.
You think that's maybe what it is? That she's not interested? That his Don Juan ego is involved?
No, I wish it was.
What do you think of her?
I don't know what to think, Stecker said. Maybe it'll pass when we graduate and get the hell out of here. But I don't know.
Okay. Thank you. Subject closed. They ate in the hotel dining room, which was crowded with men in Navy and Marine Corps uniforms. Over their shrimp cocktail, Fleming Pickering told them he was headed, via Washington and the West Coast, for Hawaii.
When are you coming back?
I don't know, Pickering said. Captains, like second lieutenants, go when and where they're told to go. That was not true. Although he was still traveling on the vague orders that Captain Jack NMI Stecker had described as awesome, permitting him to go where and when he pleased, no questions asked, he now had specific orders from the Secretary of the Navy. Stay at Pearl Harbor as long as you want, Flem. Learn what you can. But the President is going to order MacArthur out of the Philippines and to Australia. I want you there when he gets there. I want to know what he's up to. Houghton will message you wherever you are when Roosevelt orders him to leave, if you're not already in Australia by then. Lieutenants Pickering and Stecker laughed dutifully. There was a stir in the room while they were eating their broiled flounder. Pickering followed the point of attention to the door. Rear Admiral Richard Sayre, a woman almost certainly his wife, and a beautiful young blonde woman almost certainly the widowed daughter, followed the head waiter to a table across the room. Moments later, a Marine captain, a naval aviator, walked quickly to join them.
That's Admiral Sayre, Captain, Dick Stecker said. He's number 3 at Pensacola, and his wife and daughter. Fleming Pickering was aware that his son was looking intently, perhaps angrily, at Stecker. And Captain Mustache, Stecker added. Captain Mustache? Pickering asked. He's one of our IPs, instructor pilots, Pick said. Oh, Pickering said. And like a lot of people around here, he's got a crush on the Admiral's daughter, Stecker said. She's a beautiful young woman, Pickering said. Yeah, Pick said. She is. That was all he had to say about Martha Sayre Culhane, but he kept looking over at her, and when Fleming Pickering looked in that direction, more often than not, Martha Sayre Culhane was surreptitiously looking in their direction. Chapter 9 1. Aboard the motor yacht Last Time, the San Diego Yacht Club, San Diego, California, 7 March 1942. Ensign Barbara Cotter, USNR, and Miss Ernestine Sage were alone aboard the Last Time. Ensign Cotter was barefoot. She wore the briefest of white shorts, and her bosom was only barely concealed beneath a thin orange kerchief bandeau. Miss Sage was wearing the briefest of pale blue shorts and a T-shirt, beneath which it was obvious she wore nothing else. Although it was nearly noon, they were just finishing the breakfast dishes. They had been up pretty late the night before. There had been a certain amount of physical activity once they had gone to bed. After breakfast, they had waved bye-bye to Lieutenants Joseph L. Howard, USMCR, and Kenneth R. McCoy, USMCR, as they departed for duty. Then Miss Sage had suggested to Ensign Cotter, "To hell with the dishes. Let's go back to bed." And they had done just that, rising again only a few moments ago. Barbara Cotter did not go home to Philadelphia on her overseas leave. She had called her parents and told them she was being shipped out, and no, she didn't know where she was going, and no, she wouldn't be able to get home before she left. It was the first time she had ever lied to her parents about anything important, and it bothered her. But the choice had been between going home, alone, and staying in San Diego with Joe for the period of her leave. She was perfectly willing to admit that she was being a real shit for not going home, and then lying about it, but she wasn't sorry. And in Ernie Sage, she had found both a friend and a kindred soul. It was no time before Ernie offered Barbara and Joe the starboard stateroom for as long as they wanted it, just because they felt so close, so quickly. Both of them were nice, Protestant, middle-class, in Ernie's case maybe upper-class, girls who had gone to college and had bright futures, and both of them were shacked up with a couple of Marines, and were completely unashamed about it. In no time, they were both sharing deep, mutual confidences. The first time they had laid eyes on Joe and Ken, they had known in their hearts that if they wanted to do that, and they hoped they would want to do that, they were going to let them. It was the first time either of them had really felt that way, although in Ernie's case there had been a poet from Dartmouth, and in Barbara's case a gastroenterologist who had made them feel almost that way. And they talked, seriously, about why those things were going on. Barbara's theory was that Mother Nature caused the transmitters and receptors to be turned on in the interests of propagation, and Ernie's tangential theory was that nature wanted to increase pregnancies in time of war. And they talked of getting pregnant, and/or of getting married. They both reached the same conclusion. They weren't going to get married. Not right away, anyhow, because Joe and Ken thought they were probably going to get killed, or worse, crippled, in battle. Both men refused to consider marriage. Yet Barbara and Ernie both agreed that what they really wanted, maybe most in the world, was to make babies with Joe and Ken. If they did, Joe and Ken would be furious, for the same reason they didn't want to get married. And further,
Since it was really better to have a baby when the baby was wanted, it was probably really better to wait until the boys came home. And in the meantime, they played housewife, and they loved it. They either prepared elaborate meals in the last time's galley, or they went out for dinner to the Coronado Beach Hotel dining room or to some hole-in-the-wall Mexican or Chinese restaurant. They carried their men's uniforms to the laundry, sewed their buttons on, and bought them razor blades and boxer shorts and Vitalis for the hair, and loved them at night, and refused to think that it couldn't last forever, or, in Barbara and Joe's case, not later than the time her orders gave her, 2300 hours, 16 March 1942. She was supposed to report to the Overseas Movement Officer, San Diego Naval Yard, and for her, the last time would turn into a pumpkin. Ernie told Barbara that after she was gone, and after Ken McCoy had shipped out, she was going back to New York City and back to work. She promised to visit Barbara's family in Philadelphia then and tell them about Joe. She would confirm what Barbara was going to write them about him once she was on the ship headed nobody would tell her where. The telephone rang, and Ernie Sage answered it, then held up the phone to Barbara. "It's somebody from the Navy Yard?" she said. Lieutenant Joe Howard, ever the dedicated officer, had advised her that if she wasn't going home, she was required to let the receiving station, by which he meant the Navy Yard, know where she was and how she could be reached. "Ensign Cotter," Barbara said to the telephone. "Ma'am, this is Chief Venwell of Officer Movement at the Navy Yard." "What can I do for you, Chief?" "Ma'am, you're to report here with all your gear for outshipment by 0630 tomorrow." "What are you talking about? I'm on leave until the 16th. "No, ma'am. That's why I'm calling. Your orders have been changed. You're to report in by 0630 tomorrow." "Why?" "Ma'am, I guess they found a space for you to outship." "But what if I was in Philadelphia?" "Ma'am?" "I was authorized a leave to Philadelphia. You couldn't do this to me if I was in Philadelphia," Barbara said. "I couldn't get from Philadelphia to San Diego by 6 o'clock tomorrow morning." "Ma'am, you're in San Diego," Chief Venwell said. "Ma'am, I'm sorry about this, but I can't do a thing for you." 2. The Coronado Beach Hotel, San Diego, California, 8 March 1942. "It's been a long time since I came here with a man in uniform," Patricia Foster Pickering said to her husband as they approached the hotel entrance. Fleming Pickering was at the wheel of a 1939 Cadillac 62 Special he had borrowed from J. Charles Ansley, General Manager, San Diego Operations, Pacific and Far Eastern Shipping. He looked at his wife in some confusion until he took her meaning. "Oh," he said wickedly, "that stuck in your mind, did it?" It was a reference to their rendezvous in San Diego in 1919. Corporal Fleming Pickering, USMC, was going through the separation process at the San Diego Marine Barracks when, unannounced, Miss Patricia Foster of San Francisco had shown up at the gate to announce that she just happened to be in the neighborhood and thought she would just drop by. She had had a suite in the Coronado Beach, a complimentary courtesy rendered by the management to the only daughter of Andrew Foster, chairman of the board of the Foster Hotel Corporation. There, she had presented him with a welcome-home present of a nature he had not really expected to receive until after their relationship was officially sanctioned by the Protestant Episcopal Church. "From time to time, I think of it," she admitted. Throughout their marriage, Patricia had often surprised him. She had surprised him at 2:15 that morning by slipping, naked, into his bed at Charlie Ansley's house on a bluff overlooking the Pacific. He had called her from Oklahoma City to tell her that he was en route in a Navy plane to San Diego, where he had some business with the Navy. He also intended to see his secretary, soon his ex-secretary, aboard the U.S. Navy transport President Millard G. Fillmore, ex-Pacific princess. He would then, he told her, see about catching a plane home. She could expect him late that night or early the following morning. They would have 4 or 5 days home before he had to take the San Francisco Pearl Harbor courier plane. She should think of something interesting for them to do. He had wrapped his arms around her in Charlie Ansley's bedroom and somewhat sleepily asked, "What brings you here, honey?" "You said I should think of something interesting for us to do," Patricia had said, gently touching a sensitive part of his anatomy. "How does this strike you?" She had come to join him by plane to Los Angeles and then on the damned Greyhound bus to San Diego. Over breakfast, she told him she thought it would be fun to borrow a car from Charlie Ansley, drive to Los Angeles, have dinner with friends there, and then drive leisurely on to San Francisco, perhaps spending another night on the way. He told her he had to make a quick call on the admiral commanding the San Diego Naval Yard, prepare a quick memorandum for Frank Knox reporting what the admiral had told him, and then find an officer courier to take it to Washington. He also told her that Ellen Feller had arrived a couple of days before and was in the Pacific and Far East suite at the Coronado Beach. "She's going to work at SINCPAC," Pickering said. There was an implication that she was going to become secretary to someone else. That was not actually the case. Officially, Ellen was going to work with the highly secret cryptographic unit at Pearl Harbor, putting her knowledge of Japanese and Chinese to work. And she had a second mission, to serve as a conduit for Fleming Pickering's confidential reports to the Secretary of the Navy. He would prepare the reports himself and send them to her at Pearl Harbor, sealed, via an officer courier. At Pearl Harbor, Ellen Feller would encrypt them with a special code and send them to Washington, either by cable or radio, classified Top Secret Eyes Only, the Secretary of the Navy. That way, only Pickering, Ellen Feller, a cryptographer who worked solely for Captain Dave Houghton, Houghton himself, and the Secretary of the Navy would ever see Pickering's reports. Knox knew that if more people were brought into the link, or if standard Navy encryption-decryption procedures were followed, the Navy brass would be reading Pickering's reports before they got to him. Since the reports made considerable reference to the Navy brass, including, for instance, Pickering's opinion of their ability and performance, it would not have been clever to offer them to the brass on a silver platter, as it were. None of that, obviously, was any of Patricia's business. "Aren't you going to miss her?" Patricia asked, poker-faced. He wasn't sure whether she was serious or teasing, or even if there was a touch of jealousy in the question. "There's a war on, madam. We must all make what sacrifices are necessary in the common good," Pickering replied sonorously. After Pickering stopped the Cadillac in front of the door, he opened the car door and started to get out. As he did that, the doorman rushed over and said, "I'm sorry, sir, we no longer offer valet parking." And then he recognized Pickering. "I'll take care of it, Mr. Pickering. You going to be long?" "We're going to have lunch." "Then I'll leave it right over there, sir. Nice to see you, Mrs. Pickering. It's been some time." "Hello, Dick. How are you?" Patricia said. Pickering called the Pacific and Far East suite from a house phone in the lobby. "I'm not quite packed," Ellen Feller said. "Could you come up for a minute?" "Sure," Pickering said. "The ship sails at 2:45, so I've been told." "Well, then we have plenty of time." Pickering put the phone down. "She's not quite ready," he said. "I thought she was Miss Efficiency of 1942, Patricia said. "We're not running late," Pickering said loyally. "You go up," Patricia said. "I'll get her a box of candy or a basket of fruit for bon voyage." "I'll go with you." "No, you won't. You know how I hate it when you breathe impatiently over my shoulder in a shop, and I know where the suite is." 3. Ellen Feller spent a good deal of time considering very carefully the pluses and minuses of her new assignment. Some of the pluses were inarguable. She had been promoted from Oriental Languages linguist to intelligence analyst, and after her name on her travel orders now appeared the parenthesized phrase, assimilated grade of lieutenant commander. That meant she was entitled to the privileges the armed forces gave to an officer of that rank, and that she was earning just about as much money as a lieutenant commander made. Back in Washington, Commander Kramer had informed her that when she reached Hawaii, she would be provided with bachelor women's officers' quarters on the Navy base at Pearl Harbor. The last time I was there, Lieutenant Commander nurses had nice little bungalows. They'll probably assign you one of those. And she would be entitled to membership in the Officers' Club, where she would take her meals, and have access to everything else, the base exchange and the golf course, that sort of thing, that a lieutenant commander would have. A remarkably short time after starting as a temporary civilian employee brought in to help with foreign language translation, really a sort of multilingual clerk, she had risen to the upper echelons of Navy intelligence. The proof was that she was privy to, and would be working with, the big secret, that the Navy had cracked the Imperial Japanese Navy code, and she would continue to work, though remotely, with Captain Fleming Pickering, who answered to nobody but the Secretary of the Navy. It now seemed very unlikely that there would be any difficulty about the crates shipped home from China. And since she was going to Hawaii, it would no longer be necessary for her to make the weekly trips to the nursing home in Baltimore to see her father, or to endure the hour-long sermon he always delivered. There were just a few minuses to her promotion and transfer, and they were all spelled Captain Fleming Pickering, USNR. She had been attracted to him from the very first moment she had met him in his suite in the Foster Lafayette Hotel. The expensively furnished suite itself represented a style of living that she had previously believed existed only in the movies, and as she had learned more about him, her fascination with him grew. He owned steamships, a fleet of them. His wife's father owned a chain of hotels, including the Foster Lafayette. He personally knew a large number of very important people like Senator Fowler and Henry Ford, and even the President of the United States. There was a physical attraction, too. From that first day, she had wondered what it would be like to be in bed with him. He was tall, good-looking, and in splendid physical shape. She loved the deep timbre of his voice. But just about as immediately, she also recognized that any notions of getting him into her bed were dangerous. Since a rich and handsome man like Fleming Pickering must have had any number of women to choose from, she was convinced that he must have grown very selective. It was entirely possible that he would not be interested in her at all, and that any overtures from her would see her returned to her old job. It didn't especially surprise her to learn that he was faithful to his wife, and that they apparently had a long and successful marriage. But it disappointed her all the same. After a while, as he grew to rely on her faithful services, she realized that he was taking her under his wing. She was protected by his authority and influence. If questions about the crates from China now came up, she was sure that she could convince him of her innocence, and that he would defend her, with all of his influence, against any accusations. Of course, with her in Hawaii and Fleming Pickering in Australia, or God knew where else, that would no longer be the case. She would be an ex-employee, no longer his faithful right hand. She could probably call on him for help, but the situation would be changed. She might be an assimilated lieutenant commander in Hawaii, but she would no longer be Captain Fleming Pickering's assistant. On the train to California, She wondered whether she had made a mistake in playing out her perfectly platonic half of their entirely platonic relationship. More than once she had seen him looking at her as a man looks at a desirable woman. But it would now be in her interest for Fleming Pickering to remember her as a woman he had betted, and who had asked for nothing from him. There had been several occasions in the Foster Lafayette suite when he might well have responded to an overture. More than once, he had been at his old grouse beyond the point where his judgment was affected. But she had let those opportunities pass, and there was nothing that would bring them back. That was really a pity, she thought ruefully. It almost certainly would have been a very pleasant experience to have Fleming Pickering in her bed, or for that matter, on the floor, anywhere. And then he had sent word that he would come to the hotel and see her aboard the ship. 4. When Ellen Feller answered Pickering's knock at the door, she was wearing a dressing gown. It was flowing and translucent. Not missionary lady style, he thought, recalling the black lace underwear she had worn the day he met her, and in that grossly embarrassing erotic dream.
"Hi," she said. "Come in. I'm almost ready. I just stopped to make myself a drink. Nerves."
"I didn't know you drank," Pickering said.
"There's a lot about me you don't know,"
Ellen said. She walked across the room to the bar. The light behind her revealed the outline of her body beneath the thin dressing gown, and certain anatomical details.
"Old grouse," she said, reaching for a bottle. "I know how you like it."
She made a drink and then held it out to him. Her upper leg parted the dressing gown as he, uncomfortably, walked to her to take the drink.
"I don't mind if you look,"
Ellen said. "I beg your pardon?"
"I said, I don't mind if you look," she repeated. "I was beginning to think there was something wrong with me. The most fascinating man I've ever met, and he appears totally immune."
"Ellen,
have a good look," she said.
She tugged at the dressing gown cord, and it fell open.
"Do I pass inspection?"
"My wife is on her way up here," Pickering said.
"Oh, God damn it. What have I done now?" she thought. "I'm sorry," she said evenly after a moment.
"You'd better get your clothes on."
"Pity,"
she said, then put his glass of scotch down and walked into one of the bedrooms. She stopped at the door and looked at him. The dressing gown was still open.
"Fleming,"
she said, using his first name for the first time ever.
"The last thing in the world I want is to cause you trouble with your wife."
He nodded. "Thank you." She walked into the bedroom, took the dressing gown off and tossed it toward the bed. Then she walked, naked, to the door and closed it. Jesus Christ, she must be drunk. I wonder if we can get through the next couple of hours without a major disaster. Fantastic teats. 5. United States Navy Yard, San Diego, California, 8 March, 1942. "Sir, I can pass you in, but not with these ladies," the Marine sergeant at the gate said, handing the identification card back to Captain Fleming Pickering, USNR. "Sergeant, this lady is on orders," Pickering said. "Ellen, show him your damned orders." Mrs. Ellen Feller took from her purse a thin stack of mimeographed orders and her identification card and handed them over the seat back to Pickering, who then passed them to the sergeant. The sergeant read the orders, looked at the ID card, compared the photograph on it with her face, and then handed it all back. "Sir, this lady can pass, but the other one is my wife," Pickering flared. "Sir, she doesn't have any ID."
"Flem,"
Patricia Foster Pickering said, aware that her husband was about to lose his temper.
"I'll just wait here. You put Ellen on the ship and come back and pick me up."
"Patricia, please butt out of this," Pickering said sharply. They had managed to get through lunch without a disaster. When Ellen came out of the bedroom to meet Patricia, she was modestly dressed, her hair was done up in a simple bun, and she wore no makeup. She thanked Patricia for the basket of fruit, apologized for not having been ready, and never again called him Fleming. She was a perfect lady at lunch, but he didn't want to set the stage for something happening aboard the ship by being alone with her there. "Sergeant, please call the officer of the guard," Captain Pickering ordered. "Aye, aye, sir." It took the officer of the guard 3 minutes to reach the gate in a navy gray Ford pickup. He found a Navy captain at the wheel of a glistening 1939 Cadillac 62 Special sedan, which did not have a San Diego Navy base identification. A civilian woman was next to him, a nice-looking lady wearing a diamond engagement ring that looked like it weighed a pound. Another woman was sitting in the back of the Cadillac. She was a little younger than the other one, but somewhat plain. Not at all bad-looking, though. She had a Navy Department ID card and a set of orders giving her AAA travel priority to SINCPAC headquarters in Hawaii. The officer of the guard was a first lieutenant. Pickering thought he looked like a regular. The officer of the guard saluted. "Good afternoon, sir. May I help you?" "My name is Pickering, Lieutenant. This lady is my wife. The other lady is Mrs. Feller, who is to board the President Fillmore. I don't want to leave my wife here at the gate while I take Mrs. Feller aboard." "No problem at all, sir," the lieutenant said. "If you'll just follow me in the pickup." Pickering looked at the sergeant who had denied him access. "Sergeant, when I was a Marine corporal, there was a saying that a Marine on guard duty has no friends. Do they still say that?" "Yes, sir, they do." "Your sergeant, Lieutenant, was the soul of tact," Pickering said. "I'm glad to hear that, sir. If you'll just follow me, sir." The little convoy moved out. In the Cadillac, Patricia Foster Pickering said, "What was that all about?" "That sergeant was just doing his duty. I didn't want to get him in trouble." "Why should he?" "The lieutenant obviously knows who I am," Pickering said. "Who you are? What a monumental ego! Am I missing something? Who are you?" "I mean that I work for Frank Knox. We're in, aren't we? And what does ego have to do with it?" In the cab of the pickup, the Marine lieutenant said to the driver, "Take us down to the Millard Fillmore." "That's that great big civilian liner, sir?" "Yeah, they used to call it the Pacific Princess. As soon as I take that captain up the gangplank, you find a telephone, call the officer of the day, and tell him that Captain Pickering just came into the yard, and that I'm escorting him aboard the Millard Fillmore. You get that name?" "Yes, sir, Pickering. Who is he?" "He works for the Secretary of the Navy. He's got the brass scared shitless. He showed up here yesterday for a private conference with the Admiral, after which the Admiral thought Pickering was going back to Washington. But he didn't. He wasn't on the courier plane. They passed the word that the Admiral was to be notified the moment anybody saw him, anywhere." The pickup truck driver drove as close as he could to the great ship and then stopped. The lieutenant got out and walked to the Cadillac. "This is as close as we can get, sir. If you'll wait a moment, I'll get someone to carry the lady's luggage." "I'm not too old to carry a couple of suitcases," Pickering said. "Sir, they frown on officers, particularly senior ones, carrying luggage." "Oh, hell. Okay, go get someone then." "Aye, aye, sir." Pickering got out from behind the wheel, walked to the edge of the warp, and looked up at the stern of the ship. Her once glistening white hull was now a flat navy gray. President Millard G. Fillmore was painted in enormous letters across her stern, but if you looked closely, you could see where the raised lettering Pacific Princess San Francisco had been painted over. Her superstructure was still mostly white, although her funnels were also in navy gray, probably so that the Pacific and Far Eastern logo on them could be obliterated. Pickering had learned from the Admiral the day before that they were carrying a work crew aboard in order to finish the painting and to make other modifications underway. Shipping space was so tight they could not afford to take her out of service for modifications any longer than was absolutely necessary. What I should be doing is standing on her bridge, preparing to take her to sea, not functioning as a make-believe naval officer and high-class errand boy for Frank Knox.
It's sad, seeing her in gray, Patricia said softly at his elbow.
It has to be done, I suppose, he said. Anyway, she's now the Navy's, not ours. 6. One by one, the umbilicals that tied the President Millard G. Fillmore to the dock were cut. Finally, only one gangplank remained, and there seemed to be no activity on that. From the boat deck, Ensign Barbara Cutter, NC-USNR, looked down at the small crowd of people on the dock. Ernie Sage was there, and her Ken McCoy, and Joe. They had waved excitedly at each other when Barbara had found a place for herself at the rail. But that was 45 minutes ago. Now they just forced smiles and made little waves at each other. Finally, 3 people appeared on the single remaining gangway: a Marine officer, a Navy captain, and a civilian woman.
"Oh, my God," Ernie Sage said. "Ken, that's Pick's father and mother."
"Where?" McCoy asked.
"The Navy guy and the woman coming down the gangway."
"You want me to get their attention or what?"
"No."
"I know them. I met them when we graduated from Quantico."
"If they see me here, Aunt Pat would feel obliged to tell my mother," Ernie said.
"Just where do you think your mother thinks you are? She doesn't know what you're doing?" McCoy said.
"Will you just leave it, please?"
Right in front of them, 2 sailors pulled an enormous hawser free of a hawser stand, and it began to rise up along the steep side of the ship. Joe Howard looked down the dock. Nothing now held the President Millard G. Fillmore to the shore.
"It's moving,"
Ernie said. A rather small Navy band began to play Anchors Aweigh. The President Millard G. Fillmore was an enormous ship and difficult to get into motion. When the band finished Anchors Aweigh and segued into the Marine hymn, there were only a few feet of water between the ship and the dock. Then, in deference to a battalion of U.S. Army engineers aboard, the band played The Caissons Go Rolling Along. By the time that was finished, 20 feet of water separated the shore and the ship. Then the ship added the power of her engines to that of the tugs. There was a swirl of water at her stern, and her stern moved farther away from the dock. The band began to play Auld Lang Syne. Barbara Cotter and Joe Howard waved bravely at each other. "You okay, Joe?" Ken McCoy asked. "This is not the way it's supposed to be," Joe Howard said. "I'm the goddamn Marine, and here I am on the goddamn shore waving goodbye as my girlfriend goes overseas." The band stopped playing, and to the ticking of drumsticks on drum rims, they marched off toward a navy gray bus. First Lieutenant Joe Howard walked to the end of the dock and stood there watching until the President Millard G. Fillmore sailed out of sight. 7. Top secret, eyes only, the Secretary of the Navy. Duplication forbidden. Original to be destroyed after encryption and transmittal to Sec Navy. Melbourne, Australia, Saturday, 21 March 1942. Dear Frank, despite a nearly overwhelming feeling that this should be addressed, Dear Mr. Secretary, I am complying with your orders to write this in the form of a personal letter, to include my opinions as well as the facts as I understand them, and to presume that I am your sole source of information regarding what is going on in this area of the world. This is written in my apartment in the Menzies Hotel, Melbourne, which I was able to get through the good offices of our Pacific and Far East agent here. It is my intention to deliver it, triply sealed, into the hands of the captain of the USS John B. Lester, a destroyer which put in here for emergency repairs. now just about completed, and that is bound directly for Pearl Harbor. Using my letter of authority from you, I will direct Lieutenant Commander K.L. White to deliver it into the hands of Mrs. Feller, or, if for some reason that is impossible, to burn it. His willingness to comply with those orders, it seems to me, depends on whether he accepts your letter of authority at face value. The whipping we have taken so far seems to me to have produced a lack of confidence here, perhaps even an aura of defeatism. What I'm suggesting is that he may decide either to throw this whole thing away or to open it, or to do something other than what I am ordering him to do. Ellen Feller, if she gets this, will be able to determine whether or not it has been opened. I would very much appreciate your advising me of the receipt of this, including when, and to tell me if this is the sort of thing you would like to have me continue to do. Obviously, I did not get into the Philippines. Houghton's message that MacArthur had been ordered to leave Corregidor was waiting for me when I arrived in San Francisco from San Diego on March 10th. I left the next morning for Hawaii aboard a Navy Martin Mariner. At Singapac, I was told that the only way into the Philippines, either Corregidor or Mindanao, would be by submarine. I had just missed the permit, which was scheduled to be at Corregidor on the 13th, and another courier submarine was not scheduled. I could not have reached Corregidor, in other words, until after MacArthur was gone, and it was made clear to me that it would be very difficult to leave the Philippines once I got there. Under those circumstances, I decided not to go. I visited the special detachment and told the commanding officer of your special orders to Mrs. Feller. He was very cooperative, and I feel there will be no problems with him. The next morning, I left Hickam Field, TH, aboard an Army Air Corps B-17, one of a flight of 4 en route from Seattle to Vice Admiral Herbert F. Leary's command in Australia. We arrived without incident early on March 13th. I presented myself to Admiral Leary and showed him my letter of authority from you. He was obviously torn between annoyance at having someone from Washington looking over his shoulder and a hope that perhaps I could convince, quote, those people in Washington, end quote, of the terrible shape things are in here. The only bright light in the whole area, he said, was that elements of Task Force 6814, including some engineer troops, had the day before landed on Efate Island. If Admiral King's order to recapture Rabaul as soon as possible can be carried out at all, it is essential for them to construct an airbase on the island. I sensed that Leary is not overly confident that the Army can build such a field in a short time. Leary also told me that a radio message had come from Corregidor reporting that MacArthur, his wife, and small son, together with President Quezon and some others, had left Corregidor at sunset March 11th, bound for Mindanao. They were aboard 4 PT boats, and there had been no report on them since then. Leary said he was not yet concerned. The boats were under the command of a Lieutenant Buckley, whom he knows and considers an extraordinarily competent officer. He was far more concerned to learn that the Japanese have occupied the island of Buka, 170 miles southeast of Rabaul, and that aerial reconnaissance has shown them unloading the engineer equipment for building an airfield. While I was in his office, he and I learned that MacArthur and his people had turned up safe. A radio came from General Sharp's headquarters on Mindanao, reporting that the shipment was received, but that it would require some maintenance. Leary and I decided, correctly, it turned out, that this meant the trip had been rough on MacArthur and/or Quezon and/or the others. MacArthur is, after all, 62. Quezon is even older, and they had just completed a long voyage in small boats across rough seas. At this point, Major General George S. Brett, the senior Army Air Corps officer here, entered the picture. Brett wanted Leary to dispatch 4 B-17s to Mindanao to pick up the MacArthur party and bring them here. Leary refused, citing as his reasons that the 4 planes had just flown from the United States and required maintenance, and that in any event, he needed them for operational use. He had just learned that the 20,000-odd Dutch troops on Java had surrendered, and in his opinion that had removed the last obstacle the Japanese had to overcome before invading Australia. He could not spare heavy bombers to carry passengers, no matter how important the passengers. I was privy to this conversation. I think Leary knew what Brett wanted of him and wanted me to hear it so that it would be reported to you. Brett was highly upset. Part of it, I think, was that he placed more importance on getting the MacArthur Party out of Mindanao than Leary does, and part of it was the humiliation an Air Corps officer felt about asking a Navy officer for Army Air Corps airplanes and then getting refused. Anyway, Brett stormed out, promising that the president would hear about this and make it right. Leary said he did not see the need for immediate action. Sharp has 30,000 defective troops, and Mindanao is not in immediate danger of being overrun. The MacArthur Party, he feels, can be safely taken off by submarine. I was prone to agree with Leary. Brett came back shortly afterward, saying that he had learned of a B-17 that was available. Leary was already aware of it. It was an early model, old and worn, and he could not guarantee how safe it was. Brett insisted, and Leary gave in. The plan was for MacArthur and party to be flown in the B-17 from Mindanao to Darwin, which is on the northern coast of Australia. There they would transfer to 2 civilian DC-3s Brett chartered from the Australian Airlines and fly across the continent to Melbourne. General Brett graciously allowed me to fly to Darwin on one of these civilian airplanes. We expected to find the MacArthur Party waiting for us at Darwin, but on landing, we learned that MacArthur had inspected the B-17 sent to pick him up and had refused to fly in it. The airplane then returned to Australia without passengers. Brett shortly afterward learned that Leary had changed his mind about the newer B-17s, and 3 of the 4 took off to get MacArthur. One of them had to turn back when it developed engine trouble over the Australian desert. The other 2 made it to Mindanao just before midnight on Monday, March 16th. These details from Lieutenant Frank Bostrom, Army Air Corps, who was the senior pilot and who flew MacArthur's airplane. An engine supercharger on one of Bostrom's engines went out en route. He could have made it back without having it repaired, but it would have lowered his weight-carrying ability and caused other problems I don't really understand. He managed to get it repaired, however, which meant that he and the other B-17 could carry all of the MacArthur Party, but none of their luggage. But then another of Bostrom's engines acted up during takeoff, and he was really afraid he couldn't get the airplane off the ground. In the end, though, he managed it. After that, it was a 5-hour flight to Darwin, about the same distance as from New Orleans to Boston, and there was violent turbulence en route. Nothing had been done to convert the airplanes from their bombing role. Mrs. MacArthur and the boy had the only upholstery, a mattress laid on the cabin floor. MacArthur rode in the radio operator's seat. Along with his immediate family, the general brought his staff out with him, none of whom, frankly, I care for, although MacArthur feels they are to a man superb officers. To me, they're more like the dukes who used to surround a king. As soon as they were able to establish radio contact with Darwin, they were informed that Darwin was under Japanese air attack and that they should divert to Bachelor Field, which is about 50 miles away. I was already there with the 2 Air Australia DC-3s when they landed about 9 in the morning, Tuesday, March 17th. A good deal of what follows may well be unimportant. Certainly, some of it is petty, but you wanted my opinion of MacArthur, his thinking, and the people around him. He seemed very disturbed to find on hand to greet him only Brigadier Royce, who had been on the Air Australia plane with me, representing General Brett. For good cause, certainly, He looked exhausted. I told his aide, a man named Huff, that I was your personal representative, and that I wished to pay my respects to MacArthur and ask him for his evaluation of the situation so that I could pass it on to you. Huff made it plain that MacArthur was entitled to a far more senior Navy officer than a lowly captain. He also felt that I had seriously violated military protocol by not presenting myself to Admiral Rockwell before daring to approach the throne of King Douglas. Rockwell was the former senior Navy officer in the Philippines, and he came in on the second B-17. Admiral Rockwell was displeased with me, too, and you may hear about that. There was a scene that in other circumstances would have been humorous, during which he kept demanding to know who was my immediate superior, to which I kept answering Secretary Knox, to which he kept replying ad infinitum, "You're not listening to me, I mean your immediate superior." During all this, he simply refused to look at my letter of authority from you until I answered the simple question of who was my immediate superior. This little farce came to an end when Mrs. MacArthur recognized me, not as a naval officer, but as my wife's husband. Apparently, they had met in Manila, and Mrs. McA regards Patricia as a friend, or at least a social peer. She told her husband of my connection with Pacific and Far East, and I was permitted to approach the throne. I had met MacArthur only briefly, once or twice before, and I'm sure he did not remember those occasions, but he greeted me warmly and told me he was anxious to learn. These are his words as closely as I can remember them. Quote, "Details of the build-up in Australia, troop and naval dispositions, and the tentative timetable for the recapture of Luzon." End quote. I explained to him that there was no build-up, that there were only about 34,000 troops of any description in Australia, that the only unit of any size was the understrength 1st Brigade of the 6th Australian Division, and that the strategic problem, as I understood it, was to attempt to keep the Japanese from taking Australia, which might not be possible, and that, consequently, nothing whatever had yet been done about attempting to take Luzon back from the Japanese. His eyes glazed over. He turned to another of his aides, a brigadier general named Sutherland, and said, "Surely he is mistaken." Then he marched off to a small shack where breakfast, baked beans and canned peaches, was served. Brigadier Royce, who was a nice fellow, followed him into the shack, and later he emerged from it looking dazed. Mrs. MacArthur did not wish to fly any more, perhaps ever again, and General MacArthur had therefore ordered Royce to immediately form a motorcade to transport the party to the nearest railhead. Royce had informed MacArthur that the nearest railhead was in Alice Springs, about as far away across the desert, 1,000 miles or so, as Chicago is from New Orleans, and that among other things there were no vehicles available to form a motorcade. MacArthur's response was, "You have your orders, put them into execution." This apparently impossible situation was resolved by Major Charles H. Morehouse, an Army doctor who had come out of the Philippines with them. He told Royce that such a trip would probably kill the MacArthur boy, Arthur, who was 5 or 6 and who was ill. Morehouse was feeding him intravenously. Morehouse also said that he could not guarantee whether MacArthur himself would live through a 1,000-mile automobile trip across the desert. Royce somewhat forcefully suggested to Dr. Morehouse that he make this point emphatically to MacArthur. So Morehouse went into the shack. After several minutes, MacArthur came out and announced, "We are prepared to board the aircraft." It was the royal "we," Frank. We got on the airplanes. As the engines were being started, the air raid sirens went off. Several of the Japanese bombers attacking Darwin had broken off their attack and were headed for Bachelor Field. Whether or not they knew the MacArthur party was there, I don't know. All the same, we got off safely and made the trip to Alice Springs without incident. Alice Springs looks like a town in a cowboy movie, and it's the northern terminus of the Central Australian Railway, and it lies a good deal beyond the range of the Japanese Mitsubishi bombers. Alice Springs, MacArthur announced, was as far as he intended to fly. He could not be moved from this position even after he was told that the next train would not come for 6 days. And then Ambassador Hurley flew in to tell MacArthur that Mackay had been named Supreme Commander, Allied Forces Southwest Pacific, by Prime Minister Curtin and President Roosevelt. He also tried to get Mackay to take a plane to Melbourne, but he had no more luck than anybody else. So a special train was ordered up. We still had the Air Australia DC-3s, so Hurley and most of Mackay's staff, except Huff, Sutherland, and Dr. Morehouse, the intimate guardians of the throne, flew off to Melbourne. I was sorely tempted to fly with them, and I might have gone, until General Sutherland imperiously ordered me to do it. I guess I'm learning the Machiavellian rules of the game. I did not think the personal representative of the Secretary of the Navy should place himself under the orders of an Army officer. The train arrived the next morning. It, too, looked like something from a cowboy movie. A tiny locomotive, 2 third-class coaches, and a caboose. The tracks there, between Alice Springs and Adelaide, 1,000-odd miles, are 3 feet between the rails. Should the Japanese invade Australia, this single-track, narrow-gauge railroad, with rolling stock to match, will simply not be adequate to supply, much less to transport, anything close to an infantry division. Which doesn't matter, I guess. We don't have an infantry division to transport, and if we did, one division would obviously not be adequate to repel a Japanese invasion. The first coach of the train had wooden seats, and the second held an Australian Army nurse, a couple of Australian Army sergeants, an Army field stove, and a supply of food. It was a 3-day trip. For the first 24 hours, no one spoke to me but the sergeants. Then MacArthur sent for me. He ran Sutherland and Huff off and began a non-stop lecture that lasted several hours. Obviously, he was playing to you vicariously through me. He began with Japanese economics and politics and how these made the war in the Pacific inevitable. Then he discussed Japanese strategy generally and in the Philippines specifically. He had at his fingertips a literally incredible encyclopedia of dates, names, and figures, tonnages, distances, etc. By the time it was over, I was dazed. Using the word very carefully, the man is clearly a genius. I shall never think of him again as just one more general. It seems to me now that he fits in the same category as Roosevelt and Churchill. I also believe that, like Roosevelt and Churchill, he sees himself as a latter-day Moses, divinely inspired to lead his people out of the desert. In this connection, he feels a personal obligation to the Filipinos. Mackay seems to understand that Roosevelt's decision to aid Britain and the Russians first is irrevocable and that, as a good soldier, he will, of course, support it. But he also makes it plain that he believes the decision was the wrong one, made because A, Churchill can play Roosevelt like a violin, and I rather agree with that, and B, George Marshall, who has Roosevelt's ear, is determined that MacArthur shall not be allowed to demonstrate his military genius, which, of course, is absurd. General Marshall, Mackay's deputy chief of staff, not the other one, obviously, boarded the train at a small station several hours before we got to Adelaide the next afternoon. I started to leave, but Mackay motioned for me to stay. Marshall then confirmed what I had told Mackay in Darwin, that there were no troops to speak of in all of Australia, and that there was doubt that Australia itself could be held. Marshall said something to Mackay about creating a Brisbane line. The Australian General Staff was planning to abandon the northern ports, including Darwin, to the Japanese, and attempt to hold the population centers along the southern and eastern coasts. They can just forget that, MacArthur said. We shall hold Australia. Logic told me, Frank, that was highly improbable, but my heart told me that we would indeed hold Australia. MacArthur had just said so. Marshall also reported that 2 companies of the 182nd Infantry and a company of Army engineers had landed on Efate with orders to build an airfield, quote, whatever the hell that means, end quote. Without reference to a map, and more important, without my having told him that Admiral King had ordered the recapture of Rabaul, and if I hadn't told him, who else had this knowledge and could have, MacArthur explained that Efate was an island in the New Hebrides, about 700 miles southeast of Tulagi, and that, quote, someone with a knowledge of strategy, end quote, had seen the establishment of an airbase there as essential to the recapture of Rabaul, which was itself essential to deny the Japanese a chance to make a successful landing on the Australian continent. Marshall also told him that there would be reporters waiting for him in Adelaide, and that some sort of a statement would be expected. The 2 of them started to work on that, and were still working on it when he arrived at Adelaide. This is essentially verbatim what he said there. The President of the United States ordered me to break through the Japanese lines for the purpose, as I understand it, of organizing the American offensive against Japan, a primary object of which is the relief of the Philippines. I came through, and I shall return. If you want to know what he's thinking, Frank, I suggest you study that short speech carefully. It was not off the cuff. The Commissioner of Railroads had sent his own private car to Adelaide, where it was attached to the Melbourne Express. From Adelaide to Melbourne, the track is standard width. I scurried around getting a sleeper on the train, and had just succeeded when Huff found me. I was, so I was informed, to have one of the staterooms in the private car. I don't know who was more surprised, Huff or me. We got to Spencer Street Station, Melbourne, just before 10 a.m. the next day. We backed in, with McKay standing like a politician on the rear platform of the private car. There were 100 reporters in the station, and even an honor guard. McKay delivered another speech, which I am sure was as carefully prepared as the I shall return speech in Adelaide. In it, again, just about verbatim, he said, quote, success in modern war means the furnishing of sufficient troops and materiel to meet the known strength of the enemy. No general can make something out of nothing. My success or failure will depend primarily upon the resources which the respective governments place at my disposal. End quote. He cold-shouldered General Brett and General Royce at the station, rather cruelly, I thought, and I think he's going to hold a grudge about the B-17s. There is no excuse for it that I can see, nor, as I just learned from Huff, is there any excuse for recommending the award of a presidential unit citation to every unit on Corregidor except the 4th Marines. His reason for not giving it to the Marines, again quoting Huff, is that, quote, they have enough publicity as it is, end quote. He also, politely, refused the offer of several mansions and moved into the Menzies. I can only wonder what will happen when he finds out that lowly Captain Pickering, USNR, occupies an identical apartment directly above him. I don't think he has made up his mind what to do about me, and for the moment, at least, I am considered a member pro tem of the Palace Guard. One final thing. I learned from the Australians that they have left behind on various islands now or about to be occupied by the Japs, former colonial officers, planters, missionaries, etc. They are calling these people coast watchers, and they feel they will be able to provide very valuable intelligence. They have commissioned them into the Royal Australian Navy Reserve, so they'll be under the Geneva Convention. I suspect that they are just whistling in the wind about that. Admiral Leary does not seem to be impressed with their potential. I am. If we have anybody who speaks Japanese and who can be spared, I suggest you send them over here now to establish a relationship with the Coast Watchers. I really hope this is what you were hoping to get from me. Respectfully, Fleming Pickering, Captain, USNR. 8. Walker Haslinger's Restaurant, Baltimore, Maryland, 1 April 1942. The basic principles of both leadership and organization have evolved over many centuries. Among the most important of these principles is the chain of command. The military services, and for that matter any organization, may be thought of as a pyramid. Authority and responsibility flow downward from the pinnacle, passing through progressively junior levels of command. Simplistically, if the first sergeant of an infantry company, for example, wants a PFC to load a truck with sandbags, he does not stop the first PFC he encounters and tell him to do so. Instead, he tells a platoon sergeant, who tells a section leader, who tells a corporal, and the corporal selects the PFC who gets the sandbags loaded. To do otherwise would create chaos. The corporal would wonder where his PFC had gone without orders. The man in charge of the sandbags would question the PFC's right to take them away. The truck driver would not know why sandbags were being loaded on his truck. The chain of command is even more important at the highest echelons of military and naval service. Although in law the Secretary of the Navy has the authority, he does not issue direct orders to captains of ships or even to commanders-in-chief of the various fleets. He tells the Chief of Naval Operations what he wants done in general terms. I think we should reinforce the Pacific Fleet. The Chief of Naval Operations decides how the Pacific Fleet should be reinforced, again in rather general terms. Add a battleship, 2 cruisers, and a half-dozen destroyers. As the order moves down through the pyramid, other officers make more specific decisions and issue more specific orders. Which battleship, which cruisers, and which destroyers. In other words, which commands will lose assets to reinforce the Pacific Fleet, and when. Only 6 or 7 levels down in the chain of command will the captain of a destroyer finally order the officer of the deck to make all preparations to get underway and then to set course for the Hawaiian Islands. And he will not associate the movement of his vessel with a vague suggestion given to the Chief of Naval Operations by the Secretary of the Navy. The chain of command is so important that it is almost never violated. People at the top, civilian or military, very rarely issue orders to anyone not in the level of command immediately subordinate to them. But there are exceptions to every rule. Captain David Houghton, USN, Administrative Assistant to the Secretary of the Navy, got off the Congressional Limited of the Pennsylvania Railroad and climbed the stairs to the Baltimore, Pennsylvania station. He walked across the waiting room, left the station, and turned right. He was in uniform, and he was carrying a black briefcase. A block away, he entered the bar of Walker Haslinger's Restaurant, a Baltimore landmark that justly enjoyed the reputation of serving the finest seafood in town. Captain Houghton had been coming to Walker Haslinger's since he was a midshipman at Annapolis. He looked up and down the bar for the man he was here to meet, but didn't find him. He took a stool at the bar and reached for a bowl of oyster crackers. "The free lunch went out when the new deal came in," a large, red-faced man in chef's whites said, sliding the bowl out of his reach. "Now it's cash on the bar." But Eckley Walker, the proprietor, was smiling and extending his hand. "How are you, Dave?" he said. "It's been some time." "You still serving those condemned oysters?" Houghton said. "Only to sailors, who can't tell the difference," Walker said. He snapped his fingers, and a bartender appeared. He said only one word, "rye," but made certain gestures with his head and hand that conveyed to the waiter that he wanted a dozen oysters and 2 drinks, the latter from his private bottle of rye whiskey, which was kept out of sight. The bartender poured stiff drinks, added a dash of ginger ale, and slid them across the bar. "Mud in your eye," Eckley Walker said. "Good to see you, Dave." "Bottoms up," Houghton said. They smiled at each other. A slight, tall, balding man in civilian clothing, holding a beer glass, slipped onto the stool next to Houghton. Amazing the strange people you run into in obscure, out-of-the-way restaurants," he said. "Eckley," Houghton said, "have you got a little room someplace where this guy can make his life insurance pitch without disturbing the paying guests?" "We've already got one," the slight man said. "I'll have them take the oysters there, if you like," Eckley Walker said. "Please," Houghton said. Walker nodded. "Enjoy your lunch." As they walked to the rear of the bar, the slight man turned and said, "I suppose I should warn you. I've got my boss with me." "Is there a reason for that?" "He asked me where I was going, and when I told him, he said he thought he would come along. If you don't like that, tell him." There was a door at the end of the bar room opening on a flight of stairs. At the top of the stairs was a corridor. The tall, slight man opened the door and gestured for Houghton to precede him. A trim man, his gray hair shorn in a crew cut, sat at the table. A napkin was tucked into his collar to protect his pinstriped, double-breasted blue suit from dripping butter as he attacked a steaming pile of crab and shrimp. "You look unhappy to see me, Houghton," he said. "Now I'm glad I came." "Good afternoon, General," Houghton said. "I am a little surprised, sir." "Consider your hand shaken, Captain," said Brigadier General Horace W.T. Forrest, Assistant Chief of Staff G2, Intelligence, USMC. "My fingers are dirty." "Thank you, sir," Houghton said. "I could tell you I came here because this is the best seafood on the East Coast, but that would be a lie. What the hell are you up to, Houghton?" "I'm acting for the secretary, sir," Houghton said. "Clever fellow that I am, I already had that figured out," General Forrest said. "But the question was, what the hell are you up to?" There was a knock at the door, and the waiter appeared with a battered oblong tray holding what looked like 24 oysters. "Why don't you order while he's here?" General Forrest said. "Then we can talk without being disturbed every 2 minutes." "Can I get a lobster?" Houghton asked. The waiter nodded. "A cup of clam chowder and a lobster then, please," Houghton said. "Twice," the slight man said. He was Lieutenant Colonel F.L. Rickaby, USMC. Rickaby was carried on the organizational chart of Headquarters USMC as being assigned to the office of Congressional Liaison. That had absolutely nothing to do with what he really did. "And to drink, a bottle of wine?" the waiter asked. "I don't want a whole bottle," Houghton said. "We'll help you, Houghton," General Forrest said. "Yes, please, a dry wine." "And a lobster for you too, sir?" General Forrest looked at the shrimp and oysters before him. "What the hell? Why not? I just won't eat again for the next couple of weeks. But hold the clam chowder." The waiter left. "You were saying, Houghton?" General Forrest said the moment the door closed. Houghton hesitated just perceptibly. He had decided that Rickaby had told him the truth, which was that General Forrest had asked where he was going, and Rickaby had told him. He knew Rickaby well enough to know that while he often would do a great many things without telling General Forrest, he would not evade a question from him. And Forrest was naturally curious as to why the Secretary of the Navy's alter ego wanted to meet Rickaby in a restaurant in Baltimore rather than somewhere in Washington. That implied an unusual degree of secrecy, and that had fired his curiosity. "I have a project for Colonel Rickaby, General," Houghton said. "One which we will fund from the Secretary's confidential fund." General Forrest, who had just popped a large shrimp in his mouth, gestured for Houghton to continue. "Do you know Captain Fleming Pickering, sir?" Houghton asked. "I don't know him. I know who he is. I don't know what he's doing." "He's in Australia, sir, as the Secretary's personal liaison officer to General MacArthur."
"The admirals must love that," Forrest said dryly.
"Captain Pickering has learned from the Australians of a special force they have, coast watchers. They have arranged for people who lived on the islands in that area, plantation managers, civil servants, even some missionaries, to remain behind when the islands were lost to the Japanese."
"I've heard about that," Forrest cut him off.
"Captain Pickering feels that these people have an enormous intelligence potential," Houghton went on. "His opinion is apparently not shared by senior Navy officers in the area."
"I can understand that," Forrest said. "I mean, hell, everybody knows that if you didn't go to Annapolis, you're stupid, right?"
Houghton smiled at General Forrest, but did not rise to the challenge. "The Secretary feels that Captain Pickering is right, and that these people could be of great use to us," he said. "He is, however, understandably reluctant to intervene personally and override the officers in question."
Forrest grunted.
"What I wanted to discuss with Colonel Rickaby was the formation of a special Marine unit to establish contact with the Coast Watcher organization, see what, if anything, we can do to assist them, and ensure that their intelligence is readily available to us when we commence operations in that area. In the interests of efficiency, and considering the time element, the Secretary feels that setting up such an organization under Colonel Rickaby is the way to go."
"And with a little bit of luck, maybe the admirals won't find out what's going on, right? Until it's too late to do anything about it?"
"That's just about it, sir."
"Now drop the other shoe, Houghton," Forrest said. "You couldn't hide an operation like that from the admirals, and both you and I know it."
Did I handle that badly? Or is he that clever? You don't get to be head of Marine Corps intelligence by being dull, and it's a sure thing he and Rickaby played What's Houghton Up To for an hour as they drove over here from Washington. In addition to his liaison duties with General MacArthur's headquarters, Captain Fleming is performing other classified duties for the Secretary,
Houghton said.
"Spying on the admirals, you mean?" Forrest said. "And of course, MacArthur."
"I don't think I'd use those words, sir."
"I'll bet those are the words the admirals are using."
"If they are, sir, they're wrong," Houghton said. Forrest met his eyes. "They are?" he asked softly. "The Secretary feels that he needs a set of eyes on the scene. Expert eyes. Dispassionate. Perhaps non-parochial would be a better word. Captain Pickering has been charged with reporting to the Secretary on matters he feels will be of interest to the Secretary. If the Secretary feels that's necessary, I don't think it appropriate for me to categorize it as spying."
"You don't?"
"I think Captain Pickering's role is analogous to that of an aide-de-camp in the 19th century, or the 18th. He has no command function. All he is, as aides on horseback were, is an extra set of eyes for the commander." Captain David Houghton had originally been offended both by the way Fleming Pickering had entered the Navy, commissioned from civilian life as a captain, a rank Houghton had taken 18 years to reach, and by the role intended for him. It had taken him a long time and a lot of thought to come up with the aide-de-camp analogy, but once he had reached it, he knew it to be the truth.
"You dropped the other shoe, Houghton," General Forrest said, "but so far I haven't heard it."
"The Secretary feels that Captain Pickering can better perform his duties if he has some help," Houghton said carefully. "What I had hoped to get from Colonel Rickaby is an officer who could, covertly, provide that help in addition to his intelligence duties. With the Coast Watchers, I mean."
A junior aide-de-camp on a horse, huh?
Forrest said dryly. He looked at Colonel Rickaby. Banning, Rickaby said.
Forrest grunted.
Excuse me?
Houghton asked. We have an officer, Forrest said, who just might fit the ticket. He used to be the 4th Marines intelligence officer in Shanghai, and the Philippines, too. He went blind over there, temporarily, apparently some sort of concussion from a Japanese artillery round, and they evacuated him by submarine. He regained his sight, just made major, bright, tough officer. His name is Ed Banning.
There would be a few raised eyebrows in the Corps, Rickaby said, or in the Navy, if Banning was sent to Australia with an intelligence detachment.
You seem pretty willing to go along with Houghton, Forrest said.
I want to get in with the Coast Watchers, Rickaby said. I think that's important, and this way we get the confidential fund to pay for it. And just incidentally, you'd like to know what Pickering is reporting to the Secretary, right?
Houghton said. You're a pretty bright fellow, Houghton, General Rickaby said. Why aren't you a Marine?
Houghton laughed.
You seem rather unconcerned about the possibility that Banning would report to me what your man Pickering is up to and that I would promptly tell the Navy, General Forrest said.
I've always thought you were a pretty bright fellow yourself, General, Houghton said. Certainly, bright enough to know that would not be in your best interests.
General Forrest glared icily at Houghton for a long moment. Finally, he looked at Rickaby. You're right, Rickaby, he said. He is a Machiavellian son of a bitch. I like him.
The door banged open, and the waiter returned with an enormous tray heaped high with steaming lobsters. Chapter 10 1. Headquarters, U.S. Marine Corps Parachute School, Lakehurst Naval Air Station, Lakehurst, New Jersey, 8 April 1942. First Lieutenant R.B. Macklin, USMC, Acting Commanding Officer, USMC Parachute School, had a problem. He had been directed by TWX from Headquarters USMC to furnish by TWX the names of volunteers for a special mission. The volunteers must be enlisted men of his command who met certain criteria. He was to furnish these names within 24 hours. That special mission was officially described as immediate foreign service of undetermined length, of a classified nature, and involving extraordinary hazards. Volunteers will be advised that the risk of loss of life will be high. The criteria set forth in the TWX directed that volunteers should be at least corporals, but not higher in rank than staff sergeants, and have no physical limitations whatever. The ideal volunteer for this mission will be an unmarried sergeant with at least 3 years of service who has, in addition to demonstrated small arms and other infantry skills, experience in a special skill such as radio communications, demolitions, rubber boat handling, and parachuting. Especially desirable are volunteers with French and Japanese language fluency, oral or written. Individuals who are now performing or in the past have performed cryptographic duties are not eligible. In compliance with his orders, Lieutenant Macklin had his first sergeant gather together all the corporals, sergeants, and staff sergeants of his command in the brand-new service club, where, after warning them that the subject of the meeting was classified and was not to be discussed outside the room where they had gathered, he read them the pertinent portions of the TWX. There were 21 men present, 19 of them lined up before the first sergeant, and he wrote their names down on a lined pad on his clipboard. Viewed in one way, 19 of 21 eligibles volunteering for an undefined mission where the risk of loss of life will be high could be interpreted as one more proof that young Marine non-coms were courageous, red-blooded American patriots,
eager for an opportunity to serve their country regardless of the risk to their very lives. Viewed in another, more realistic way, Lieutenant Macklin was very much afraid that if he forwarded the names of all 19, as he had been directed, questions would be asked as to why 90% of his junior noncoms were willing to take such a chance. It suggested, at the very least, that they didn't like their present assignment and would take a hell of a chance to get out of it. And that would tend to reflect adversely on the professional reputation of First Lieutenant R.B. Macklin, USMC. And, of course, if he sent the names forward and only half of them wound up on orders, that would play havoc with the parachute training program. And if the program collapsed, that too would reflect adversely on his professional reputation. Lieutenant Macklin was very concerned with his professional reputation, especially since Colonel Neville had jumped to his death before there had been time for him to write an efficiency report on Macklin. Macklin didn't even know who was going to write his efficiency report, now that Neville was dead. But he did know that unless he handled this volunteer business the right way, he was in trouble. He flipped through the stack of service records on his desk. Every one but 2 of those ungrateful, disloyal sons of bitches volunteered. God damn them! Willing to leave me in a lurch like this, making me look like some Captain Bligh with a mutiny on his hands. The ungrateful bastards! After all I've done for them. He wondered who the 2 loyal Marines were. He compared the names of the volunteers against the roster. Staff Sergeant James P. Cummings, the mess sergeant, was one of those who had not volunteered. Cummings was in his middle 30s, a career Marine, married and with a flock of kids. Nor had Corporal Stephen M. Koffler. He was the little son of a bitch who went AWOL and then turned out to be the first one to reach Colonel Neville's body on the day that it happened. And then he had been painted as some sort of hero and given an unjustified promotion to corporal just because he happened to be next out of the airplane when the colonel jumped to his death. He was practically useless around here, too. The first sergeant had him driving a truck. Christ, you just know that the one son of a bitch you would like to get rid of would be the only one that doesn't want to go. Lieutenant R.B. Macklin, USMC, tapped his pencil absently against his white china coffee cup as he thought the problem through. The basic question, he thought, is what is best for the Corps. Well, it's probably true that whatever these volunteers are needed for is important. I don't know that. What I do know is that parachutists are the wave of the future and, ergo, that the parachute school is very important, perhaps even critical for future Marine operations in the Pacific and elsewhere. It follows logically from that if I lose all, many, or even any of my middle-ranking non-commissioned officers to whatever it is they have volunteered for, I am setting parachute training back for however long it would take to train their replacements. I don't think I have the right to do that to the Marine Corps. I do know that Corporal Stephen M. Koffler is not needed around here. Truck drivers are a dime a dozen. First Lieutenant R.B. Macklin made his decision. "First Sergeant," he called. 2. First Sergeant George J. Hammersmith, having determined that Corporal Koffler had not been given a pass and that he was not in his barracks, looked for him first in the slop chute and finally located him in the service club. The service club was a new building that had been put up in a remarkably short time, not far from the huge dirigible hangar. It was a large building, 2 stories tall in the center, and with 1-floor wings on either side. It had been furnished with upholstered chairs and couches, tables, magazine racks, and pool and ping-pong tables. Somewhere down the pike there was supposed to be a snack bar and a small stage for USO shows and for a band. for dances. With the exception of Corporal Koffler and two hostesses in gray uniforms, it was now empty. Lieutenant Macklin thought that parachutist trainees had more important things to do in their off-duty hours than loll around on their asses, and had placed the service club off-limits to trainees except on weekends. The permanent party did not patronize the club very much. There was a club with hard liquor for non-commissioned officers and a slop shoot, beer only, for corporals and down. Furthermore, the permanent party was well aware that the first sergeant and other senior non-coms held the belief that only candy asses would go someplace where you couldn't get anything to drink or do anything more than smile at the hostesses. Corporal Koffler was sitting in an upholstered armchair, a can of peanuts at his side, reading the Newark Evening News, on which there was a banner headline, "Bataan Falls. Wainwright's forces withdraw to Fortress Corregidor." That news had been on the radio all day, and it had bothered George Hammersmith. He had a lot of buddies with the 4th Marines, and the last he'd heard, they'd taken a real whipping, and he'd done his time in the Far East. There was no way that Corregidor could hold out for long. The fortress had been built on an island in Manila Bay to protect Manila, and Manila was already in the hands of the Japanese. That little shit probably doesn't have the faintest fucking idea where the Philippines are, much less Corregidor. Son of a bitch probably never even looked at the front page, just turned right to Blondie and Dagwood in the comics section. First Sergeant Hammersmith restrained a surprisingly strong urge to knock the paper out of Koffler's hands, but at the last moment he just put his fingers on it and jerked it to get Koffler's attention. "Jesus!" Koffler said. He was, Hammersmith saw, surprised, but not afraid. So far as he knew, there was nothing wrong with Koffler except that Macklin had a hard-on for him. He had never explained why, and Hammersmith had never asked. "Got a minute, Koffler?" "Sure." "You was at the formation when they asked for volunteers, wasn't you?" "I was there." "I was sort of wondering why you didn't volunteer." "Because I'm not a fucking fool, that's why," he thought. "Volunteers will be advised that the risk of loss of life will be high. I learned my lesson about volunteering when I volunteered for jump duty. So I didn't volunteer for whatever the fuck this new thing is." "I didn't think I was qualified," Steve said. "Why not?" "They want people with special skills. I don't have any. I don't speak Japanese or French or anything." "You're a Marine parachutist," Hammersmith said. "I just made corporal," Steve said. "I ain't been in a car a year." "You're yellow, is that it?" "I'm not yellow." "You didn't volunteer." "That don't mean I'm yellow. That just means I don't want to volunteer." "What's Lieutenant Macklin got on you?" "I don't know." "He doesn't like you." "Maybe because they promoted me." "Maybe. But I do know he doesn't like you. He thinks you're a worthless shit." "I didn't know that." "I don't like you either," Hammersmith said. "You're supposed to be a Marine, and you're yellow." "I'm not yellow." "You were given a chance to volunteer for an important assignment, and you didn't. In my book, that makes you yellow." "They said volunteer." "And you didn't." "What do you want from me, Sergeant?" "I don't want anything from you." "Then I don't understand what this is all about." "Just a little chat between Marines," First Sergeant Hammersmith said, "is all." "You want me to volunteer. That's what this is all about." "If I made you volunteer, then you wouldn't be a volunteer, would you?" Hammersmith asked. "Don't do nothing you don't want to do. But you know what I would do if I was you?" "No." "If I was in an outfit where my company commander thought I was a worthless shit, and my first sergeant thought I was yellow, I would start thinking about finding myself a new home." 3. San Diego, California, 17 April 1942. Major Edward J. Banning, USMC, arrived in San Diego carrying all of his worldly possessions in 2 canvas valve packs. That fact, that he had with him all he owned, had occurred to him on the Lark, the train on which he had made the last leg of his trip from Los Angeles. He had flown from Washington to Los Angeles. He had once had a good many personal possessions, ranging from books and phonograph records to furniture, dress uniform, civilian clothing, a brand new Pontiac automobile, and a wife. Of all the things he had owned in Shanghai 6 months before, only one was left, a model 1911 A1 Colt .45 pistol, and that, technically, was the property of the U.S. government. The 4th Marines were now on Corregidor. Banning sometimes mused wryly that in one of the lateral tunnels off the main Malinta tunnel under the rock, there was probably, in some filing cabinet, an official record that the pistol had been issued to him and never turned in. The record, if not Major Ed Banning or the 4th Marines, would more than likely survive the war, and his estate would receive a form letter from the Marine Corps demanding payment. His household goods had been stored in a go-down in Shanghai for later shipment. It was entirely credible to think that some Japanese officer was now occupying his apartment, sitting on his chairs, eating supper off his plates on his carved teak table, listening to his Benny Goodman records on his phonograph, and riding around Shanghai in his Pontiac. He did not like to think about Mrs. Edward J. Ludmilla Banning. Milla was a white Russian, a refugee from the Bolshevik Revolution. He had gone to Milla for Japanese and Russian language instruction, taken her as his mistress, and fallen in love with her. He had married her just before he flew out of Shanghai with the advance party when the 4th Marines were ordered to the Philippines. There were a number of scenarios about what had happened to Milla after the Japanese came to Shanghai, and none of them were pleasant. They ranged from her being shot out of hand to being placed in a brothel for Japanese enlisted men. It was also possible that Milla, who was a truly beautiful woman, might have elected to survive the Japanese occupation by becoming the mistress of a Japanese officer. Practically speaking, that would be a better thing for Milla than getting herself shot or becoming a Seminole sewer in a Japanese Army comfort house. Ed Banning believed in God, but he rarely prayed to him. Yet he prayed often and passionately that God would take mercy on Milla. He was profoundly ashamed that he could no longer remember the details of Milla's face, the color of her eyes, the softness of her skin. She was fading away in his mind's eye. Very likely this was because he had taken another woman into his bed and, for as long as the affair had lasted, into his life. He was profoundly ashamed about that, too. No matter how hard he tried to rationalize it away, in the end, it was a betrayal of the vow he had made in the Anglican cathedral in Shanghai to cleave himself only to Milla until death should them part. He had met Carolyn Spencer Howell in the New York Public Library. He had been sent to the Navy Hospital in Brooklyn, ostensibly for a detailed medical examination relating to his lost and then recovered sight, but he was actually there for a psychiatric examination. During his time in Brooklyn, he was free, indeed encouraged, to get off the base and go into Manhattan. There had also been strong hints that female companionship wouldn't hurt either. Carolyn was a librarian at the big public library on 42nd Street in Manhattan. He went to her to ask for copies of the Shanghai Post, covering the months between the time he had left Milla in Shanghai and the start of the war. He also wanted whatever she had on Nansen passports. As a stateless person, Milla had been issued what was known as a Nansen passport. He had a faint, desperate hope that perhaps the Japanese would recognize it and that she could leave Shanghai somehow for a neutral country. Because Banning had given her all the cash he could lay his hands on, just over $3,000, Milla didn't lack for the resources she'd need to get away. Would that do her any good? Probably not, he realized in his darkest moments. He did not set out to pursue Carolyn as a romantic conquest. It just happened. Carolyn was a tall, graceful divorcee. Her husband of 15 years, whom Banning now thought of as a colossal fool, had, as she put it, turned her in for a later model without wrinkles. They met outside the library in a small restaurant on 43rd Street, where he'd gone for lunch, and they wound up in her bed in her apartment. Banning and Carolyn were very good in bed together, and not only because being there ended long periods of celibacy for each of them. They both had a lot of important things they needed to share with someone who was sensitive enough to listen and understand. He told her about Milla, for instance, and she told him about her fool of a husband. It was nice while it lasted, but now it was over. He could see in her eyes that she knew he was lying when he said goodbye to her and told her he would write. And she actually seemed to understand, which made him feel even more like a miserable son of a bitch. Since Carolyn knew about Milla from the beginning, they managed to convince themselves for a while that they were nothing more than two sophisticated adults who enjoyed companionship with the other, in bed and out of it. They both told themselves that it was a temporary arrangement, with no possibility of a lasting emotional involvement, much less some kind of future with a vine-covered cottage by the side of the road. They thought of themselves as friends with bed privileges, and nothing more. But it became more than that. Otherwise, why would a sophisticated, mature woman be unable to keep from hugging her friend so tightly, not quite able to hold back her sobs, while a Marine major tried, not successfully, to keep his eyes from watering? The bottom line seemed to be that he was in love with two women, and he was in no position to do anything for either of them. Major Jack NMI Stecker, USMC, was waiting on the platform when Major Ed Banning threw his valve packs down from the club car. There was nothing fragile in the bags except a small, framed photograph of Carolyn Howell she had slipped into his luggage. He had found it while rooting for clean socks when the plane had been grounded for the night in St. Louis. They shook hands. "How'd you know I'd be on the train?" Banning asked. "Colonel Rickaby called and told me what plane you were on, and I knew you couldn't get a plane further than L.A., and I didn't think you would take the bus." "Well, I'm grateful. When did you put the leaf on, Major?" "Day before yesterday. I just cleared the post. You can put me on the train in the morning." "You didn't stick around because of me, I hope." "Well, sort of. I got you an office, sort of, in a Quonset hut at Camp Elliott, and I thought I should show you where it is. You've already got 8 people who reported in. I put the senior sergeant in charge and told him you would be out there in the morning." "Thank you," Banning said simply. They walked to Stecker's Ford coupe. When Stecker opened the trunk, there were 2 identical valve packs in it. There was not enough room for 2 more, so one of Banning's was put in the back seat. Stecker got behind the wheel and then handed Banning a sheet of teletype paper. "Headquarters, U.S. Marine Corps, Washington, D.C., 1345, 9 April 42. Commanding General, 2nd Joint Training Force, San Diego, California. 1. Special Detachment 14 USMC is activated 9 April 42 at Camp Elliott, California. Detachment is subordinate to Assistant Chief of Staff for Intelligence, Headquarters USMC. 2. Interim Table of Organization and Equipment established Manning Table of 1 Major, 2 Captains or Lieutenants, and 16 enlisted men. 3. Commanding General, 2nd Joint Training Force is directed to provide logistical and administrative support as required. By direction of the Commandant, Horace W.T. Forrest, Brigadier General, USMC. Stecker started the car. After Banning had read the teletype message, he said, "That came in day before yesterday. The G2 here is very curious." "I'll bet he is," Banning said. "Do I get to keep this?" "Yeah, sure." Banning looked out the window and saw they were not headed toward Camp Elliott. "Where are we going?" "Coronado Beach Hotel," Stecker said. "I figured before you begin your rigorous training program, you're entitled to one night on a soft mattress." "What training program?" "My orders are to collect these people and get them on a plane to Australia." "You just can't do that," Stecker said. "There's a program to follow. You have to draw your equipment, typewriters, field equipment, a guide-on, field stoves, organizational weapons, training films, and a projector to show them, all that sort of thing. Then you start the training program. If there's no already published training program, you have to write one and submit it for approval." Banning looked at Stecker with shock in his eyes, and then saw the mischief in Stecker's eyes. "Jack?" "Well, that's what I'm going to have to do the minute I get to New River and start to organize a battalion," he said. "And I figure that if I have to do it, you should." "You have me worried." "You are going to have to do some of that stuff. You're going to have to turn in a morning report every day, which means you will need a typewriter and somebody who knows how to use it. There's all kinds of paperwork, Ed, that you just won't be able to avoid. Payrolls, allotments, requisitions." "That never entered my mind." "That's why I brought it up," Stecker said. "Maybe one of the people you've recruited can handle the paperwork, but just in case, I had a word with the G1 about getting you a volunteer who can do it for you." "Jesus," Banning said. "The Marine Corps, Major," Jack Stecker said solemnly, "floats upon a sea of paper." "I'd forgotten." "Your Manning chart calls for 2 company-grade officers," Stecker said. "You got them?" "No. I asked for McCoy, and not only because he speaks Japanese, but I got turned down flat." "You know what McCoy is up to. That didn't surprise you, did it?" "I guess not." "I know a guy, Mustang First Lieutenant, named Howard. He doesn't speak Japanese. Before the war, he was on the rifle team. He's been seeing that the 2nd Raider Battalion got all the weapons they thought they wanted. That's about over. Good man." "How come you don't want him for your battalion?" "I do. I offered him a company." "And?" "He told me he wasn't sure he could handle it. He was at Pearl on December 7th. He panicked. He found himself a hole. Actually, a basement arms room, and stayed there. After he saw that the arms were passed out." "That doesn't sound so terrible." "He thinks it made him unfit to take a command." "You don't, I gather?" "No, and I told him so. I think he would be useful to you, Ed." "Would he volunteer?" "I don't know. All you could do is ask him, I suppose." "Where would I find him?" "You'll see him tomorrow. I told him to keep an eye on your people." "All this, and the Coronado Beach Hotel, too. Or are you pulling my leg about that, too?" "No," Stecker chuckled. "That's where we're going. Truth being stranger than fiction, I've got the keys to the Pacific and Far Eastern Shipping Company's suite there. They keep it year-round for the officers of their ships who are in port." "How the hell did you work that?" "The guy that owns the company and I were in France together. His name is Fleming Pickering, and he's a captain in the Navy Reserve." "How'd you know?" "He's the man I'm to report to in Melbourne," Banning said. "I didn't know about you and him, or that he'd been a Marine. Somehow, I don't think you were supposed to tell me that." "I'm sure I wasn't." "Then I won't ask why you did. But at least that solves the problem of where you sleep while you're out here." "You mean in the hotel?" Sure, why not? I'm sure Pickering would want me to give you the keys. And, speaking of keys, I'm going to leave you the Ford, too.
I don't understand that.
Well, cars are getting harder and harder to come by. They've stopped making them, and people are buying up all the good used cars. I figure that I'll be out here again, or my boy will, or else friends who need wheels. So why sell it? I've got 2 cars on the East Coast.
Jesus, Jack. I don't know.
I've already arranged to park it in the hotel garage. Just leave the keys with the manager when you're through with it.
Things are going too smoothly. A lot of that, obviously, is thanks to you. But I always worry when that happens.
You know what the distilled essence of my Marine Corps experience is? Stecker said.
No.
Banning chuckled. You don't have to practice being uncomfortable. When it's time for you to be uncomfortable, the Corps will arrange for it, in spades. In the meantime, live as well as you can. I'm surprised you didn't learn that from McCoy. Stecker pulled up in front of the Coronado Beach Hotel. Here we are, he said. Of course, if you'd rather, I can still drive you out to Elliott, and the car will give you an iron bunk and a thin mattress and a Quonset hut.
This will do very nicely, Major Stecker.
Thank you very much. My pleasure, Major Banning.
4. Headquarters Motor Pool, 2nd Joint Training Force, Camp Elliott, California, 18 April 1942. When First Lieutenant Joseph L. Howard, USMCR, walked up to the small shack that housed the motor pool dispatcher, he gave in to the temptation to add a little excitement to the lives of the dispatcher and the motor sergeant. Both of them, he saw, were engrossed in the San Diego Times. He squatted and carefully tugged loose from the ground a large weed and its dirt-encrusted root structure. Then he spun it around several times to pick up speed and let it fly. It rose high in the air. "Good morning," Lieutenant Howard said loudly, marching up to the dispatch shack. The weed reached the apogee of its trajectory and then began its descent. The motor sergeant looked up from his newspaper and got to his feet. "Good morning, sir," he said. A second before, the weed struck somewhere near the center of the tin roof of the dispatch shack. There was a booming noise, as if an out-of-tune bass drum had been struck. "Holy fucking Christ!" the motor sergeant said. "What the fuck was that?" "Excuse me," Lieutenant Howard said. "Were you speaking to me, Sergeant?" The motor sergeant, still wholly confused, looked at Lieutenant Howard suspiciously. "If the chaplain," Joe Howard said, still straight-faced, "heard a fine non-commissioned officer such as yourself using such language, Sergeant, he would be very disappointed." The sergeant's wits returned. "What the fuck did you do, Lieutenant?" he asked. "You scared the shit out of me." "You're not really suggesting that an officer and gentleman such as myself would do anything to disturb your peace and quiet, are you, Sergeant?" "No, sir. I'm sure the lieutenant wouldn't do nothing like that," the motor sergeant said. "But I used to know a wise-ass armorer corporal at Quantico who had a sick sense of humor." Howard laughed. "Les, you look like you were coming out of your skin. You shouldn't do things like that to an old man like me." "I'm trying to keep you young, Les." "Christ, you got a letter," the motor sergeant said. "Huh?" "Mail clerk brought it over," the motor sergeant said. "He called over here yesterday looking for you. Said the letter had been there 3 days. I told him you would be here this morning. Wait till I get it." He rooted in a drawer and came out with a small envelope and handed it to Howard. There was no stamp on the envelope, just a signature. As a member of the Armed Forces of the United States serving overseas, the sender was given the franking privilege. Howard's heart jumped when he saw the return address. He tore the envelope open and resisted the temptation to sniff the stationery. He thought he detected a faint odor of perfume.
He was afraid to read the letter. He hadn't heard from Barbara since she had sailed, and was beginning to wonder if he ever would. His fear grew when he saw how short the letter was and how it began. Special Navy Medical Unit, Fleet Post Office 8203, San Francisco, California.
My dearest Joe, well, here I am. I can't tell you where. We have been told that, because we are officers and can be trusted not to write home things that would interest the enemy, our mail will not be censored. It will be, however, subject to random scrutiny. What that means, I think, is that the senior nurses here will open outgoing letters they think will be interesting in terms of intimacy. Consequently, I will not write the things I would like to write. I don't consider what we have to be a spectator sport, and I don't want a bunch of dried-up old maids giggling over my correspondence. On the way over here, I had a lot of time to think about us, and you are constantly in my thoughts here, somewhere in the South Pacific. There is not much for us to do except prepare for what we all know is going to happen. I have carefully considered what happened between us, and I've given a lot of thought to our different backgrounds. I am fully aware that the both of us behaved very foolishly, and that any marriage counselor worthy of hanging out his shingle would have to conclude that the odds against us getting married in the first place, much less making a success of it, are very long indeed. Having said that, I have concluded that meeting you was the best thing that's happened to me in my life. Until you, I really had no idea what being a woman really meant. I will not be alive until I feel your arms around me again. I love you. Today, tomorrow, forever. May God protect you, Barbara. P.S. Picture enclosed, so you don't forget what I look like.
Joe Howard had trouble focusing his eyes on Barbara's picture. They seemed to be full of tears. He put the letter back into its envelope and carefully put it into his pocket.
Thanks very much, Les, he said.
Ah, hell, Lieutenant, the motor sergeant said. Then he raised his voice, and the tenor changed. Well, get off your ass, asshole, he said to the dispatcher, and go get the lieutenant's truck. 5. Headquarters, Special Detachment 14, Camp Elliott, California, 18 April 1942. The Quonset hut was so called because it had been invented at the Quonset Point Naval Station. It was originally envisioned as an easy-to-erect shelter, sort of a portable warehouse, not as barracks. The huts were built out of curved sheets of corrugated steel, which formed the sides and roof in a half circle, and there was a wooden floor, the framework of which visibly traced its design to forklift pallets. When they were to be transported, the curved sheets of corrugated steel could be nestled together. Then they, and the framework which supported them, could be steel-banded together on top of the plywood floor and its underpinning. So packed, they took up little cubic footage and could be erected quickly at their destination by unskilled labor using simple tools. Quonset huts had sprouted like mushrooms over the rolling hills of Camp Elliott. Many of these have been put to use as barracks in lieu of tents, until adequate barracks could be erected. Major Edward J. Banning followed Major Jack N.M.I. Stecker up to one of them and stepped through the door behind him in time to hear someone call, "Den hut!" The hut was furnished with 2 folding metal chairs, 2 small folding wooden tables, on one of which sat a U.S. Army field desk and a telephone. There were 8 Marines in the 40-foot-long room. They were now all standing erect at attention, but most of them, obviously, had a moment earlier been sprawled on mattresses on the floor. Their duffel bags, some of them open, were scattered around the floor. Their stacked .03 Springfield rifles were at the far end of the room. Banning wondered idly why Jack Stecker didn't put them at rest, and then he belatedly realized that Jack was deferring to him as the commanding officer. "At ease?" Banning said. He smiled. "My name is Banning. I have the honor to command this splendid, if brand new, military organization." There were a couple of chuckles, but most of them looked at him warily. That was understandable. Reporting aboard an ordinary rifle company was bad enough. The unknown is always frightening, and you naturally wonder what the new company commander and first sergeant will be like, how you will be treated, where you will be going, and what you will be doing. Reporting in here posed all those questions, plus those raised by the words classified, involving extraordinary hazards, and the risk of loss of life will be high. And there wasn't much he could do to put their minds at rest. This was one of those, in Banning's judgment rare, situations where the necessity for secrecy was quite clear. It was even possible that the Japanese didn't know of the very existence of the Coast Watchers. Sometimes, not often, the Japanese were quite stupid about things like that. This might be one of them. If the Japanese did not yet know about the Coast Watchers, then every effort, clearly, should be made to keep them from finding out as long as possible. They inevitably would, of course. When that happened, the less they learned, the better. All I can do is try to get these people to trust me. I can't even tell them where we're going, much less what we're going to be doing until we're on the ship. Or maybe not even then. Not until we get to Australia. If we go over there in a troop ship, I can't afford to have everybody else on the ship talking, and talk they would, about that strange little detachment with the strange mission. Banning had long ago learned that enlisted Marines trust their officers on a few occasions only. First, when the officer knows more about what's expected of them than they do. Second, when he will not ask them to do something he will not do himself. And third, perhaps most important, when he is genuinely concerned with their welfare. There were 2 staff sergeants, 5 buck sergeants, and a corporal. Banning went to each man in turn and shook his hand. He asked each man his name, what he had been doing up to now in the Corps, and where he was from. "Who's senior?" Banning asked after he had met them all. One of the staff sergeants took a step forward. "Richardson, right?" "Yes, sir." "Well, for the time being, Sergeant, you'll act as first sergeant. Your first orders are to get some bunks and bedding to go with those mattresses." Staff Sergeant Richardson looked uncomfortable. "Problem with that, Sergeant?" "Sir, the warehouse is a hell of a ways from here, and we don't have any motor transport." "You seem to have managed to draw mattresses and get them here without transport," Banning said. That made Sergeant Richardson look even more uncomfortable. Banning glanced at Major Stecker, whose eyes looked mischievous again, and then Banning understood. Somewhere on the post, much closer than the issue point for bedding, another Marine Corps unit was dealing with the problem of 8 missing mattresses. That was clearly theft, or at least unauthorized diversion of government property, in either case a manifestation of a lack of discipline. On the other hand, getting mattresses to sleep on when the Corps didn't provide any could be considered a manifestation of initiative, which was a desirable military quality. "Well, I'll look into the problem of transportation, Sergeant. What I would like to do right now is have a look at everybody's service record, and then I'd like to talk to you one at a time." "Yes, sir," Staff Sergeant Richardson said, visibly relieved that the subject of the source of the mattresses seemed to have been passed over. "Sergeant, has Lieutenant Howard been over here today?" Jack Stecker asked. "Yes, sir. He was here about 0600 to make sure we were going to get breakfast. He said he would be back." He raised his wrist to look at his watch. "About now, sir. He said he would be back before you got here, sir." As if on cue, there came the sound of tires crunching and an engine dying. A moment later, Lieutenant Joe Howard came through the door. "Good morning, sir," he said to Stecker. "Sorry to be late. I had little trouble getting wheels from the motor officer." "Major Banning," Stecker said. "This is Lieutenant Joe Howard." "How do you do, sir?" Howard said. Banning liked what he saw. Like others before him, he thought that Joe Howard looked like everything a clean-cut, red-blooded, physically fit young Marine officer should look like. And then he remembered what Jack Stecker had said about Howard having found, and stayed in, a safe hole during the attack at Pearl Harbor. "I'm in no position to be self-righteous about that. When the Jap barrages began, I would have swapped my soul for a safe hole to hide in." "I'm happy to meet you, Howard," Banning said, putting out his hand and raising his voice just enough to make sure everyone in the hut heard him. "Major Stecker speaks very highly of you. I've known him a long time, and he doesn't often do that." Lieutenant Howard looked as uncomfortable as Staff Sergeant Richardson had a moment before. "I've got to get out of here," Stecker said. "I can't miss that plane. Howard can drive me." He put out his hand to Banning. "Good luck, Ed. Send a postcard." "Take care of yourself," Banning said. "Say hello to Ellie." "I will," Stecker said, and then turned to the men watching curiously. "Listen up," he said. "You guys have fallen in the you-know-what and come up smelling like roses. Major Banning is one hell of a Marine. He probably wouldn't tell you, so I will. He's already been in this war, wounded and evacuated from the 4th Marines in the Philippines. Before that, he was with the 4th Marines in China. When he tells you something, it's not coming out of a book, it's from experience. So pay attention and do what he says, and you'll probably come out of what you're going to do alive. Good luck. Semper Fi." And then, without looking at Banning again, Stecker quickly walked out of the Quonset hut. Banning found himself alone with his new command. They were now looking at him almost with fascination. That was a hell of a nice thing for Jack Stecker to do, Banning thought. "Well, Sergeant Richardson," he said, "now that we have wheels, we can get bedding. Take half the men and the truck and go get it." "Aye, aye, sir." "And when you've finished, take the mattresses here back where you got them." "Aye, aye, sir." "Try not to get caught," Banning said. "Yes, sir." "I want to talk to each of you alone," Banning said, after Richardson and the men he took were gone. "I'll start with you, Sergeant. The rest of you wait outside." The first man, the other staff sergeant, a 30-year-old named Hazelton, was a disappointment. By the time he finished talking with him, Banning was sure he had volunteered for a mission where the risk of loss of life will be high because he was unwelcome where he was. That he had, in other words, been volunteered by his first sergeant or company commander. For all of his last hitch before the war, he had been the assistant NCO club manager at Quantico. Rather obviously, he had been swept out of that soft berth when the brass was desperately looking for non-coms to train the swelling corps. And at 2nd Joint Training Force, where the broom had swept him, Hazelton had been found unable to cut the mustard. When the TWX soliciting volunteers had arrived, his company commander had decided it was a good and easy way to get rid of him. Banning was not surprised. That was the way things went. No company commander wanted to lose his best men. Lieutenant Colonel W.E.B had warned Banning that was going to happen, and he had made provision to deal with it. The staff sergeant's name would be TWX'd to W.E.B, and shortly afterward there would be a TWX from Headquarters USMC transferring the staff sergeant out of Special Detachment 14. Banning wondered how many of the others would be like the staff sergeant. With one exception, however, none were. To Banning's surprise, the others were just what he had hoped to get. They were bright, in some cases very bright, young non-coms who were either looking for excitement or a chance for rapid promotion, or both. Unfortunately, none of them spoke Japanese, although 4 of them had apparently managed to utter enough Japanese-sounding noises to convince their first sergeants that they did. That wasn't surprising either. Japanese linguists were in very short supply. Officers who had them would fight losing them as hard as possible. Nevertheless, Rickaby had promised to pry loose as many as he could, maybe 4, and send them directly to Melbourne. The last man Banning interviewed, the only corporal who had so far arrived, was the second disappointment. Corporal Stephen Koffler had come to Special Detachment 14 from the Marine Corps Parachute School at Lakehurst Naval Air Station. It didn't take more than a couple of minutes for Banning to extract from him the admission that he had been volunteered. The kid's first sergeant had made what could kindly be called a pointed suggestion that he volunteer. "Why do you think he did that, Koffler?"
"I don't know, sir. So far as I know, I didn't do nothing wrong. But right from the first, Lieutenant Macklin seemed to have it in for me."
"What was that name? Who had it in for you?"
"Lieutenant Macklin, sir."
"Tall, thin officer, an Annapolis graduate?"
"Yes, sir. Lieutenant W.E.B. Macklin. He told us he went to Annapolis, and he said that he had learned about the Japs from when he was in China."
"I'll be damned. So that's where that son of a bitch wound up. Doesn't sound like him. You could hurt yourself jumping out of airplanes. But maybe that pimple on the ass of the Corps was volunteered for parachute duty by somebody else who found out what a despicable prick he is and hoped his parachute wouldn't open." "I believe I know the gentleman," Banning said. "Tell me, Koffler, what were you doing at the parachute school? Some kind of an instructor?" Even if this kid is no Corporal Killer McCoy, if he's rubbed Macklin the wrong way, he probably has a number of splendid traits of character I just haven't noticed so far. The enemies of my enemies are my friends.
"No, sir, they had me driving a truck."
"I don't suppose you can type, can you, Koffler?" There was a discernible pause before Corporal Koffler reluctantly said,
"Yes, sir, I can type."
"You sound like you're ashamed of it."
"Sir, I don't want to be a fucking clerk typist."
"Corporal Koffler," Banning said sternly, suppressing a smile, "in case you haven't heard this before, the Marine Corps is not at all interested in what you would like or not like to do. Where did you learn to type?" That question obviously made Corporal Koffler just as uncomfortable as he'd been when he was asked if he could type at all. "Where did you learn to type, Corporal? More important, how fast a typist are you?"
"About 40 words a minute, sir," Koffler said. "I got a book out of the library."
"A typing book, you mean? You taught yourself to type?"
"Yes, sir."
"Why?"
"I needed to know how to type to pass the FCC exam. You have to copy 20 words a minute to get your ticket, and I couldn't write that fast."
"You're a radio operator?" Banning asked, pleased.
"No, sir. I'm a draftsman."
"A draftsman?" Banning asked, confused.
"Yes, sir. That's why I volunteered for parachuting."
"Excuse me?"
"Sir, they wanted to keep me at Paris Island as a draftsman, painting signs. The only way I could get out of it was to volunteer for parachute training."
"In other words, Corporal Koffler," Banning said, now keeping a straight face only with a massive effort, "it could be fairly said that you concealed your skill as a radio operator from the personnel people."
"I didn't conceal it, sir," Koffler said. "They didn't ask me, and I didn't tell them."
"And then, since the personnel people were unaware of your very valuable skill as a radio operator, they elected to classify you as a draftsman?"
"That's about it, sir."
And then you volunteered for the Paramarines because you didn't want to be a draftsman. And then you volunteered for the 14th Special Detachment because you didn't want to be a Paramarine? Koffler looked stricken.
It wasn't exactly that way, sir.
Then you tell me exactly how it was. There was a knock at the door of the Quonset hut. Come, Banning said, and Lieutenant Joe Howard entered the hut.
Major Stecker got off all right, sir. I've got the keys to his car for you.
Stick around, Lieutenant. I'll be with you in a minute, Banning said. Corporal Koffler and I are just about finished. Go on, Corporal.
I don't know what to say, sir,
Steve Koffler said unhappily. Banning glowered at him for a moment. I will spell it out for you, Koffler. This is the end of the line for you. There's no place else you can volunteer for, so you can get out of doing things you don't like to do. From here on in, you are going to do what the Marine Corps wants you to do. You are herewith appointed the detachment clerk of the 14th Special Detachment U.S. Marine Corps. And if there are any signs to be painted around here, you will paint them. Am I getting through to you?
Yes, sir.
Any questions?
No, sir.
Then report to Sergeant Richardson. Tell him I have appointed you detachment clerk and tell him I said he should see about getting you a typewriter. You understand all that?
Yes, sir.
I don't want to hear that you are even thinking of volunteering for anything else, Koffler.
No, sir.
That will be all, Corporal, Banning said solemnly.
Aye, aye, sir. Thank you, sir,
Steve Koffler said, did an about-face and marched to the door of the hut. When the door had closed, Banning pushed himself back on the legs of his folding chair and laughed. Oh, God, he said finally.
What was that all about, sir?
Howard asked, smiling. I'd forgotten what fun it is sometimes to be a unit commander, Banning said. That's a good kid, but my God, how wet behind the ears. Anyway, I need a clerk and he can type. He can also paint signs. The square peg in the square hole.
He really isn't what you think of when somebody says Paramarine Corporal, is he?
Until I started talking to him and somebody said corporal, I usually thought of one I had in the 4th. I used to send him snooping around the Japanese for weeks at a time and never thought a thing about it. I'm not sure that kid could be trusted to go downtown in Diego and get back by himself.
He might surprise you, sir. He is wearing parachutist swings. He had the balls to jump out of an airplane. I'm not sure I would.
Banning's smile vanished as he looked at Howard. Talking about balls, Lieutenant, the 14th Special Detachment is accepting company-grade volunteers.
Are you asking me to volunteer, sir?
No, I'm just telling you I need a couple of lieutenants. Whether you would care to volunteer is up to you.
Sir, there's something about me I don't think you know,
Joe Howard said. Major Stecker told me all about that. We're old friends, and we both think you're wrong about what happened at Pearl Harbor.
Sir, with respect, you weren't there.
For Christ's sake, Howard, anybody with the brains to pour piss out of his boots gets scared when shells start falling, or sick to his stomach when he sees somebody blown up, torn up, whatever. What the hell made you think you would be different?
Sir,
you have two options, Lieutenant. Of your own free will, you volunteer for this outfit, or a week from now, you'll report to New River, North Carolina, where you'll be given a company in the 2nd Battalion, 5th Marines. Howard's face worked for a moment. He did not need Banning to remind him of his options. He had been thinking of them carefully. And since getting Barbara's letter this morning, he had been thinking of little else.
Actually, sir, there's a third option. Colonel Carlson said he would like to have me in the 2nd Raider Battalion.
That's right. You've been working with them, haven't you? You tell Colonel Carlson about this low opinion you have of yourself?
Yes, sir.
I told him about what happened to me at Pearl. And he still wants you?
Yes, sir. He said just about the same thing that you and Major Stecker said, sir. Well, make up your mind, Howard. If you don't want in here, I've got to find somebody else. Sir, I'd like to go with you, if that would be all right. But I've already told Colonel Carlson I'd volunteer for the Raiders. Don't worry about that. I'll handle Colonel Carlson. You're in. Your first job is to teach our new detachment clerk to fill out the appropriate forms to send a TWX to Washington. As soon as he knows how, send one. Here's the address. The message is to transfer Staff Sergeant Hazelton out and you in. Aye, aye, sir. You may first have to get Corporal Koffler a typewriter, Banning said. Yes, sir, I thought about that. I know where I can get one. Actually, two. An Office Underwood and a Royal Portable. And some other stuff we're going to need. Aren't they going to miss you where you're working? No, sir. Major Stecker arranged with 2nd Training Force for me to work for you for a week. By the time the week is over, I suppose I'll have orders transferring me here. Did Major Stecker tell you what they're going to have us doing? No, sir. I don't think he knows. I'd like to tell you, but I don't think I'd better until we get you officially transferred. I understand, sir. We won't be able to tell the men what we're going to do, or even where we're going until we get there. That may be a problem. There was no question in Howard's mind where they were going. They were going to the Pacific. Anywhere in the Pacific would be closer to Barbara than New River, North Carolina. I understand, sir. Okay, Howard. Go get our new detachment clerk a typewriter. As a wise old Marine once told me, the Marine Corps floats on a sea of paper. Aye, sir. 6. Top secret. Eyes only, the Secretary of the Navy. Duplication forbidden. Original to be destroyed after encryption and transmittal to Sec Navy. Melbourne, Australia. Tuesday, 21 April 1942. Dear Frank, I suspect that you have been expecting more frequent reports than you have been getting. This is my second, and it was exactly a month ago that I sent the first. So, feeling much like a boy at boarding school explaining why his essay has not been turned in when expected, let me offer the following in extenuation. Your radio of 1 April, in addition to relieving me of my enormous concern that I was not providing what you hoped to get, also told me that it is going to take 7 to 9 days for these reports to reach you, if they have to travel from here to Hawaii by sea for encryption and radio transmission from there. I see no solution to shortening this time frame, other than hoping that some sort of scheduled air courier service between here and Pearl Harbor will be established. Encryption here for radio transmission via either Navy or McKay's facilities would mean using their codes and cryptographers, and the problems with that are self-evident. The only way I see to do it is the way I am preparing this report, all at once, to be turned over to an officer bound for Pearl. This one is being given to Lieutenant Colonel H.B. Newcomb, U.S. Army Air Corps, who has been here visiting General Brett and is returning to the United States. He is flying as far as Pearl on a converted B-17A Brett has placed in the service as a long-range transport. Let me go off tangentially on that. The service range of the newer B-17s is 925 miles. That is to say, they can strike a target 925 miles from their base and return to their takeoff field. That limitation is going to have a serious effect on their employment here, where there are few targets within a 925-mile range of our bases. The B-17A on which this will travel has had auxiliary fuel tanks installed. These significantly add to its range, but eliminate its bomb-carrying capacity. This one, which everyone calls the Swoos, never even had a tail turret, and it was built up from parts salvaged off the B-17s lost in the early assaults on the Philippines.
The Air Corps phrase for this is cannibalization, and it applies to much that we are doing here. In addition to the difficulty of transmission, the week to 9-day transmission time seems to me to render useless any early warning value my reports might have. By the time my reports reach Washington, you will have already learned through other channels most of what I have to say. So what these letters are going to be, essentially, are after-action reports, narrating what has happened here from my perspective, together with what few thoughts I feel comfortable offering about the future. McKay and his wife and son are still occupying the suite immediately below this one in the Menzies Hotel. That I am upstairs doesn't seem to bother the Generalissimo. In fact, quite the contrary seems true. But it does greatly annoy what has become known as the Bataan Gang. That is, those people who were with him in the Philippines. I have resisted pointed suggestions from Sutherland, Huff, and several others that I vacate these premises in order to make them available to the more deserving and, of course, senior members of the McKay entourage. I have been difficult about this for two major reasons. First, being where I am, close to McKay, permits me to do what I believe you want me to do. Second, giving in to the suggestion, in the case of Huff and Order, I have arranged other quarters for you, Captain Pickering, that I move out, would grant the point that I am subject to their orders. I don't think that the special representative of the Secretary of the Navy should make himself subordinate even to McKay himself, and certainly not to members of his staff. I do actually believe the above, but I must in candor tell you that I took great pleasure in telling them, especially Huff, to go to hell. I know I probably should not have taken pleasure in that, but I don't like them, and they don't like me. I'm convinced that their hostility mostly arises from McKay's growing tendency to have me around, often alone with him, and I'm sure it is constantly exacerbated by that. Huff, in particular, sees himself as St. Peter, guarding access to the throne of God. He simply cannot understand McKay waiving the rules of protocol for anyone, and especially for a civilian/sailor. I have spent a good deal of time wondering why McKay does want me around, and have come up with some possible reasons, listed below, not in order of importance. It began shortly after he was given office space for his headquarters. The Australians turned over to him a bank building at 401 Collins Street. He now occupies what was the managing director's office. The old boardroom is now the map room. There is a critical shortage of maps. I was able to help somewhat here when I learned about it. Going off tangentially again, I learned about the map shortage at dinner shortly after we arrived in Melbourne. My telephone rang, and in the best British manner, one of the Australian sergeants they gave him as orderlies announced to me, "General MacArthur's compliments, sir. The General and Mrs. MacArthur would be pleased to have you join them for dinner in half an hour." I went downstairs to the restaurant half an hour later and found the Bataan Gang and an assortment of Australians having their dinner, but not McKay. I asked one of the entourage where McKay was, and was informed that the General dines alone. When I went to the McKay apartment, I was perfectly prepared to find myself the butt of a practical joke. But I was expected. We dined en famille. In addition to McKay and his wife, there were little Arthur and his Chinese nurse governess. Dinner was small talk about people Mrs. McKay knew in Manila, Honolulu, and San Francisco. The war wasn't mentioned until after dinner. Brandy and a cigar were produced for me, and Mrs. McKay left us alone. I had the feeling, I realize how absurd this sounds, and please believe me, I gave it a lot of thought before putting it down on paper, that McKay regards me as a fellow nobleman, the visiting Duke of Pickering, so to speak. with himself, of course, as the emperor. The rules that apply to common folk, everybody around here but us, naturally do not apply to the nobility. The common folk don't get to eat, for example, with the emperor, en famille. Some of this, I'm quite sure, is because I think I am one of the few really well-off individuals he has been close to. I think Mrs. McKay told him that Pacific and Far East is privately held, and that Patricia is Andrew Foster's only child, and this has made an extraordinary impression on him. In support of that thesis, I offer this. On 6 April, the Pacific Duchess was part of the convoy that brought the 41st Infantry Division into Adelaide. McKay informed me of this by saying, "Your ship, the PD, has arrived in Adelaide." I responded that she was no longer mine, that she now belonged to the Navy. He asked me how much I had been paid for it and what the taxes were on a transaction like that. I told him. The numbers obviously fascinated him. On the other hand, most of the special treatment I am getting, I'm sure, is because I am your special representative. McKay's clever, more than clever, brilliant. He knows how useful a direct line to your ear will be. In any event, over my cigar and his cigarette, he discussed his intention to immediately return to the Philippines and how he planned to do so. In the course of the conversation, he explained how very much aware he is of the vast distances involved and of the problems that is going to pose. In that connection, he bitterly complained about the lack of maps. He is convinced that the Navy has better maps than he has, and that for petty reasons they are refusing to make them available to him. I volunteered to look into that. The next day I spoke with Admiral Leary and then with his intelligence and planning people, and it turned out that McKay was wrong about the reason he didn't have decent maps. The Navy was not being petty. The Navy doesn't have decent maps either. I was astonished to see the poor quality of the charts they had, and equally astonished to see how few charts are available, period. I don't pretend to have solved the problem, only to have made a dent in it, but I did manage to gather together charts from the various ship chandlers around, a thought that apparently did not occur to the Navy. The charts I picked up, anyhow, were superior to any the Navy had. I then went to the P&FE agent here and borrowed, on a semi-permanent basis, several of his people. They are going to all the masters of ships plying the Southwest Pacific trade, down to the smallest coaster as they make port, and they'll get them to update charts, especially for the small islands, based on the mariner's own observations. The P&FE agent here has arranged to have the updated charts printed. I offered to make them available to Admiral Leary, but he made it clear that A, he is not interested, not having come from the appropriate Navy bureaucracy they cannot be considered reliable, and that B, therefore, it is an effrontery on my part to ask that I be reimbursed for expenses incurred. McKay, on the other hand, was really grateful for the maps. I think that was the reason I was invited to go with him on March 25th, when he was invested with the Medal of Honor. His acceptance speech was brilliant. My eyes watered. And the next day, for the first time, McKay met John Curtin, the Prime Minister. Now, in case you don't know it, Curtin is so far left that he makes Roosevelt look like Louis XIV. All the same, he and McKay immediately began to act like long-lost brothers. I know for a fact, the P&FE agent here sits in the Australian Parliament, that Curtin was flatly opposed to A, abolishing the Australian Military Board, and B, transferring all of its powers to McKay. Apparently, neither W.E.B, his G2, nor our State Department explained to McKay just who Curtin is or what he'd done. Indeed, McKay seems to believe exactly the opposite, i.e., that Curtin was responsible for his being named commander-in-chief and given all the powers of the former military board. Or else Mackay was told and regally decided to ignore the implications. With a massive effort, I have obeyed your orders not to involve myself in something like this. Or, an equally credible scenario, he knows all about Curtin and his politics, and his publicly professed camaraderie and admiration for Curtin is a sham intended for public consumption to bolster the very much sagging Australian morale. The people believe, with good reason, that they are next on the Japanese schedule. Curtin has complained bitterly that Australian and New Zealand troops are off in Africa fighting for England when they are needed to defend their homeland. He consequently stands high in the public esteem, even of those who think he is a dangerous socialist. Into this situation comes MacArthur, promising to defend the Australian continent. The words he used in his Medal of Honor acceptance speech, "We shall win or we shall die. I pledge the full resources of all the mighty power of my country and all the blood of my countrymen," were reported in every newspaper and over the radio again and again. There was hope once more. And right on top of that came word of Colonel Doolittle's raid on Tokyo. From my perspective here, I think it's impossible to overestimate the importance of that raid. Militarily, Mackay told me, it will require the Japanese to pull back naval and aerial forces, as well as anti-aircraft artillery forces, to protect the homeland. Politically, it is certain to have caused havoc within the Japanese imperial staff. Their senior officers are humiliated, and it will inevitably have an effect on Japanese civilian morale. Since MacArthur, not surprising me at all, immediately concluded that the attack had been launched from an aircraft carrier, I decided that the Commander-in-Chief, Southwest Pacific, was entitled to hear other information the Japanese probably already knew. I therefore provided him with the specific details of the attack as I knew them. An hour or so later, when Willoughby came to the office and provided Mackay with what few details he had about the raid, Mackay delivered a concise lecture to him and to several others, based on what I had told him. It was, of course, obvious where he'd gotten his facts. The unfortunate result is I am now regarded as a more formidable adversary than before. But Doolittle's bombing of Tokyo, added to MacArthur's presence here and his being named Commander-in-Chief, and his, apparently, roaring friendship with Curtin, gave Australian morale a really big boost just when one was needed, and that surge of confidence would have been destroyed if Mackay had started fighting with Curtin, or even if there was any suggestion that they were not great mutual admirers, or were not in complete agreement. The more I think about it, I think this latter is the case. MacArthur understands things like this. Turning to the important question, can we hold Australia? MacArthur believes, supported to some degree by the intelligence, not much, available to us, that the following is the grand Japanese strategy. While Admiral Yamamoto is taking Midway away from us as a stepping stone to taking the Hawaiian Islands, the forces under Admiral Takeo Takagi will occupy Australia's perimeter islands, north and west of the continent. We have some pretty good intelligence that Takagi intends to put Operation Mo into execution as soon as he can. That is, the capture of Port Moresby on New Guinea. Moresby is currently manned, I should say, undermanned, by Australian militiamen with little artillery, etc. They could not resist a large-scale Japanese assault. Once Moresby falls, all the Japanese have to do is build it up somewhat and then use it as the base for an invasion across the Coral Sea to Australia. It's about 300 miles across the Coral Sea from Port Moresby to Australia. Both to repel an invasion and to prevent the Japanese from marching across Australia, Mackay has 2 divisions. The U.S. 32nd Infantry arrived at Adelaide April 15th, 1 brigade of the 6th Australian Division, and 1 or 2, depending on whom one chooses to believe, Australian divisions being returned soon from Africa. He has 62 B-17 bombers, 6 of which, including the Swoos, which carries no bombs, are airworthy. Some fighter planes have begun to arrive, but these are generally acknowledged to be inferior to the Japanese Zero. Mackay believes further that the Japanese intend to install fighter airplane bases in the Solomon Islands. We have some unconfirmed and probably unconfirmable intelligence that major fighter bases are planned for Guadalcanal, spelling, and Bougainville. Fighters on such strips could escort Japanese Betty and Zeke bombers to interdict our ships bound for Australia, cutting the pipeline. We don't have the men or materiel to go after them at either place. On top of this, we have had what Mackay feels is an unconscionable delay in reaching an inter-service agreement about who is in charge of what. I found myself wondering too, frankly, just who the hell was in charge in Washington. Mackay was not named CIC Southwest Pacific until April 18th, and even when that happened, it violated a rule of warfare even Fleming Pickering understands, that it is idiocy to split a command, which is exactly what appointing Admiral Nimitz as CIC Pacific Ocean Areas does. It means that from this point on, we have started another war. In addition to fighting the Japanese, the Army and the Navy are going to be at each other's throats. A sailor or a soldier, MacArthur or Nimitz, should have been put in charge. Somebody has to be in charge. Under these circumstances, I was not at all surprised the day Bataan fell when Mackay radioed Marshall asking for permission to return to the Philippines to fight as a guerrilla. I could hear the snickers when that radio arrived in Sodom-on-Potomac. He showed me the cable before he sent it. I told him what I thought the reaction would be. He said he understood that, but thought there was a slight chance his enemies, George Marshall, Ernie King, and the U.S. Navy, would see that he was given permission as a way to get rid of him. I think I should confess, Frank, that if he had been given permission, I think I would have gone with him. Colonel Newcomb just called from the lobby. I have to seal this up and give it to him. Respectfully, Fleming Pickering, Captain, USNR. Chapter 11. 1. The Willard Hotel, Washington, D.C., 30 April 1942. General, Congressman Emilio L. DeFranco, Democrat, 8th New Jersey Congressional District, said to Brigadier General D.G. McInerney, USMC, "I so very much appreciate your finding time for me in your busy schedule." The congressman waited expectantly for the general to notice him, but General McInerney was listening to Congressman DeFranco with only half an ear. The rest of his attention was smitten by a hard rush of curiosity. It was the group sitting 3 tables away from him in the upstairs cocktail lounge of the Willard Hotel that had caught his eye, indeed, his fascination. He had not, in fact, seen the congressman making his way across the room to him. "Marine Corps always has time for you, Congressman," General McInerney said, rising to his feet and with some effort working up a small smile. He cordially detested Congressman DeFranco, whom he had met a half-dozen times before. Doc McInerney wasn't sure that the tall, remarkably thin blonde woman at the table was really Monique Pond, the motion picture actress, but she sure as hell looked like her. A photograph of the actress wearing a silver lame dress, open damned near to her navel, hung on every other vertical surface in the military establishment. 2 other people were at the table with Miss Pond. if indeed it was Miss Pond. One was another long-legged, long-haired blonde female. McInerney wouldn't have been surprised if that one was also a star of stage, screen, and radio. She was pretty enough. He didn't recognize her, but he wasn't all that familiar with movie stars. Nor, for that matter, was he all that familiar with the upstairs cocktail lounge of the Willard Hotel. The Willard was an expensive hostelry, catering to high government officials and members of Congress, and more important, to those individuals who wished to influence government policy and congressional votes, and who did their drinking on an expense account. The word lobbyist was coined around the time of the Civil War to describe those who hung around the lobby of the Willard Hotel, waiting for congressmen whose vote they hoped to influence. Not much had changed since then. The prices in the Willard were of such magnitude that few members of the military establishment, including general officers, could afford them. McInerney came here rarely, only when, as today, there was no way he could get out of it. He had been invited for a drink by the Honorable Mr. DeFranco. It does not behoove officers of the regular Marine Corps to turn down such invitations. McInerney knew what the congressman wanted. When the invitation had come, he had checked with the Congressional Liaison Office and learned that Congressman DeFranco had been in touch with them regarding the son of one of his more important constituents. After an initial burst of patriotic fervor that had led to his enlisting in the Marine Corps, this splendid young gentleman now found that he didn't like the life of a Marine rifleman. He wanted instead to be assigned to duties that were more to his liking. Specifically, he wanted to be an aircraft mechanic. He had apparently communicated this desire to his daddy, and his father had gotten in touch with Mr. DeFranco. With all the courtesy due a congressman, the Congressional Liaison Office had in effect told the congressman to go fuck himself. At that point, Congressman DeFranco had apparently remembered meeting Brigadier General McInerney a number of times. He decided then to take his constituent's problem directly to the second senior man in Marine aviation, unofficially, socially, over a drink at the Willard. It was not the first time this sort of thing had happened to Doc McInerney, nor even the first time with the Honorable Mr. DeFranco. Getting someone's special treatment in the Corps because his father happened to know a congressman rubbed McInerney the wrong way. Congressman DeFranco sat down and started looking for a waiter. General McInerney looked again at the table where maybe Monique Pond sat with another good-looking blonde who might also be a movie star. Both ladies were with a young man about whose identity Doc McInerney had no doubts at all. His name was Charles M. Galloway, and he was a technical sergeant in the United States Marine Corps. "I'll have a dry martini with an onion," Congressman DeFranco said to a waiter. "And you, General?" "The same," McInerney said, raising his glass. He was about through with his second Jack Daniels and water. Congressman DeFranco handed General McInerney a slip of paper. On it was written the name of PFC Joseph J. Bianello, his serial number, and his unit, Company A, 5th Marines, New River, North Carolina. "What's this?" McInerney asked innocently. "He's the young man I want to talk to you about." McInerney saw that the waiter was busy at the other table. He delivered 3 fresh drinks and a small silver platter of hors d'oeuvres. "I hope you're having a good time, Galloway. When the bill comes, you'll probably faint." "Oh?" McInerney said to Congressman DeFranco. "I've known him all his life. He's really a fine young man. His father owns a trucking firm, Bianello Brothers." "Is that so?" The other blonde, the one who was not, maybe, Monique Pond, lovingly fed Technical Sergeant Galloway a bacon-wrapped oyster on a toothpick. He chewed, looked thoughtful, and then nodded his head approvingly, which obviously thrilled the blonde. "What he did was act impetuously," Congressman DeFranco said. "He's young." "How do you mean, impetuously?" "Without thinking before he leaped, so to speak. You mean he now regrets having joined the Marine Corps?
No, not at all, the congressman said firmly. The blonde who was maybe Monique Pond now fed Technical Sergeant Galloway something on a toothpick that Doc McInerney couldn't identify. Galloway chewed, made a face, and valiantly swallowed. The blonde who was maybe Monique Pond leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. Galloway drank deeply from his glass.
I'm afraid I don't understand,
Doc McInerney said.
Squirm, you bastard.
His father wants to get him out of the infantry, Congressman DeFranco said. The congressman's unexpected candor surprised McInerney. He met DeFranco's eyes.
The kid complained to Daddy, and Daddy came to you. Is that it?
The boy knows nothing about this, DeFranco said. McInerney decided he was being told the truth.
I'm glad to hear that.
The boy is 18 years old, General.
I saw some statistics last week that said the average age of enlisted men in the 1st Marine Division, the 5th Marines are part of the 1st Division, is 18.6 years, McInerney said. He won't be lonely.
Well, I asked, DeFranco said.
His father is important to you, huh?
DeFranco shrugged, acknowledging that.
Okay, I'll tell you what I'll do,
McInerney said, and then stopped abruptly. Another Marine had entered the cocktail lounge and was making his way to the table where Technical Sergeant Galloway sat with maybe Monique Pond. This one was a major. He looked familiar, but Doc McInerney could not put a name to the face. The major shook Galloway's hand, kissed maybe Monique Pond, then looked around for the waiter. When he had caught his eye, he mimed signing the check. General? Congressman DeFranco said, puzzled by McInerney's pause.
You can tell this kid's father that you talked to me, that I was difficult about special treatment, but in the end, as a special favor to you, I told you I would arrange to have him transferred into a battalion in the 5th Marines, which is commanded by a friend of mine, who happens to be one of the finest officers in the Marine Corps. That much is for the father. For you, I will add that I will do it in such a way that my friend will not learn why he is getting this boy, and will see that his records don't get flagged as someone who has congressional influence.
Congressman DeFranco looked at General McInerney carefully. I really can't ask for more than that, can I? He said finally.
No, I don't think you can,
Doc McInerney replied.
This way, everybody stays honest.
Then I'm grateful to you, General, Congressman DeFranco said, putting out his hand.
Any time, Congressman,
McInerney said, shaking it. The waiter delivered a check to the Marine Major, who scrawled his name on it and then walked out of the cocktail lounge.
What the hell is that all about?
Would you be offended if I cut this short? DeFranco said. I really have a busy schedule.
Not at all, McInerney said. So do I.
DeFranco fished money from his pocket and dropped a $10 bill on the table. Thank you again, General, he said, and walked out of the room. McInerney drained his glass and then stood up. He started to leave, but as he did, the waiter delivered the drinks Congressman DeFranco had ordered.
Let me settle up now,
he said to the waiter. The 4 drinks and a 10% tip ate up most of the congressman's $10. McInerney waved the rest of the change away, thinking,
this has to be the most expensive booze in town.
Then he picked up the fresh drink and walked to Galloway's table.
Hello, Sergeant Galloway, he said. How are you?
Galloway stood up. Good evening, sir.
Keep your seat. What brings you to town?
I've got a VIP flight back and forth to New River in the morning, sir. Miss Pond and some other people. Oh, excuse me, sir. General McInerney, this is Miss Pond and Mrs. McNamara.
So it is her. Of course. Now I know who that major is. Jake Dillon, the ex-Hollywood press agent. I met him when Colonel What's-His-Name's parachute didn't open. I thought I recognized you, Miss Pond. And, of course, you too, Mrs. McNamara. I'm very pleased to meet you.
You recognize me? Mrs. Caroline Ward McNamara asked, surprised. Have we met?
Well, aren't you an actress too? Or should I say, the actress?
No, Caroline McNamara said, laughing throatily. But thank you. I love your mistake. I'm just a friend of Charlie's. She patted Charlie's hand fondly, possessively. McInerney saw on her hand several $1,000s worth of rubies set in gold.
Galloway didn't meet this woman in the staff NCO mess at Quantico. Well, I just wanted to say hello, McInerney said. It's nice to meet you.
He walked back to his table and sat down. Less than a minute later, Galloway and the two women got up and left the lounge. McInerney followed them. They walked across the lobby and got into an elevator.
This is really none of my business, McInerney decided, only to amend that decision a moment later. Fuck it. Watching out for the welfare of his Marines is always an officer's responsibility.
He went to the desk and inquired whether Miss Monique Pond was registered in the Willard. The desk clerk took a moment to decide that a man in the uniform of a brigadier general of the United States Marine Corps was probably not a fan intent on bothering a movie star. I believe that Miss Pond is part of the party staying with Mr. Dillon, sir.
You mean Major Dillon? And the rest of the party being the other Marine and the other lady?
Yes, sir. They're in the Abraham Lincoln suite.
Thank you, McInerney said,
and walked to the house phones and asked the operator to connect him with the Abraham Lincoln suite.
Hello? Major Dillon, please?
This is Jake Dillon.
Major, this is General McInerney. I'm in the lobby, and I'd like a moment of your time.
There was a perceptible pause before Dillon asked, Would you like to come up, General?
I think it would be better if you came down. I'll wait for you in the bar, the one on the second floor.
I'll be right there, sir. A waiter did not appear to serve General McInerney until after Major Dillon walked in the room. Then one appeared almost immediately, carrying on a tray a drink McInerney knew Dillon hadn't had time to order.
They do that, Dillon said. They know what I like. Should I just let it sit there?
He had used neither of the words sir nor General, McInerney noticed.
This is not official, McInerney said. Bring me a Jack Daniels and water, please.
Dillon pushed his glass across the table to him.
Please,
he said. Help yourself.
I'll wait.
Please take it. I'm trying to be ingratiating.
Why would you want to do that?
Because I think this has to do with Charlie Galloway, not with me. He told me you had come up to him in here.
It has to do with both of you, McInerney said.
What's the problem, General?
I don't know if there is one. I am curious what one of my sergeants is doing in here, sharing an expensive suite with a movie star, a field grade officer, and a woman with rubies on her hand worth more money than he makes in a year.
She's good for him. I wouldn't be surprised if she's in love with him. She keeps him on the straight and narrow.
What about the field grade officer? McInerney said.
I thought that's what this was about, Dillon said. I didn't just come into the Corps, General. I just came back in the Corps. I know all about not crossing the line between officers and enlisted men.
And why are you crossing it?
You did say, General, that this conversation isn't official?
Not yet. I'm trying to keep Charlie Galloway out of trouble. You too, if that can be arranged.
Well, if there's going to be trouble about this, dump it on me. I invited Charlie here, and when he said that might cause trouble, I told him we'd be careful, and that if something like this happened, I'd take the rap.
What's your interest in Galloway?
I like him. We're pals.
He's a sergeant, and you're an officer.
I'm not really a major. I'm a flak, wearing a Marine uniform.
A what?
A press agent. My contribution to the war effort is getting people like Monique Pond to go to New River so she can flash her boobs at the cameramen and get the Marine Corps in the newsreels. Charlie, on the other hand, is one hell of a Marine. He told me about flying the Wildcat out to the carrier off Pearl Harbor, but instead of commanding a fighter squadron, the Corps has him flying a bunch of brass hats and feather merchants around in a VIP transport airplane. So what we have here is an officer who should be an enlisted man and a sergeant who should be an officer. So we hang around together. My idea, not his.
What you're doing, both of you, General McInerney said, is important. Why did I say that? I don't believe it.
General, I told Charlie I would take the heat if something like this came up. I really would be grateful if you let me do that.
Major Dillon,
General McInerney said, after a long moment, during which a few connections went click in his mind.
I really have no idea what you're talking about. The reason I asked to have a word with you, when I saw you come in here alone, was that I know you are in charge of the public relations activities marking the bringing of the 1st Marine Division to wartime strength at New River tomorrow. I want to know if there is anything at all, that Marine Corps Aviation can do to ensure that the ceremonies are a rousing public relations success.
Dillon's eyebrows rose thoughtfully.
I can't think of a thing, sir, he said. And to make sure there is absolutely no problem at all flying the VIPs back and forth to New River, I wanted to tell you that I have personally assigned one of our finest enlisted pilots, Technical Sergeant Galloway, to the mission. If he has not reported to you yet, I am sure he will do so momentarily. I remind you that, as an officer, you are responsible for seeing that the sergeant is properly quartered and rationed. If there are questions regarding how and where, in the necessarily extraordinary circumstances you elect to do that, refer whoever raises them to me.
Aye, aye, sir.
That will be all, Major Dillon. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Dillon stood up and started to leave. He had taken 3 steps when McInerney called his name. Yes, sir?
Just between a couple of old Marines, Dillon. I don't like flying my goddamn desk either.
2. The Commandant's House, United States Marine Corps Barracks, 8th and I Streets, Southeast, Washington, D.C. 22:30 hours, 9 May 1942. A glistening black 1939 Packard 180 automobile pulled into the driveway and stopped before the Victorian mansion. Mounted above its front and rear bumpers, it had the 3 silver stars on a red plate, identifying the occupant as a Lieutenant General of the United States Marine Corps. The driver, a lean, impeccably turned-out Marine Staff Sergeant, got quickly out from behind the wheel, but he was not quick enough to open the rear door before Thomas Holcomb, the first Marine ever promoted to Lieutenant General, opened it himself. The Commandant was home.
Early tomorrow, Chet,
General Holcomb said to his driver.
5 o'clock?
Aye, aye, sir. The General's senior aide-de-camp, a very thin lieutenant colonel, slid across the seat and got out.
Good night, Chet,
General Holcomb said. Good night, sir.
I don't see any need for you to come in, Bob,
General Holcomb said to his aide.
I'm for bed.
The porch lights came on. General Holcomb's orderlies had seen the headlights. General, the aide said, I took the liberty of telling Captain Stewart to be prepared to brief you on the Coral Sea battle. He's probably inside, sir.
Okay,
Holcomb said wearily. He was tired. It had been a long day, ending with a long and tiring automobile ride back to Washington from Norfolk, where there had been an inter-service conference at Fortress Monroe. Whatever had happened in the Coral Sea had already happened. He didn't have to learn all the details tonight. But young Captain Stewart had apparently worked long and hard preparing the briefing, and it would not do right now to tell him it wasn't considered important. Besides,
I'll have to take the briefing sooner or later anyway. Why not now and get it over with?"
The commandant raised his eyes to the porch, intending to order, as cheerfully as he could manage, that the orderly put on the coffee pot. There was someone on the porch he didn't expect to see, and really would rather not have seen. "Hello, Doc," he called to Brigadier General D.G. McInerney. "Did I send for you?" "No, sir. I took the chance that you might have a minute to spare for me." Good God. A long day of the problems of Navy ordnance and the Army's Coast Artillery Corps is enough, and here comes Marine Aviation wanting something. "Sure. Come on in the house. I was about to order up some coffee, but now that you're here, I expect Tommy had better break out the bourbon." "Coffee would be fine, sir." "Don't be noble, Doc. God hates a hypocrite." "A little bourbon would go down very nicely, sir." "I'm about to be briefed on a battle in the Coral Sea. You familiar with it?" "Only that we lost the Lexington, sir." "Yeah. Well, you can sit in on the briefing," Holcomb said. He led the small procession into the house, handed his uniform cap to an orderly, and then went into the parlor. "Good evening, sir," Captain Stewart said. Holcomb saw that Stewart had come with all the trappings: an easel, covered now with a sheet of oilcloth bearing the Marine Corps insignia, a large, round leather map case containing a detailed map, and a dozen folders covered with top-secret cover sheets, probably the immediate radioed after-action reports themselves. "Hello, Stu," he said. "Sorry to keep you up this late. You know General McInerney?" "Yes, sir. Good evening, General." "Is there anything in here General McInerney is not supposed to hear?" "No, sir. General McInerney is on the Albatross list." The Albatross list was a short list of those officers who were privy to the fact that the Navy code breakers at Pearl had broken several of the most important Japanese naval codes. "That's a pretty short list," General Holcomb remembered now. "A goddamned short list, and for very good reason. If the Japanese don't find out we're reading their mail, it's hard to overestimate the importance of the broken codes. But the more people who know a secret, the greater the risk it won't stay a secret long." "How is that, Doc?" Holcomb asked evenly. "Why are you cleared for Albatross?" "General Forrest brought me in on that, sir." The Commandant considered that for a moment and decided to give Brigadier General Horace W.T. Forrest, Assistant Chief of Staff for Intelligence, the benefit of the doubt. If Forrest told Doc, he must have had his reasons. The Commandant turned to one of the orderlies. "Coffee ready?" "Yes, sir." "Well, bring it in, please. And a bottle of bourbon, and then see that we're not disturbed." "Aye, aye, sir." "While we're waiting, Stu, why don't you pass around those after-actions? That's what they are, right?" "Yes, sir." Captain Stewart divided the half-dozen documents with the top-secret cover sheets between Generals Holcomb and McInerney. Before they had a chance to read more than a few lines, the orderly pushed in a cart with a coffee service, a bottle of bourbon, glasses, and a silver ice bucket. It had obviously been set up beforehand. "Tommy must have been a Boy Scout," Holcomb said. "He's always prepared. We'll take care of ourselves, Tommy, thank you." The orderly left the room, closing the sliding doors from outside. Holcomb closed his folder. "Let's have it, Stu. I can probably get by without reading all that." "Yes, sir." Captain Stewart went to the easel and raised the oilskin cover. Beneath it was a simple map of the Coral Sea area. A slim strip of northern Australia was visible, as was the southern tip of New Guinea. Above New Guinea lay the southern tip of New Ireland and all of New Britain. Rabaul, which was situated at the northern tip of New Britain, was prominently labeled. It had fallen to the Japanese and was being rapidly built up as a major port for them. To the east were the Solomon Islands. The major ones were labeled. Bougainville was the most northerly. Then they went south through Choiseul, New Georgia, Santa Isabel, Tulagi, Guadalcanal, Florida, and Maleta to San Cristobal, the most southerly.
Keep it simple, Stu, but start at the beginning, the Commandant ordered.
Aye, aye, sir, Captain Stewart said. In late April, sir, we learned from Albatross intercepts details of Japanese plans to take Midway Island and from there to threaten Hawaii, with the ultimate ambition of taking Hawaii, which would both deny us that forward port and logistic facility and permit them to threaten the west coast of the United States and the Aleutian Islands. Secondly, they planned to invest Port Moresby on the tip of eastern New Guinea. From Port Moresby, they could threaten the Australian continent and extend their area of influence into the Solomon Islands. If they succeed in this intention, land-based aircraft in the Solomons could effectively interdict our supply lines to Australia and New Zealand.
I've heard all this before, and I'm tired, but I'm not going to jump on this hard-working kid because I'm grouchy when I'm tired.
Via Albatross intercepts, we learned that there would be 2 Japanese naval forces. Vice Admiral Takeo Takagi sailed from the Japanese naval base at Truk in command of the carrier striking force, the carriers Zuikaku and Shokaku, which represented a total of 125 aircraft, and its screening force. The 2nd Japanese force, under the overall command of Vice Admiral Shigeyoshi Inouye, and sailing from their base at Rabaul on New Britain, included the carrier Shoho and several cruisers, transports, and oilers. On 3 May, elements of this 2nd force, which had apparently sailed from Rabaul several days earlier, landed on Tulagi, a small island here in the Solomons. Stewart pointed with what looked like an orchestra leader's baton. Approximately equidistant between the 3 larger islands of Santa Isabel, Maleta, and Guadalcanal, they immediately began to construct a seaplane base. Based on the Albatross intercepts, Admiral Nimitz ordered Task Force 17, with Admiral Fletcher flying his flag aboard the carrier Yorktown, into the area. At the same time, Admiral Nimitz ordered Task Force 11, with Admiral Fitch flying his flag aboard the carrier Lexington, and Task Force 44, a mixed force of U.S. and Australian cruisers under Admiral Crace, to join up with Task Force 11. Admiral Fletcher ordered a strike on the Japanese invasion force on Tulagi, which was carried out at 0630 hours 6 May. The after-action reports on the success of that attack, which are in the folder marked Tulagi, have had to be revised.
What the hell does that mean? The Commandant asked sharply.
Sir, there are Australian coast watchers on Tulagi. Their radioed reports of the damage inflicted differed from that of the personnel involved in the attack. Admiral Nimitz feels that inasmuch as the coast watchers are on Tulagi, theirs are the more credible reports.
In other words, the Commandant said angrily, the flyboys let their imaginations run wild again, but the coast watchers produced the facts.
Yes, sir, Captain Stewart said uncomfortably.
Nothing personal, Doc, the Commandant said. I know why it happened, sir, McInerney said evenly, but that doesn't excuse it. Why does it happen? I'm really curious, Doc. I think it has to do with movement, sir. Perspective. 2 or 3 or 4 pilots report honestly what they have seen, but because they are looking at what they all see from different places, both in terms of altitude and direction, no 2 descriptions match. For example, 1 aircraft shot down or 1 seaplane destroyed in the water becomes 3 airplanes shot down or 4 seaplanes destroyed because there are 4 different reports from people who are, in fact, reporting honestly what they saw. You need a pretty good G2 debriefing team to separate the facts, or consolidate them. The Commandant grunted. Bad intelligence is worse than no intelligence. I agree, sir, McInerney said. We sent a special unit over there to work with the Coast Watchers, the Commandant said. Did you know about that? Yes, sir. Is that going to help this, do you think? Sir, I don't think it's possible to overstate the value of the Coast Watchers. They will get us, quickly, valid intelligence from the islands, particularly about Japanese air activity, but also, of course, about ship movement. If we know as soon as it happens what the Japanese are launching against us, what type of aircraft and how many, we can launch our own aircraft in time to have them in the air when and where it is to our advantage, as opposed to detecting the enemy with patrolling aircraft, or worse, learning about the attack only when it begins, which catches us on the ground, or when we're in the air, almost out of fuel.
The commandant grunted.
I recommended to General Forrest, McInerney went on, that we, should do whatever it takes, whatever it costs, to get our people tied into the Coast Watchers. And I want some of our own people as quickly as possible to get onto the islands as Coast Watchers. I think I was preaching to the convinced, but he said he intended to do just that. But if you were asking, sir, whether it will do anything about the confusing reports we get from pilots, I don't think so. We're just going to have to work on that. It's inexperience, sir, rather than dishonesty. I didn't mean to insult your people, Doc. You know that. Yes, sir. Okay, Stu. Pardon the interruption.
After the attack on Tulagi, sir, Task Force 17 moved south to join up with Task Forces 11 and 14. They did so at 0930 6 May, and together steamed westward to intercept the Port Moresby invasion force. At 10:30 hours 6 May, Army Air Force B-17 aircraft from Australia bombed the carrier Shoho and her covering force, apparently without effect. The next day, 7 May at 11:35 hours, aircraft from the Lexington spotted the Shoho again. They attacked and sank her. 3 of Lady Lex's aircraft were lost in the attack. But they got the Jap carrier. That wasn't one of those perception problems General McInerney is talking about? No, sir. In addition to the pilot's after-action reports, there has been confirmation of the loss via Albatross intercepts.
Okay, go on.
At noon 7 May, Japanese bombers and torpedo bombers flying off Admiral Takagi's carriers, the Zuikaku and Shokaku, found the fleet oiler Neosho escorted by the destroyer Sims. The Sims was sunk and the Neosho damaged. The last word on that is that she will probably have to be scuttled. Just before noon the next day, Japanese aircraft from Admiral Takagi's carriers attacked the combined task force. Both Yorktown and Lexington were damaged. Yorktown's damage was minimal, but Lexington was badly damaged, and she was scuttled at 1956 hours 8 May.
Damn,
the commandant said. At that point, Admiral Nimitz ordered Task Forces 11 and 17 to withdraw to the south. Task Force 44, the cruiser force, steamed westward to intercept the Port Moresby invasion force. By that time, Albatross intercepts indicated that Admiral Inouye had called off Operation Mo, which was the Port Moresby invasion, but inasmuch as this information could not be made available to Admiral Crace, his task force patrolled the Coral Sea south of New Guinea until word from the Coast Watchers confirmed the withdrawal of the Japanese invasion force.
That's it then, Stu? The commandant asked.
Sir, the radio messages are in the folders, and I have precise maps.
No, thank you. That was first class, Stu. I know how hard you had to work to get that up in the time you had. I appreciate it.
Captain Stewart beamed. My pleasure, sir, he said.
Now go get some sleep, the commandant said. And you too, Bob, he added to his aide. I'm going to have a quick drink with General McInerney and then hit the sheets myself.
The commandant waited until Captain Stewart and his aide had gathered up all the briefing material before speaking.
Was it worth it, Doc? One of our carriers for one of theirs? Probably not, McInerney said after a moment's thought. They have more carriers to lose than we do. But if it, and it looks like it did, if it called off, or even delayed for any appreciable time their invasion of Port Moresby, then it was. If they had taken Moresby, I don't think we could have held Australia. You don't think they'll be back? I think they will, but we've bought some time. What worries me is that seaplane base on that island, what was it? Tulagi? If they get a decent air base going in that area, we're in deep trouble as far as our shipping lanes are concerned. We're going to have to do something about that. Such as? Maybe take one of the other islands and put a dirt strip fighter base on it. With what? We don't have anything over there. My God, we couldn't even hang on to Corregidor. 3 days earlier, on May 6th, Lieutenant General Jonathan M. Wainwright, USA, had surrendered the fortress of Corregidor in Manila Bay to the Japanese. I know. That's the first time a Marine regiment ever had to surrender, the commandant said. Ever. They were ordered to surrender, sir, by the Army. That's a lot of consolation, isn't it? The commandant walked to the whiskey tray and poured himself a drink. He held up the bottle to McInerney, who shook his head no and said, "No, thank you, sir." "What's on your mind, Doc?" the commandant asked. "General, I'm really desperate for qualified fighter squadron commanders." "I'll bet if Al Vandergrift was here, he would say I'm really desperate for qualified company commanders." Major General Alexander Vandergrift commanded the 1st Marine Division, which consisted of the 1st and 5th Marines, plus the 11th Marines Artillery, and which had just been brought up to war strength on May 1st at New River, North Carolina. "Sir, I have one naval aviation pilot, Technical Sergeant Galloway, who is qualified by both experience and temperament to command a fighter squadron. I would like to commission him and give him one." The commandant flashed him an icy stare. "Galloway? That's the young buck who flew the Wildcat onto the carrier off Pearl and enraged the Navy? I'm still hearing about that. Whenever the Navy wants an example of irrational marine behavior, they bring up Sergeant Galloway's flight onto the Saratoga." "Yes, sir." "You ever hear the story, Doc, of General Jubal T. Early in the Civil War? Somebody sent him a plan he turned down. So this staff officer sent it back, respectfully requesting that the commanding general reconsider his previous decision. Early sent that back, too, after he wrote on it, "God damn it, I already told you no. I ain't gonna tell you again." "Yes, sir." The commandant looked at him thoughtfully, even disbelievingly. "That's the only reason you came here tonight. You sat out there on the porch for hours, waiting for me to come home just to ask me to do something you knew damned well I wouldn't do." "Sergeant Galloway got a raw deal, sir, and I need squadron commanders." "Loyalty to your men is commendable, General," the commandant said, "but there is a point beyond which it becomes counterproductive." "Yes, sir." "And goddamn it, Doc," the commandant said, warming to his subject, "I'm disappointed that you don't know what that point is." Well, I tried, McInerney thought, and really pissed him off. I wonder what that's going to cost marine aviation somewhere down the pike. He set his glass on the table. "With your permission, sir, I'll take my leave." The commandant glowered at him. "Keep your seat and finish your drink, you hard-headed Scotchman," he said. "I can't afford to lose any more old friends." 3. Headquarters, U.S. Marine Corps Parachute School, Lakehurst Naval Air Station, Lakehurst, New Jersey, 15 May 1942. First Lieutenant Richard B. Macklin, USMC, heard the knock at the jamb of his open office door, and then his peripheral vision picked up First Sergeant George J. Hammersmith, standing there with a sheet of teletype paper in his hand. Macklin did not raise his eyes from the papers on his desk. First things first made sense. If you interrupted your work every time someone appeared at your door,
you never got anything done. And he certainly didn't want Sergeant Hammersmith to form the opinion, as so many old Marines did, that a commanding officer had nothing to do but sit behind a desk and wait for payday while the sergeants ran the Corps. He finished what he was doing, which was to consider a request from the Navy commander of Lakehurst that he permanently detail 2 enlisted men a day to work with the base engineer on roads and grounds. He decided against it. Paramarines had more important things to do than pick up trash and cut weeds. Then he raised his head. "You wish something, First Sergeant?" "Got a TWX here, sir. I thought you'd want to see right away." Macklin made an impatient gesture for Hammersmith to give him the sheet of teletype paper. He judged in advance that the message would probably be of little genuine importance and could just as easily have been sent by mail. In his view, 95% of TWXs were a waste of time. He was wrong. Headquarters, USMC, Washington, D.C., 0755, 15 May 42. Routine. Commanding Officer, USMC Parachute School, Lakehurst Naval Air Station, Lakehurst, New Jersey. 1. On receipt, issue necessary orders detaching First Lieutenant Richard B. Macklin, USMC, from Headquarters and Headquarters Company, USMC Paraschool, Lakehurst, NAS, New Jersey, for transfer to Headquarters and Headquarters Company, 1st USMC Parachute Battalion, Fleet Marine Force, Pacific. 2. Lieutenant Macklin will report to U.S. Naval Base, San Diego, California, not later than 2400 hours, 30 May 1942, for further shipment to final destination. Travel by first available military and/or civilian rail, air, or motor transportation to San Diego is authorized. Travel beyond San Diego will be by U.S. government sea or air transport, priority BBBB2B. 3. Time permitting, Lieutenant Macklin is authorized no more than 7 days delay en route overseas leave. 4. Lieutenant Macklin will comply with all applicable regulations concerning overseas transfer before departing Lakehurst. Storage of personal and household goods and 1 privately owned automobile at government expense is authorized. 5. Headquarters USMC. Attention, personnel 23A11. Will be notified by TWX of date of Lieutenant Macklin's departure. By direction, Frank J. Boehm, Captain, USMCR. The first thing that occurred to Lieutenant Macklin was that it was sort of funny that as the commanding officer of the parachute school, he would be ordering himself overseas. Then it no longer seemed amusing at all. His promotion had not come through. He was supposed to be in San Diego 2 weeks from tomorrow, and from there he was going to the Pacific. In other words, to war. It didn't seem fair. Just as he was getting the parachute school shipshape, they were taking it away from him. It seemed to him that he could make a far greater contribution to the Marine Corps where he was, as an expert in place, so to speak, than in a routine assignment in the 1st Parachute Battalion. After some thought, he picked up the telephone and called Captain Boehm, who had signed the TWX and had presumably made the decision to send him overseas. He outlined to Boehm the reasons it would be to the greater benefit of the Marine Corps if the TWX was rescinded. Captain Boehm was not at all receptive. He was, in fact, downright insulting. "I heard you were a scumbag, Macklin, but I never thought I would personally hear a Marine officer trying to weasel out of going overseas." 4. The Officers Club, U.S. Marine Corps Base, Quantico, Virginia, 1730 hours, 17 May, 1942. When he entered the club, First Lieutenant David F. Schneider, USMC, was not exactly pleased to bump into First Lieutenant James G. Ward, USMCR, and Lieutenant Ward's aunt,
Mrs. Caroline Ward McNamara. But neither was he exactly unhappy. He reacted like a man for whom fate has made a decision he would rather not have made himself. Now that he had accidentally bumped into them, so to speak, as opposed to having gone looking for them, he could now begin to rectify an unpleasant situation that it was his duty, as a regular Marine officer, to rectify for the good of the Corps. Schneider had learned of Mrs. McNamara's presence on the base the day before. He was looking for Lieutenant Ward, so he walked into the squadron office and asked the sergeant on duty if he had seen him.
"He took the lady over to the officer's guest house, Lieutenant."
The guest house was a facility provided to temporarily house, there was a 72-hour limit, dependents and friends of Quantico officers.
"What lady?"
"Didn't get her name. Nice looking. First she asked for Sergeant Galloway, and when I told her he wasn't back yet, she asked for Lieutenant Ward. So I got him on the phone and he came over and fetched her and told me he was taking her over to the guest house." There was a perceptible pause before the sergeant added, "Sir." There was little question that the lady was Mrs. Caroline Ward McNamara, but Schneider was a careful, methodical man. He called the guest house later that day to inquire if there was a Mrs. McNamara registered, and of course there was. Technical Sergeant Charles M. Galloway had gone to Washington in response to a telephone call from General McInerney's office. But Washington was to be only his first stop. Schneider suspected that Major Jake Dillon, the public affairs officer, was behind the mysterious call from General McInerney's office. If that was the case, there was no telling where Galloway had gone after he left Washington. "Hey, Dave," Ward called to him. "I thought you would show up here."
"Good evening,"
Schneider said. "You remember my Aunt Caroline, don't you?"
"Of course. How nice to see you again, Mrs. McNamara."
"Oh, call me Caroline." Dave Schneider smiled at her but did not respond. "Let's go in the bar," Jim Ward suggested. Schneider smiled again, and again did not reply. The bar was crowded with young officers. With varying degrees of discretion, they all made it clear that they considered Mrs. Caroline Ward McNamara one of the better specimens of the gentle gender. Dave Schneider wondered if they would register so much approval of the lady if they were aware that Mrs. McNamara was not only shacked up with an enlisted man, but apparently didn't much care who knew about it. They found a small table across from the bar. "Dave, do you have any idea where Charlie Galloway is?" Jim Ward asked, as soon as the waiter had taken their order. "I believe he's in Washington," Schneider said. "Specifically with Major Dillon."
"No, he's not," Caroline said. "We just called Jake. Jake said he hadn't heard from him since Tuesday morning when he left the Willard. He spent Monday night there with Jake."
Reserve officer or not, Mustang or not, Lieutenant Schneider thought angrily. Major Jake Dillon should know better than to offer an enlisted man the freedom of his hotel suite. "He called Caroline from Pensacola," Jim Ward said. "Pensacola?" Schneider interrupted. "Pensacola. He called on Wednesday. He told Caroline he was going to the West Coast," Jim Ward said.
"Actually, he said he had a week to get out there," Caroline McNamara said, "and suggested we could drive out there together."
Jim Ward looked a little uncomfortable when she said that, Schneider noticed. And well he should. There is absolutely no suggestion that his aunt finds anything wrong with the idea that she has been asked to drive cross-country alone with a man to whom she's not married. Having a shameless aunt like that should embarrass anybody. "That sounds like he's on orders," Jim Ward said. "But when Caroline showed up here and no Charlie Galloway, I checked. No orders have come down on him that anyone knows about." "I can't imagine what's going on," Schneider said. "Did anyone in the squadron office know he was in Pensacola?" "All the squadron knows is that he went to Washington on the verbal orders of Colonel Hirschberger. That was 8-9 days ago," Jim Ward said. Is there a Lieutenant Jim Ward in here? The bartender called, holding up a telephone. Jim Ward got up and walked to the bar and took the telephone. Less than a minute later, he was back at the table, smiling. Our wandering boy has been heard from, he said. That was Jerry O'Malloy. He's the duty officer. I asked him to let me know the minute he heard anything about Galloway.
And?
Caroline McNamara asked excitedly. Charlie just called the tower. He's 20 minutes out, Ward said, then turned to look at Schneider and added, in an F4F.
In a what?
Caroline asked. A Wildcat, Jim Ward said. A fighter plane. I wonder where he got that and what he's doing with it. Well, I intend to find out, Lieutenant David Schneider said and started to get up. Sit down, Dave. I told O'Malloy to have Charlie call me here the minute he gets in. I'm going to be at base operations when he lands, Schneider said. What the hell is the matter with you? You know damned well what's the matter with me. For one thing, and you know it as well as I do, he is absolutely forbidden to fly fighters. And for another? Ward asked coldly. I would prefer to discuss that privately with you, if you don't mind. Sit down, Dave, Jim Ward said. Schneider looked at him in surprise. You heard me. Sit down, Jim Ward repeated firmly. I don't know what Charlie is doing with an F4F, but I do know that it's none of your business or mine. That's between him and the squadron commander. Schneider sat down. When he calls, I'll ask him what's going on, Jim Ward said. In the meantime, we'll pursue the legal principle that you're innocent until proven guilty.
I don't like the way this sounds, Caroline said. What's going on? What's wrong?
Never worry about things you can't control, Jim Ward said. So far as we know, nothing is wrong. Charlie Galloway did not telephone. Half an hour later, he walked up to the table, leaned down, said, Hi, baby, to Mrs. McNamara, and kissed her on the lips. He was wearing his fur-collared leather flight jacket over tropical worsteds. He had jammed a fore and aft cap in one pocket of the flight jacket and thin leather flying gloves in the other. He almost needed a shave, and there was a light band around his eyes where his flying goggles had protected the skin from the oily mist that often filled a Wildcat cockpit. It was obvious that he had come to the club directly from the flight line.
Where have you been, honey? Caroline asked. I was getting really worried.
That's a long story, he said. Charlie? Jim Ward asked uncomfortably. Should you be in here? He knows damn well he shouldn't, Dave Schneider flared. What the hell do you think you're doing, Galloway?
Are you talking to me, Lieutenant?
Charlie asked pleasantly. He shrugged out of the leather jacket and dropped it on the floor. Yes, I am.
Then please use the words Captain and Sir,
Charlie said. He faced Dave Schneider, smiled broadly, and pointed to the twin silver bars on each of his collar points. Jesus, Jim Ward said. Are they for real?
I got them from the Commandant himself, believe it or not, Charlie said, together with a brief but memorable lecture on the conduct expected of me now that I was going to be an officer and a gentleman. What about the West Coast? Caroline asked softly.
I'm going to be given a fighter squadron, baby, Charlie Galloway said. As soon as I can get out to the Pacific and organize one, they're going to fly me at least as far as Pearl. I've got 6 days to get to San Diego.
Oh, God.
Can I go with you? Jim Ward asked softly. With Aunt Caroline and me? Hell no, Charlie Galloway said indignantly. Didn't you ever hear that three's a crowd? That's not what I meant, Captain, sir. If, in the next 3 weeks or a month, you can scare up an IP here who is willing to check you out in that Wildcat I just brought up here, you can come along later. I've got authorization to steal 5 pilots from here, Galloway said. Then he faced Dave Schneider.
That's an invitation to you too, Dave. You're a real horse's ass sometimes, but you're not too bad an airplane driver.
5. Melbourne, Australia, 19 May 1942. The Martin PBM-3R Mariner made landfall on the Australian continent near Moruya in New South Wales, 75 miles southeast of the Australian capital at Canberra. The PBM-3R Mariner was the unarmed transport version of the standard PBM Mariner, a deep-hulled, twin-engined, gull-winged monoplane. Aboard were a crew of 6, 19 passengers, and 800 pounds of priority cargo, including a half-dozen mail bags. When the excitement of finally making landfall had died down, for most aboard it was their first view of Australia, Captain D.B. Toller, Civil Engineer Corps, USN, permitted his curiosity to take charge. He walked to the forward part of the cabin, just below the ladder leading to the cockpit, and sat down beside a Marine Corps major.
All right if I sit here?
Certainly, sir.
I'm Captain Dick Toller, Major,
he said, offering his hand. Ed Banning, sir.
Well, we're finally here. Or almost. This has been a long flight.
Yes, sir, it has. I'll be glad to get off this thing and stretch my legs.
Now, if I'm asking something I shouldn't, just tell me to mind my own business, Captain Toller said. But I'm really curious about something.
Yes, sir?
Him,
Captain Toller said, nodding his head to a small area to the left of the ladder of the cockpit, where Corporal Stephen M. Koffler was curled up asleep, under blankets he had removed from his duffel bag. Koffler had rolled around in his sleep and wound up with his arm around his Springfield 1903 rifle. It looked as if he was holding it protectively, affectionately, as a child holds a teddy bear. Banning chuckled. Corporal Koffler. He's got the right idea. He slept from Diego to Hawaii, and except to eat, he's been asleep most of the way here.
I saw you get on the plane at Pearl, Captain Toller said. I mean to say, I saw a very annoyed lieutenant commander and an even more annoyed captain being told to give up their seats in favor of passengers with higher priorities. And then you two came aboard.
Banning didn't reply. He was not particularly surprised by the question. The bumped from the flight captain and lieutenant commander had glowered at him with barely contained indignation when they climbed down from the airplane into the launch and he and Koffler climbed aboard. Getting bumped by a Marine major was bad enough, but to be bumped by a Marine corporal with a higher priority was a little too much of a blow to a senior officer's dignity. It was a question of priorities. Lieutenant Colonel F.L. Rickaby had set up their travel, and he apparently had easy and probably unquestioned access to the higher priorities. Special Detachment 14 had occupied most of the seats on the Mariner from San Diego to Pearl. The air shipment officer at Pearl had been almost apologetic when he explained that seats were in even shorter supply from Pearl onward, and that all he could provide on this flight were 2 seats. The others in Special Detachment 14 would have to follow later. A lot of people with high priorities had to get to Australia. Banning had decided to take one of the 2 available seats himself, not as a privilege of rank, but because he was hand-carrying a letter from the Secretary of the Navy himself to Captain Fleming Pickering, and because he thought that, as commanding officer, he should get there as soon as possible. He had taken Koffler with him because he suspected that his most important personnel requirement immediately on reaching Australia would be for a typist. Koffler had boarded the Mariner, carrying his portable typewriter as well as his rifle. Banning had no intention of satisfying Captain Toller's curiosity about Corporal Koffler's presence on the Mariner. For one thing, it was none of Captain Toller's business why Koffler was aboard the Mariner, and for another, it would only exacerbate the captain's annoyance if he told him the unvarnished truth.
"It's a strange war, isn't it?" Captain Toller went on. "When getting a major and his corporal to the theater of operations is of more importance to the war effort than getting a lieutenant commander and a captain there."
Banning resisted the temptation to, politely of course, tell the captain to go fuck himself. "Our orders are classified, sir," Banning said. "But out of school, apropos of nothing at all, may I observe that there are very few people in the naval service, commissioned or enlisted, who were raised in Yokohama and speak Japanese fluently?" Captain Toller nodded solemnly.
"I thought it might be something like that," he said. "I wasn't trying to pry, Major. You understand, just curious."
"Your curiosity is certainly understandable, sir, but I think I've said more than I should already." Captain Toller put his finger in front of his lips in the gesture of silence and winked. "Thank you, sir," Banning said politely. There was now a range of mountains off the right wingtip. When there was a break in their tops, Banning could see what was obviously a near desert area on the far side. Below them, the terrain was either green or showed signs of fall cultivation.
"I should have remembered that the seasons here are the reverse of those in America."
The plane began to let down an hour or so later. When the pilot corrected his course, Banning for a moment could see they were approaching a populated area, and then an enclosed body of water appeared. Port Phillip Bay, Banning decided, pleased that he had taken the trouble to look at some maps. He went to Koffler and pushed at him with the toe of his shoe, and then pushed twice more, harder, before Koffler sat up.
"Yes, sir?"
"We're here," Banning said.
"Ready?"
Koffler asked. The Mariner touched down several minutes later with an enormous splash, bounced airborne again, and then, with an even larger splash, it made final contact with the waters of Port Phillip Bay and slowed abruptly. A launch carried them from the Mariner to a wharf. U.S. Navy was stenciled on the wharf's sides. There was a bus, an English bus, now painted navy gray. But when Banning started toward it, someone called his name. "Major Banning?" A tall, handsome, distinguished-looking man in a Navy captain's uniform was smiling at him. "Yes, sir?" "I'm Fleming Pickering," the captain said, offering his hand. "Welcome to Australia." Steve Koffler came up to them, staggering under the weight of his duffel bag, rifle, and typewriter.
"I'll get your bag, sir,"
he said, and walked back toward the launch.
"He's with you?"
"Yes, sir. I thought I was probably going to need a typist." "Good thinking," Pickering chuckled. "But I didn't know you would have him with you, so that's one problem I hadn't thought of." "Sir?" "Putting him up," Pickering said. "You'll be staying with me, but having a corporal there would be a little awkward." "I understand, sir." "Don't misunderstand me, Major," Pickering said. "I have nothing whatever against Marine corporals. In fact, I used to be a Marine corporal, and therefore I am well acquainted with what splendid all-around fellows they are. But you and I are in the Menzies Hotel, in an apartment directly over MacArthur and his family. We'll have to get him into another hotel for the time being." "Sir, I have a letter for you from Secretary Knox." "Wait till we get in the car," Pickering said, and gestured toward a 1939 Jaguar drop-head coupe. "Nice car." "Yes, it is. I hate like hell having to give it back. It belongs to a friend of mine here. It annoys the hell out of MacArthur's palace guard." Major Ed Banning decided he was going to like Captain Fleming Pickering, and his snap judgment was immediately confirmed when Pickering picked up Steve Koffler's duffel bag and Springfield and started toward the Jaguar. It's been a long time since I had a duffel bag in one hand and a Springfield in the other, Pickering said, smiling. You go help the corporal with your bags while I put these in the car. Your tax dollars at work, Captain Pickering said, chuckling, to Major Banning when Banning came out of the bathroom in a bathrobe. He handed Banning a green slip of paper. It was a check drawn on the Treasurer of the United States. It was payable to the bearer and was in the amount of $250,000. They were in Pickering's suite in the Menzies Hotel. First, they had installed Corporal Koffler in a businessman's hotel. Pickering had handed him some money and told him to get something to eat and to try to stay out of trouble. Then they'd come to the Menzies, where Pickering had made him a drink, then called the valet to have Banning's uniforms pressed. The commander-in-chief dresses in worn, thin khakis, no tie, and wears a cap I think he brought home from World War I. Naturally, if you know MacArthur, he consequently expects everyone else around him to look like a page from the officer's guide. Sir, what is this? Banning asked, pointing to the check. Your expense money. Or our expense money. It's from the Secretary's confidential fund. It was in the letter you brought. Knox says that it's unaccountable, but I think it would be wise for us to keep some sort of a record of where we spend it. Koffler's hotel bill, for example. In the morning we'll go around to the Bank of Victoria, deposit it, and arrange for you to be able to write checks against it. And you'd better take some cash, too. $6,000-odd of that is mine. Sir? I bought some maps that neither the Army nor the Navy could come up with on their own. I was happy to do it, but I want my money back. Whiskey all right? I'm overwhelmed by your hospitality, sir. I'm delighted that you're here. I sometimes feel very much the lonely soul. At least, I won't have to watch what I say to you after I've had a couple of drinks. I'm carrying a message for you from Mrs. Feller, sir, too. Oh. She was my secretary in Washington when I first came in the Navy, and of course you know what she's doing in Hawaii. Yes, sir. When I saw her there, she said to give you her best regards and to tell you that she hopes you'll soon have a chance to resume your interrupted conversation. What? She sends her regards and says she hopes you'll soon have a chance to resume your interrupted conversation. Ah, yes, of course. Private joke. My God, she's not only not embarrassed about what happened in the Coronado Beach Hotel, but wants me to know she meant what she said. Thank Christ she's in Hawaii. A bellman delivered a crisply pressed uniform and a pair of highly polished shoes. Pickering followed Banning into the bedroom as Banning started to get dressed. Tomorrow I'm going to take you around to meet Admiral Brewer, he said. Australian, Deputy Chief of their Naval Intelligence. I want you to meet him and see if we can't get a letter of introduction for you to the man who runs the Coast Watcher operation. They're working out of a little town called Townsville on the northeastern coast. The man in charge is a guy named Eric Felt, Lieutenant Commander, Australian Navy. Nice guy. Until I met you, I was a little worried. He is not overly fond of the U.S. Navy officers he's met, but I think he'll get along with you. That's flattering, sir, but why? Just a feeling. I think you're two of a kind. Captain, I don't know how soon, but probably within the next couple of days, the rest of my people will be coming in from Hawaii, probably in dribs and drabs. Should I make arrangements to put them into that hotel with Koffler? How many? 1 officer, a first lieutenant, and 15 enlisted men. I'm not trying to tell you how to run your operation, but presumably you'll be moving them, or at least most of them, to Townsville? If that's where the Coast Watchers are, yes, sir. Open to suggestion? Yes, sir. Of course. I think you'd better go up there alone at first. If things work out, you can rent a house for them up there. If
things work out, sir? Commander Felt can be difficult, Pickering said. Both the Army and the Navy have sent people up there. He told both groups to sod off. Can you guess what that means? I think so, sir, Banning said, smiling. I'm hoping that he will see you as someone who has come to be of help, not take charge. If he does, then you can rent a house for your people up there. In the meantime, it might get a little crowded, so we'll put them up in my house, here. Your house, sir? Against what I suppose is the inevitable, my being told to vacate these quarters, I rented a house. He saw the confusion on Banning's face. A large number of MacArthur's palace guard want me out of here. I am too close to the divine throne. I understand, sir, Banning said, turning from the mirror where he was tying his field scarf to smile at Pickering. I'll call, right now as a matter of fact, and have the house activated. If I had known you would have that kid with you, I would already have done it. Activated, sir? It comes with a small staff. Housekeeper, maids, a cook. Since I'm not in it, I put them on vacation. That sounds fine, but who pays for it? I'm not sure I'm authorized to put my people on per diem. Frank Knox's confidential fund will pay for it, Pickering said. But let me make it clear to you, Banning, that you're authorized to do about anything you damned well please. You answer only to me. He went to a telephone and gave the operator a number. Mrs. Manshow, this is Fleming Pickering. I'm glad I caught you in. Do you think you could get those people to come off 90 Mile Beach and start running the house starting tomorrow? He looked at Banning and smiled, and gestured for Banning to make himself another drink. 6. Top secret, eyes only, the Secretary of the Navy. Duplication forbidden. Original to be destroyed after encryption and transmittal to Sec Navy. Menzies Hotel, Melbourne, Australia, Wednesday, 20 May, 1942. Dear Frank, I thought it appropriate to report on the status quo here, especially the thinking of the General, insofar as the Battle of the Coral Sea and other events seem to have affected it. But before I get to that, let me report the arrival of my own reinforcements. Major Ed Banning arrived yesterday, together with his advance party, one ferocious Marine paratrooper who must be all of 17. The balance of his command is still in Hawaii, trying to get on an airplane for the trip here. If it could be arranged to get them a higher priority without causing undue attention, I suggest that it be provided to them. In my judgment, it is more important to get Banning's people here and integrated with the Australian Coast Watchers than it is to send more Army and Marine colonels and Navy captains here so they can start setting up their empires. Banning, of course, carried your letter, for which I thank you, and the check, for which I thank you even more. If Banning has to start chartering fishing boats, etc., his operation can become very expensive, very soon. And he brought me up to date on albatross operations in Hawaii, in particular their effectiveness vis-a-vis what happened in the Coral Sea. I am very impressed with Banning, but fear that he is less than pleased with me. He made it clear that he considers himself to be under my orders, which I immediately made use of by forbidding him even to think about going behind Japanese lines himself. Because of his Japanese language skills and understanding of their minds, for one thing, and for another, because I think he knows too much about albatross. He is too valuable to risk being captured. Now, to the General. Until he learned that the Japanese had occupied Tulagi, I really didn't think he paid much attention to the fact that the border between his area and Nimitz's had been moved from 160 degrees east longitude, where the Joint Chiefs originally established it, to where it is now. But after the Japs took Tulagi, he became painfully aware that Nimitz
now had responsibility for both Tulagi and Guadalcanal, the much larger island to the south. He is now convinced that the new division of responsibility was established, the line changed, by his cabal of enemies, Marshal and King again, to deny him authority over territory he considers essential to his mission of defending Australia. I am finding it harder and harder to fault his logic and support that of the JCS. The argument, I know, is that it is the Navy's responsibility to maintain the sea lanes, and that was the argument for putting the border at 160 EL. MacArthur counters that this would hold water only if the Navy were occupying the land in question and using it for that purpose. And, of course, they are not, and have shown no indication that they intend to. All of this was exacerbated when he learned that the day after he had surrendered Corregidor, General Wainwright went on the radio in Manila and ordered all forces in the Philippines to lay down their arms. This enraged him for several reasons, not necessarily in proportion to their importance to the war. He seemed most enraged, and found it another proof that George Marshall stays awake nights thinking up new evil things to do to him, by the fact that Wainwright, apparently encouraged by Washington, no longer considered himself subordinate to MacArthur, and thus surrendered Corregidor on his own, without, in other words, Mackay's authority to do so. Second, he is absolutely convinced that Wainwright, again encouraged by Washington, went even further than that by assuming authority for all U.S. Filipino forces in the Philippines, an authority Mackay, with reason, believed he still retained, having never been formally relieved of it. General Sharp, on Mindanao, was specifically ordered to surrender by Wainwright. According to Mackay, Sharp had 30,000 U.S. Filipino troops, armed and in far better shape insofar as ammunition, rations, etc., than any others in the islands. It is hard to understand why they were ordered to surrender. As it turns out, Mackay has learned that Sharp paid only lip service to Wainwright's orders and encouraged his men to go to the hills and organize as guerrillas. He himself and most of his immediate staff felt obliged to follow orders, and they surrendered. MacArthur feels a sense of shame, wholly unjustified, I think, for the loss of the Philippines, and he has an at least partially justified feeling that he is being treated unfairly by Washington in his present command. 2 days after Corregidor fell, he cabled General Marshall, ignoring the implication that Marshall couldn't figure this out himself, that the Japanese victory in the Philippines will free 2 infantry divisions and a large number of aircraft that they will probably use to take New Guinea and then the Solomons. They will then cut his supply routes to the United States, which would mean the loss of Australia. Mackay proposed to go on the counterattack, starting with the recapture of Tulagi and then establishing our own presence on Guadalcanal. In his mind, and in mine, he tried to be a good soldier and to coordinate this with South Pacific Area headquarters, but he was A, reminded that Guadalcanal and Tulagi are not within his sphere of influence, and that B, under those circumstances, it was really rather presumptuous of him to ask for Navy aircraft carriers, etc., to conduct an operation in their sphere of influence, but that C, he was not to worry, because Admiral Nimitz was already making plans to recapture Tulagi with a Marine Raider battalion. There is no way that one small battalion can take Tulagi, but even if they could, they cannot hold it long if the Japanese establish bases, which seems a given, on either Guadalcanal or Maleta. What MacArthur wants to do makes more sense to me than what the Navy proposes to do, unless, as Mackay believes, the Navy's primary purpose is to render him impotent and humiliated, so that the war here will be a Navy war. I fight against accepting this latter theory, but what I saw at, and especially after, Pearl Harbor, with the admirals pulling their wagons into a circle to avoid accepting the blame, keeps popping into my head. Respectfully, Fleming Pickering, Captain, USNR. Chapter 12. 1. The Elms, Dandenong, Victoria, Australia, 22 May 1942.
Oh, good morning. We didn't expect you to be up so early,
Mrs. Hortense Cavendish said with a smile to Corporal Stephen M. Koffler, USMC, when she saw him coming down the stairway.
Why don't you just go into the breakfast room and I'll get you a nice hot cup of tea? Good morning. Thank you,
Steve said, smiling but not really comfortable. Mrs. Cavendish was as old as his mother and looked something like her, too. She was the housekeeper at The Elms, a 3-story, 12-room red brick house set in what looked to Steve like its own private park, 15 miles or so outside Melbourne. It was called The Elms, Major Banning had told him, because of the century-old elm trees which lined the driveway from the motorway to the house. He also told him, "You've come up smelling like a rose again, Koffler," that the whole place had been rented by Captain Pickering, and, for the time being at least, he and the other members of Special Detachment 14 would be living there. He explained that the housekeeper was something like the manager of a hotel, in charge of the whole place, and was to be treated with the appropriate respect. At the moment, Corporal Koffler was the only member of Special Detachment 14 in residence. The day before, Major Banning had driven him out here in a brand-new Studebaker President, then had him installed in a huge room with a private bathroom. After that, Captain Pickering had come out and taken Major Banning to the railroad station in Melbourne. Banning was going up north to some place called Townsville, Queensland, where the Coast Watchers had their headquarters. He told Steve he had no idea when he would be back, but that he would keep in touch. Steve now understood that Queensland, New South Wales, and Victoria were something like the states in America, but that was really about all he understood about Australia. From what Major Banning had told him, and from what he'd heard from the other guys, the Japs were probably going to take Australia. He had heard Major Banning talking to Lieutenant Howard back in Diego about it. Steve had long ago decided that if anybody would have the straight poop about anything, Major Banning would. Major Banning had told Lieutenant Howard that he didn't see how anything could keep the Japs from taking Australia as long as they took some island named New Guinea first, and he really didn't see how the Japs could be kept from taking New Guinea. To tell the truth, the closer they got to Australia, the more nervous Koffler had become. More than nervous. Scared. He tried hard not to let it show, of course, in front of all the Army and Navy officers on the airplane. He was, after all, not only a Marine, but a Marine parachutist, and Marines aren't supposed to be nervous or scared. But when the airplane landed, he would not really have been surprised if the Japs had been shelling, or maybe bombing the place. That would have meant they'd have started fighting right away. He had cleaned and oiled his Springfield before they left Hawaii, just to be double sure. But it hadn't been that way at all. There was no more sign of war or Japs in Melbourne than there was in Newark. Melbourne was like Newark, maybe as big, and certainly a hell of a lot cleaner. Except for the funny-looking trucks and cars, which the Australians drove on the wrong side of the road, and the funny way the Australians talked, sort of through their noses, you'd never even know you were in Australia. He had spent his first night in a real nice hotel, and Captain Pickering had given him money, and he had had a real nice meal in a real nice restaurant. The steak was a little tough, but he had no call to bitch about the size of it. It just about covered the plate. and he had trouble getting it all down. Then he went to the movies, and they were playing an American movie. It starred Betty Grable, and he remembered seeing it in the Ampere Theater in East Orange just before he joined the Corps. And that started him off remembering Diane Marshall and what had happened between them. And between the movie and the memories, he got a little homesick, until he talked himself out of that by reminding himself that he was a Marine parachutist, for Christ's sake, and not supposed to start crying in his goddamned beer because he was away from his mommy, or because some old whore had made a goddamn fool out of him. The table in the breakfast room was big, and the wood sort of glowed. There was a bowl of flowers in the middle of it. When he sat down at it, he looked out through windows running from the ceiling to the floor. Outside, he could see a man raking leaves out of a flower garden. There was a concrete statue of a nearly naked woman in the garden, in the middle of what looked like a little pond, except there wasn't any water in the pond. Mrs. Cavendish followed him in a moment, and laid a newspaper on the table. Right behind her was a maid, a plain woman, maybe 30 years old, wearing a black dress with a little white apron in front. She smiled at Steve, then went to one of the cabinets in the room and took out a woven placemat and silver and set it up in front of him.
"What would you like for breakfast?" Mrs. Cavendish asked. "Ham and eggs? There's kippers."
Steve had no idea what a kipper was.
Ham and eggs would be fine," he said. "Over easy. We have tomato and pineapple juice." "Tomato juice would be fine," Steve said. "The tea's brewing," Mrs. Cavendish said. "It'll be just a moment."
She and the maid left the room. Steve unfolded the newspaper. It was the Times of Victoria. The pages were bigger than those of the Newark Evening News, but there weren't very many of them. He flipped through it, looking in vain for comics, and then returned to the first page. There were two big headlines: Rommel nears Tobruk and Nazi tanks approach Leningrad. There was a picture of a burning German tank and a map of North Africa with wide, curving arrows drawn on it. Steve wondered why there wasn't anything in the newspaper about the Japs being about to invade Australia. He went through the newspaper, mostly reading the advertisements for strange brands of toothpaste, used motor cars, and something called Bovril. He wondered what Bovril was, whether you ate it, or drank it, or washed your mouth out with it, or what. The maid delivered his ham and eggs, cold toast in a little rack, tomato juice, and a tub of sour orange marmalade. He had just about finished eating when the maid came in the breakfast room.
"Telephone for you, sir," she said, and pointed to a telephone sitting on a sideboard.
The telephone was strange. There was sort of a cup over the mouthpiece, and the wire that ran from the base to the handset was much thinner than the one on American phones. It looked more like a couple of pieces of string twisted together than like a regular wire.
"Corporal Coughley, sir," Steve said. "Good morning, Corporal," a cheerful voice said. "Lieutenant Donnelly here."
He pronounced it lieutenant, so Steve knew he was an Australian.
"Yes, sir?" "I'm the Air Transport Officer, Naval Station, Melbourne. We have two things for you. Actually, I mean to say 2 shipments. There's several crates, priority air shipment, and we've been alerted that several of your people are scheduled to arrive about noon." "Yes, sir." "Your Captain Pickering said to send the crates out there by lorry, and that you will meet the aircraft. Any problems with that?" "No, sir," Steve said, an automatic reflex. Then he blurted, "Sir, I'm not sure if I can find where the plane will be, or how to get back out here."
Lieutenant Donnelly chuckled.
"Well, you'll be able to find your way about soon enough, I'm sure. In the meantime, I'll just send a map with the route marked out there with the lorry driver. Do you think that will handle it?" "Yes, sir. Thank you. The lorry should be there within the hour. Thank you, Corporal." "Thank you, sir."
Steve hung up
and went looking for Mrs. Cavendish. He was going to need some place to store the crates, whatever they contained. She showed him a 3-car garage behind the house, now empty. That was just what he was looking for. There were sturdy metal doors which could be locked, and there were no windows. The truck arrived 45 minutes later. Steve, who had been looking out his bedroom window for it, saw that it said Ford on the radiator, but it was unlike any Ford Steve had ever seen. There were 3 people in the cab, all in uniform, and all female. They all wore the same kind of caps, something like a Marine cap, except the visor wasn't leather. They wore the caps perched straight on top of their hair, and Steve thought they all looked kind of cute, like girls dressed up in men's uniforms. 2 of them wore gray coveralls. The third, who looked like she was in charge, wore a tunic and a shirt and tie and a skirt, with really ugly stockings.
"Cup of coffee," she said, smiling at him and offering her hand. "I'm Petty Officer Farnsworth."
"Aye," Steve said. She was, he guessed, in her early 20s. He couldn't really tell what the rest of her looked like in the nearly shapeless uniform and those ugly cotton stockings, but her face was fine. She had light hazel eyes and freckles.
"Good eye,"
the other 2 women said. In Australia, that came out something like G'day, which took some getting used to. One of them looked like she was about 17, and the other one looked old enough to be the first one's mother. Neither of them, Steve immediately decided, had the class of Petty Officer Farnsworth.
"How are you?"
Steve said, and walked over and shook hands with them.
"After we unload your crates," Petty Officer Farnsworth said, "Lieutenant Donnelly said I was to ask you if you would like me to wait around and drive into Melbourne with you to show you the way."
"Great," Steve said.
"Where would you like the crates?"
"Let's see what they are," Steve said, and walked to the back of the truck. He saw 3 wooden crates, none of them as large as a footlocker. He couldn't tell what they contained, and there was nothing stenciled on them to identify them. Petty Officer Farnsworth, who had followed him, handed him a manila envelope.
"The shipping documents,"
she said. He tore the envelope open. The U.S. Army Signal Center, Fort Monmouth, New Jersey, had shipped on Quadruple A air priority by authority of the Chief Signal Officer, U.S. Army, to the Commanding Officer, USMC Special Detachment 14, Melbourne, Australia, 1 each set transceiver, radio, Hallicrafters Model 23C with 48 crystals, 1 each antenna set, radio transmission, portable, 55-foot with cables and guy wires, 1 each generator, electrical, foot and hand powered, 6 and 12-volt DC.
"Wow,"
Steve said. He knew all about the Hallicrafters 23C, had studied carefully all of its specifications in the American Amateur Radio Relay League magazine, but he'd never seen one before.
"Am I permitted to ask what they are?"
Petty Officer Farnsworth asked.
"Just about the best shortwave radio there is," Steve said. "Lieutenant Donnelly said that I wasn't to ask questions," Petty Officer Farnsworth said, "about what you're doing out here." "You didn't. You just asked what was in the boxes. There's nothing secret about that."
She smiled at him.
"Nice teeth.
Nice smile."
"Where would you like them?"
Around and back," Steve said. "I'll show you." When the crates had been unloaded, Petty Officer Farnsworth sent the truck back into Melbourne.
"It will take us no more than 45 minutes to get to the quay," she said, "which means we should leave here at 11:15. It's now 9:15. Where can I pass 2 hours out of your way, where I will see nothing I'm not supposed to see?"
"I don't have anything to do, and there's nothing out here for you to see. Would you like a cup of coffee?"
"Tea?"
"Oh, sure."
That would be very nice, Corporal, Petty Officer Farnsworth said.
Steve took her into the breakfast room, sat her down, and then went into the kitchen and asked for tea. They waited for several minutes in an awkward silence until one of the maids delivered a tea tray, complete to toast and cookies.
Where are you from in America?
Petty Officer Farnsworth asked.
Where the radios come from, New Jersey. How about you?
I'm from Wagga Wagga, in New South Wales.
Wagga Wagga? He asked, smiling.
I think that it's an Aborigine name.
That's what you call your colored people?
Yes, but as I understand it, they're not like yours.
How come?
Well, yours were taken from Africa and sent to America, as I understand it, and the Aborigines were here when we English arrived.
Ah, sort of Australian Indians, in other words?
I suppose. New South Wales, of course, is named after South Wales in England.
Says New Jersey, he said. Jersey is in England.
I thought it was an island.
Well, it could be. I never really paid much attention.
Petty Officer Farnsworth had an unkind thought. Corporal Koffler was a nice enough young man, and not unattractive, but obviously bloody goddamn stupid. Petty Officer Farnsworth was 23 years old, and she had been married for 5 years to John Andrew Farnsworth, now a sergeant with the Royal Australian Signal Corps somewhere in North Africa. Before the war, she and John had lived in a newly built house on his family's sheep ranch. When John had rushed to the sound of the British trumpet, a move that had baffled and enraged her, his family had decided that she would simply shoulder his responsibilities at the ranch in addition to her own. After all, John's father, brothers, and amazingly fecund sisters reasoned she had no children to worry about, and one must do one's part while the family hero is off defending king and country. Petty Officer Farnsworth, whose Christian name was Daphne, had no intention of becoming a worn-out woman before her time, as the other women of the family either had or were about to. She used the same excuse to get off the ranch as John had: patriotism. When the advertisements for women to join the Royal Australian Navy Women's Volunteer Reserve had come out, she had announced that enlisting was her duty. Since John was already off fighting for king and country, she could do no less, especially considering, as everyone kept pointing out, that she had no children to worry about. The RANWVR had trained her as a typist and assigned her to the naval station in Melbourne. She had a job now that she liked, working for Lieutenant Donnelly. There was something different every day, and unlike some of the other officers she had worked for, Lieutenant Donnelly kept his hands to himself. Every once in a while, she wondered if Donnelly's gentlemanly behavior was a mixed blessing. Lately, she had been wondering about that more and more often, and it bothered her.
Do all Marines wear boots like that? She asked.
No, just parachutists.
You're a parachutist?
He pointed to his wings.
Our parachutists wear berets, she said. Red berets.
You mean like women?
My God, how can one young man be so stupid? Well, I suppose, yes, but I wouldn't say that where they could hear me, if I were you.
Well, I didn't mean nothing wrong by it. I just wanted to be sure we were talking about the same thing.
Quite. So, you're a wireless operator?
Yes and no.
Yes and no?
Well, I am, but the Marine Corps doesn't know anything about it.
Why not?
I didn't tell them. And then when they gave everybody the Morse code test, I made sure I flunked it.
Why?
Now Daphne Farnsworth was fascinated. John had written 6 times that the worst mistake he'd made in the Army was letting it be known that he could key 40 words a minute. From the moment he'd gotten through basic training, the Army had him putting in long days, day after day, as a high-speed wireless telegrapher. He hated it.
Well, I figured out if they was so short of guys who could copy 50, 60 words a minute, you don't learn to do that overnight, they would be working the ass off those who could. Whoops, sorry about the language. That's all right, Daphne said. Well, Daphne, you bitchy little lady, you were wrong about this boy. Not only is he smart enough to take Morse faster than John, but he's smart enough not to let the service hear about it. My husband's a wireless operator, Daphne said, with the British Eighth Army in Africa. He's a sergeant, but he hates being a wireless operator. I figured somebody as pretty as you would be married, Steve Koffler replied. Is that the distilled essence of your observations of life? Or are you making a pass at me, Corporal Koffler? For 5 years. You don't look that old. Thank you. You know what I'd really like to do before we go into town? Rip my clothes off and throw me on the floor? No. I'd like to unpack that helicopters. I've never really seen one. Could you read the newspaper or something? I think I'd rather go with you and see the radio. Or is it classified? What we're doing is classified, not the radio. And now I am curious. What the bloody hell is going on around here? Marine parachutists? Villas in the country? World's best wireless shipped by Priority Air.
2. Townsville Station, Royal Australian Navy, Townsville, Queensland, 24 May 1942. The office of the Commanding Officer, Coastwatcher Service, Royal Australian Navy, codename Ferdinand, was simple, even Spartan. The small room with whitewashed block walls in a tin-roofed building was furnished with a battered desk, several well-worn upholstered chairs, and some battered filing cabinets. A pre-war recruiting poster for the Royal Australian Navy was stapled to one wall. On the wall behind the desk was an unpainted sheet of plywood, crudely hinged on top, that Major Ed Banning, USMC, immediately decided covered a map, or maps. The officer commanding, Lieutenant Commander Eric A. Felt, Royal Australian Navy, was a tall, thin, dark-eyed and dark-haired man. He was not at all glad to see Banning or the letter he had brought from Admiral Brewer, and he was making absolutely no attempt to conceal this. Nothing personal, Major, he said finally, looking up at Banning from behind the desk. I should have bloody well known this would be the next step. Sir, Banning replied. He was standing with his hands locked behind him, more or less in the at-ease position. This? Felt said, waving Admiral Brewer's letter. You're not the first American to show up here. I ran the others off. I should have known somebody would sooner or later go over my head. Yes, sir, Banning said. Let me make it clear that all I want to do here is help you in any way I can. Help me? How the hell could you possibly help me? You would have to tell me that, sir. What do you know about this area of the world? Banning took a chance. I noticed you drive on the wrong side of the road, sir. It was not the reply Commander Felt expected. He looked carefully at Banning, and after a very long moment there was the hint of a smile. I was making reference, Major, to the waters in the area of the Bismarck Archipelago. Absolutely nothing, sir. Well, that's an improvement over the last one. He told me with a straight face that he had studied the charts. Sir, my lack of knowledge is so overwhelming that I don't even know what's wrong with studying the charts. Well, for your general information, Major, there are very few charts
and the ones that do exist are notoriously inaccurate.
Thank you, sir.
I don't suppose that you're any kind of an expert concerning shortwave wireless either, are you, Major?
No, sir. I know a little less about shortwave radios than I do about the Bismarck Archipelago. There was again a vague hint of a smile.
I know about your game, baseball, Major. I know that the rule is 3 strikes and you're out. You now have 2 strikes against you.
I'm sorry to hear that, sir.
Here's the final throw.
I believe the correct phrase is pitch, sir.
The final pitch, then. What do you know of our enemy, the Jap?
In Japanese, Banning said, I read and write the language, sir, and I learned enough about them in China to come to believe that no Westerner can ever know them well.
I will be damned, Commander Felt said. That was Japanese? I don't speak a bloody word of it myself.
That was Japanese, sir, Banning said, and then translated what he had said a moment before.
What were you doing in China?
I was the intelligence officer of the 4th Marines, sir.
And you went home to America before they were sent to the Philippines?
No, sir. Afterward.
Are we splitting a hair here, Major? You went home before the war started?
No, sir. After.
You were considered too valuable as an intelligence officer who speaks Japanese to be captured?
No, sir. I was medically evacuated. I was blinded by concussion.
How?
They think probably concussion from artillery, sir. My sight returned on the submarine that took me off Corregidor.
Are you a married man, Major?
Yes, sir.
How would your wife react to the news? Actually, there wouldn't be any news. She just wouldn't hear from you. That you were behind the Japanese lines.
That's a moot point, sir. The one thing I have been forbidden to do is serve as a coast watcher myself. Felt grunted.
Me too.
My wife is still in China, Commander, Banning said. Felt met his eyes.
I'm sorry.
Felt grunted as he heaved himself to his feet. He raised the sheet of plywood with another grunt and shoved a heavy bolt through an eye bolt so that it would stay up. A map, covered with a sheet of celluloid, was exposed.
This is our area of operation, Major, Commander Felt said. From the Admiralty Islands here, across the Pacific to the other side of New Ireland, and down to Vitiaz Strait between New Guinea and New Britain, and then down into the Solomon Sea in this area. The little marks are where we have people. The ones that are crossed out are places we haven't heard from in some time, or know for sure that the Japs have taken out.
Banning walked around the desk and studied the map for several minutes without speaking. He saw there were a number of X's marking locations which were no longer operational.
The people manning these stations, Felt explained, have been commissioned as junior officers, or warrant officers in the Royal Australian Navy Volunteer Reserve. The idea is to try to have the Japs treat them as prisoners of war if they are captured. There's sort of a fuzzy area there. On one hand, if someone is in uniform, he is supposed to be treated as a POW if captured. On the other hand, what these people are doing, quite simply, is spying. One may shoot spies. The Japanese do. Or actually, they either torture our people to death, or if they're paying attention to the Code of Bushido, they have a formal little ceremony, the culmination of which is the beheading of our people by an officer of suitable rank.
Banning now grunted.
My people, Felt went on, are primarily former civil servants or plantation managers, and in a few cases missionaries. Most of them have spent years in their area. They speak the native languages and dialects, and in some cases, not all, are protected by the natives. They are undisciplined, irreverent, and contemptuous of military and naval organizations, and in particular of officers of the regular establishment. They are people of incredible courage and, for the obvious reasons, of infinite value to military or naval operations in this area."
"I heard something about this," Banning said. "I didn't realize how many of them there are."
"Supporting them logistically is very difficult," Felt went on, as if he had not heard Banning, "for several reasons. For one thing, the distances. For another, the non-availability, except in the most extreme circumstances, of submarines and aircraft. And when aircraft and submarines are available, they are, of course, limited to operation on the shorelines, and my people are most often in the mountains and jungle, some distance from the shore. Landing aircraft in the interior of the islands is 90% of the time impossible, and in any case it would give the Japs a pretty good idea where my people are. The result is that my people are eating the food they carried with them into the jungle, if any remains, and native food, which will not support health under the circumstances they have to live under. If illness strikes, or if they accidentally break an ankle, their chances of survival are minimal."
"Christ," Banning said.
"In addition, the humidity and other conditions tend to render wireless equipment inoperable unless it is properly and constantly cared for, and these people are not technicians."
Banning shook his head.
"And now, Major, be good enough to tell me how you intend to help me."
"In addition to what you tell me to do," Banning said after a moment, "money, parachutists, and radios. I might also be able to do something about aircraft priorities."
"Do you Americans really believe that money can solve any problem? I noticed you mentioned that first."
"I'm not sure about any," Banning replied. "But many? Yes, sir, I believe that. I've got $250,000 in a bank in Melbourne that can be used to support you, and I can get more if I need more."
"That sounds very generous."
"The Marine Corps wants access to your intelligence," Banning said.
"You would have it anyway, wouldn't you, via your Navy?"
"We would like it direct," Banning said. Felt grunted.
"You said parachutists. Have you got parachutists?"
"I have one, sir, already in Australia," Banning replied. He did not say, of course, the notion of sending Koffler off on a mission like these is absurd on its face. Then he added, "I can get more in a short period of time."
"What about wireless set? I thought you said you didn't know anything about that."
"Sir, I don't," Banning said, "but some are on the way."
"What kind?"
"Sir, I don't know. I was told the best there is."
"I would like to know what kind."
"I'll find out for you," Banning said, "just as soon as they show up. So far, the only asset I have in Australia is the money."
"And, of course, you."
"Yes, sir, and my clerk," Banning said, and added, "He's the parachutist I mentioned. He's 18 years old. I can't imagine sending him off to parachute onto some island. But, sir, he knows about parachuting. He could tell us what we need and probably what's available in the States." Felt either grunted or snorted. Banning wasn't sure which. Then he turned and pulled the bolt out of the eye bolt and lowered the sheet of raw plywood so that it again covered the map.
"Tell me, Major Banning, do you have a Christian name?"
"Yes, sir. Edward."
"And your friends call you that? Or Ed?"
"Ed, sir."
"And do you drink, Ed? Wine? Beer? Spirits?"
"Yes, sir. Wine, beer, and spirits."
"Good. Having a Yank around here will be bad enough without him being a sorting teetotaler."
"May I interpret that to mean, sir, that I may stay?"
"On condition that you break yourself of the habit of using the word sir. Are you aware, Ed, that you use sir in place of a comma?" I suppose I do. My Christian name is Eric, Phelps said. But to keep things in their proper perspective around here, Ed, I think you had better call me Commander. They smiled at each other. Let's go drink our lunch, Phelps said. When we've done that, we'll see what can be done about getting you and your savages a place to live. 3. Townsville Station, Townsville, Queensland, 31 May 1942. Major Edward Banning, USMC, was on hand when his command, less the rear echelon, Corporal Koffler, disembarked from the Melbourne train. USMC Special Detachment 14 debarked after the last of the civilian and a half-dozen Australian military passengers had come down from the train to the platform. The first Marine off the train was Staff Sergeant Richardson, the senior NCO, who either didn't see Major Banning or pretended not to. He took up a position on the platform facing the sleeper car. Then, one by one, quickly, the others filed off and formed two ranks facing Staff Sergeant Richardson. They were carrying their weapons at sling arms. Most of them had Springfields, but here and there was a Thompson submachine gun. They were not, however, wearing any of their W.E.B field equipment, Major Banning noticed. They were freshly turned out in sharply creased greens, their fore and aft caps at a proper salty angle. 2 or 3 of them seemed a bit flushed, as if, for example, they had recently imbibed some sort of alcoholic beverage. Staff Sergeant Richardson fell them in, put them through the dress-right dress maneuver, and did a snappy, precise about-face. At that point, First Lieutenant Joseph L. Howard descended the sleeping car steps. He, too, either did not see Major Banning or pretended not to. He marched before Staff Sergeant Richardson, who saluted him crisply. "Sir," Staff Sergeant Richardson barked, "the detachment is formed, and all present are accounted for." Lieutenant Howard returned the salute crisply. "Take your post, Sergeant," he ordered. Salutes were again exchanged. Then, Staff Sergeant Richardson did a precise right-face movement, followed by several others that ultimately placed him in line with and to the right of the troop formation. At the same time, Lieutenant Howard did an equally precise about-face movement and stood erectly at attention. Major Banning understood his role in the ceremony. He dropped his cigarette to the ground, ground his toe on it, and then marched erectly until he faced Lieutenant Howard. Howard saluted. "Sir," he barked. "Special Detachment 14, less the rear echelon, reporting for duty, sir." Banning returned the salute. He looked at his men, who stood there stone-faced, even the 2 or 3 who he suspected had been at the sauce. "At ease?" The detachment assumed the position. "Welcome to Townsville," Banning said. "And let me say the good news. Your drill sergeants would be proud of you. You would be a credit to any parade ground." There were smiles and chuckles. "The bad news is that it's about 1.5 miles from here to our billets, and there are no wheels." Now there were grins on all their faces. "May I respectfully suggest that the Major underestimates his command, sir?" Joe Howard said. "What's that supposed to mean?" Banning asked. "If the Major would be good enough to accompany me, sir?" Howard asked. "Where?" "To the rear of the train, sir," Howard said. "All right," Banning said. "First Sergeant," Lieutenant Howard ordered formally, "take the detachment." Staff Sergeant Richardson marched up in front again, and a final salute was exchanged. Banning and Howard walked to the end of the train, where he stopped at a flat car. Whatever it carried was covered with a canvas tarpaulin. "They call these things open goods wagons over here, sir," he said. "That caused a little confusion for a while. We kept asking for flat cars, and they didn't know what the hell we were talking about." "What's in here, the radios?" "I think the radios are in the last car, sir," Howard said.
He put his fingers in his mouth and whistled shrilly, then gestured. Half a dozen Marines handed their weapons to the others and came trotting down the platform. An officer and a gentleman is not supposed to whistle like that, Banning thought, so it's a good thing there's nobody here but me to see it. The Marines clambered up on the flat car and started to remove the tarpaulin. Large wheels were revealed. "You stole a truck," Banning accused Howard. "No, sir. That truck was issued to us. It's perfectly legal." The tarpaulin was now almost off, revealing a Studebaker stick-bodied truck. In the bed of the truck was a 1941 Studebaker automobile. On the doors of both the truck and the car were neatly stenciled the Marine Corps emblem and the letters USMC. "Is that the car from the Elms?" Banning asked, and then, without giving Howard a chance to reply, continued, "You're sure that's not stolen, Joe?" "I checked on it myself, sir, when Richardson showed up with them." "Them?" "We have 2 trucks and 3 cars, sir. I mean, counting the one you already had. I left that in Melbourne with Koffler. I figured you'd need it when you went back there." Banning saw that the automobile was stuffed with duffel bags. "Well, that explains why they weren't carrying them over their shoulders when they got off the train." "How do you propose to get that truck off the flat car?" Banning asked. "No problem, sir," Lieutenant Howard said. The Marines now pulled thick planks from under the truck and placed them against the flat car, forming a ramp. As 2 of the Marines loosened chains holding the truck chassis to the railroad car, a third got behind the wheel and started the engine. Moments later, the truck was on the platform. The planks were now moved to form a ramp so that the car could be driven off the truck. The duffel bags were taken from the car and thrown onto the truck. As the entire process was being repeated for the second flat car, Major Banning said to Lieutenant Howard, "Why do I have this uncomfortable feeling that I am going to end my career in Portsmouth?" "This is all perfectly legal, sir," Howard said. "Trust me." "God, it better be." When the tarpaulin covering a third flat car was removed, Banning walked down to see what it held. There were wooden crates containing Hallicrafters radios, portable antennas, and generators. "Well, they're here. I hope to hell they work. I'm going to look like a fool in front of Eric Felt if they don't." "Let's hope at least one of them works," Banning said to Howard. "They all work, sir," Howard said. "Sergeant Haley and Corporal Koffler checked them out." Sergeant Haley, Banning remembered, was a pudgy-faced buck sergeant, one of his 3 radio operators. But he also remembered that Haley had told him he was an operator, not a technician. And Koffler? "Haley and Koffler." "Yes, sir. When I got to the Elms, I saw Koffler had set up one of the radios and an antenna and some batteries and was listening to KYW in Honolulu. I had them check out the others as they came in to make sure they worked. I figured if they didn't, it would be easier to get them fixed in Melbourne than here. A couple of them needed a little work, but they're all working now." "Haley fixed them?" "No, Koffler. Haley had never seen one of them before." "And Koffler had?" "No, but it took me a while to figure this out, Major. Haley went to radio school. He knows about Marine and Navy radios. Koffler was a radio amateur, what they call a ham." "He told me," Banning interrupted. "So what?" "So he can apparently make a radio from parts. He understands what makes them work. Even Haley was impressed. There's more to Koffler than meets the eye." "That wouldn't be hard," Banning said dryly, then asked, "How many radio sets are there?" "8, sir. I brought 7 of them up here. Koffler rigged one of them so we can talk to Melbourne as soon as we get one set up here." Another sergeant, whose name, after a moment, Banning remembered was Solinsky, marched happily up and saluted. "Sir, the convoy is formed. If the Major would care to enter his staff car?" "Thank you, Sergeant," Banning said. Nice work, getting this all organized so quickly.
Thank you, sir,
Sergeant Solinsky said, pleased. Lieutenant Commander Felt had arranged for USMC Special Detachment 14 to take over a 2-story, tin-roofed frame building that had belonged to the now-defunct Townsville Young Men's Christian Association. In addition to a small suite of offices, there was a room with a billiards table, as well as 6 small bedrooms, a small gymnasium with a rusty collection of weightlifting machines, and a reception room with a soft drink bar that Banning suspected was about to be converted to a saloon. Banning had prepared notes for the little speech he intended to deliver to his men, but he decided that would have to wait until he got the full story of the cars and trucks. The speech mostly dealt with the importance of getting along with the Aussies, and included the details of their rationing with the Aussies and other housekeeping information. The story of the cars and trucks was obviously more important. He called Lieutenant Howard and Staff Sergeant Richardson into what would serve as the detachment office and told Howard to close the door. I want to know about the trucks and cars, he said, and I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, sir, Staff Sergeant Richardson said. Well, sir, Lieutenant Howard sent me and Sergeant Jenkins on the next plane, after yours and Koffler's. Koffler met us on the dock with the Studebaker and drove us out to the Elms. I asked him where he got the car. He said he didn't know where it had come from. Captain Pickering arranged for it. He got it from a Navy depot. Yes, sir. But Koffler didn't know that, so I told him to ask somebody. He asked an Aussie lady sailor he had met, and she told him there was a Navy depot, a U.S. Navy depot. So I went down there. It's not a regular depot. What I found out is that it's a place they store stuff that was supposed to go to China but didn't make it. Go over that again? Well, sir, there was a lot of stuff being shipped to China, what they call Lend-Lease. When they couldn't get in there, they went on to Australia and just unloaded the stuff. The only Americans around was a small Corps Civil Engineers depot, and they suddenly had all this stuff dumped in their laps. They didn't know what the hell to do with it all. One of the ships was full of Studebakers, cars, and trucks. I see. And you stole the ones you brought with you? No, sir. I didn't have to. I just had Koffler drive me down there, and I told an officer I found that I had come for the rest of our vehicles. He said he couldn't issue any of what he had without authority, and I told him we had the authority, and there was our Studebaker to prove it. He asked me who we worked for, and since you weren't in Melbourne, I told him this Captain Pickering. Lieutenant Howard gave me his name in Hawaii in case we needed it. And this officer called Captain Pickering? Yes, sir. And Captain Pickering, I guess, told him it was all right. He asked me how many trucks I wanted and how many cars, and I said 2, and he said, all right, but you're going to have to get them running yourself. I don't have anybody to help you. I think I could have gotten a dozen of each if I'd been smart enough to ask for 'em. I think you've done very well, Sergeant Richardson, Banning said. Thank you. 4. Air Transport Office, Royal Naval Station, Melbourne, 1 June, 1942. Lieutenant Vincent F. Donnelly, RAN, said, Yes, sir, right away, and put the telephone handset back in its cradle. He looked across the crowded office to where Yeoman Third Class Daphne Farnsworth, her lower lip clipped under her teeth in concentration, was filling out one more sodding form on her typewriter. Daphne, he called. He had to call again before he broke through her concentration.
Yes, sir.
We've been summoned to the captain's office, Donnelly said.
I don't suppose we could ask him to wait 30 minutes, could we? Daphne asked, smiling. I'm finally, almost finished with this.
He wants us right away.
Should I bring my pad?
No, I don't think so. Lieutenant Junior Grade Eleanor McKee, Royal Australian Navy Women's Volunteer Reserve, commanding officer of all the women aboard R.A. Naval Station Melbourne, was in the captain's office when they got there.
She looks as if she's been sucking a lemon again, Daphne thought. I wonder what the hell this is all about. I haven't done a damn thing, so far as I know.
The captain stood up. "Yeoman Farnsworth," he said, "it is my sad duty to inform you that your husband, Sergeant John Andrew Farnsworth, Royal Australian Signals, has been killed in action in North Africa."
"Oh, God."
"You will, I am sure, be able to find some solace in knowing he died for king and country," the captain said.
"Oh, shit,"
Daphne said. "I'm very sorry, my dear," the captain said. 5. Townsville, Queensland, 5 June 1942. "I'm only saying this, you two must understand, because I have been drinking," Lieutenant Commander Eric A. Felt, RAN, said to Major Edward J. Banning, USMC, and Lieutenant Joe Howard, USMCR. "But I am far more impressed with your band of innocence than I ever thought would be the case." They were in Commander Felt's quarters, sitting on folding steel chairs, facing one another across a rickety wooden table on which sat a half-filled bottle of Dewar's Scotch and the empty hulk of another. A rusting bucket on the floor held a half-dozen bottles of beer and a soda siphon in a pool of melting ice. "You're only saying that," Major Banning responded, "because you found out I outrank you."
"That's beneath you, Banning," Felt said, "bringing up a sodding 6 days difference in the dates of our promotions."
"And we gave you a truck," Joe Howard said, somewhat thickly. "We have a saying in America, never look a gift truck in the mouth."
"You didn't give me the truck. You only loaned it to me. And anyway, the steering wheel is on the wrong side."
"The steering wheel is in the right place," Howard said. "You people insist on driving on the wrong side of the road." Felt stood up and walked, not too steadily, to a chest of drawers. He returned with a box of cigars, which he displayed with an elaborate gesture.
"I mean it," he said. "Have a cigar."
"Thank you. I don't mind if I do," Banning said. He took one and passed the box to Howard.
"I got them from a Dutchman, master of an inter-island tramp,"
Felt said, sitting down again and helping himself to a little more of the Dewars.
"He swore they were rolled between the thighs of 14-year-old Cuban virgins."
Banning raised his glass. "Here's to 14-year-old Cuban virgins."
"Hear, hear,"
Howard said.
"And here's to Captain Vandenhoeven," Felt said. "He gave me those cigars just in time."
"Just in time?" Banning asked.
"The next time he went out for me, the Japs got him. One of their sodding destroyers. They caught him off Wooverloo Island."
"Shit," Howard said. Banning raised his glass again. "To the captain," he said. He lit the cigar and exhaled slowly through pursed lips. "That's all right," he said approvingly.
"Virginal thighs will do it every time,"
Felt pronounced solemnly. There was a polite knock at the door. "Come," Felt called. A young, thick-spectacled man in the uniform of a leading aircraftsman, Royal Australian Air Force, came into the room and, in the British manner, quick-marched to the rickety table and saluted with the palm outward as he stamped his foot. "Sir!" he barked. Felt made a vague gesture with his right hand in the direction of his forehead. It could only charitably be called a salute. What have you there, son? Group Captain Dean's compliments, sir. He said he thought you should see these straight off.
He handed Felt a large manila envelope. Felt tore it open. It contained a slightly smaller envelope, this one stamped Most Secret. Felt opened this one and took out a half-dozen 8-inch square photographs. Banning guessed they were aerials.
These are from where?
Felt asked after a moment. Banning heard no suggestion in his voice now that Felt had been drinking.
Buka Island, sir,
the RAAF man said.
That will be all.
Thank you. Please convey to Group Captain Dean my deep appreciation.
Sir!
The RAAF man barked again, saluted and stamped his foot, and quick-marched out of the room. Felt shoved the thin stack of photographs across the table to Banning, and then stood up. Banning saw a man in a field, holding his arms above his head. There were 3 views of this, each differing slightly, as if they had been taken within seconds of each other. Matching each view were blow-ups, showing just the man and a small area around him. Felt reappeared with a large magnifying glass with a handle. He dropped to his knees and examined each of the photographs with great care.
Well, at least he was still alive when these were taken,
Felt said. What am I looking at? Banning asked. He enunciated the words very carefully, for he now very much regretted helping himself so liberally to the Scotch, and he wanted at least to sound as sober as possible.
Can I look?
Joe Howard asked.
Sure,
Felt said, and then went on.
Sub-Lieutenant Jacob Reeves, from whom we haven't heard in the last 10 days or so. He's on Booker. Important spot. I was afraid the nips had nipped him, but it's just that his wireless is out.
Banning looked at him. There had been no intent on Felt's part, he saw, to play with words. Felt was perfectly serious when he said, nipped by the nips. He was now icily serious.
How do you know his radio's out?
Howard asked.
What the bloody hell else do you think RA could mean?
Felt asked impatiently, almost contemptuously. He pointed, and Banning saw what he had missed. The tall grass, or whatever the hell it was, in the field, had been cut down so it spelled out, in letters 25 or 30 feet tall, the letters R.A. More gently now, as if he regretted his abruptness, Felt said,
Interesting man, Jacob Reeves. He's the far side of 40. Been in the island since he was a boy. Been on Booker for 15 years. Never married. Has a harem of native girls. I don't think he's been off the island more than 3 times since he's been there. We had a hell of a time teaching him Morse code at first. And of course, he doesn't know a sodding thing about how a wireless works.
Banning raised his eyebrows at that.
It could be anything from a loose wire, Felt explained, through a complete failure. Or his generator is gone out. He has a small gasoline-powered generator. God only knows.
Where does he get gas for the generator? Howard asked.
There were supplies of it on Booker, Felt said. He took a truckload of supplies, presumably including fuel, when he went up into the hills. If he was out of petrol, I think he would have cut PET in the grass.
Where did the pictures come from? Banning asked.
I asked Group Captain Dean to send an aircraft over there. He has a couple of Lockheed Hudsons.
Banning nodded. The twin-engine, low-winged monoplane with a twin tail obviously traced its heritage to the famous airplane in which Amelia Earhart had been lost, trying to set an around-the-world speed record.
I think we had better send Sub-Lieutenant Reeves one of your helicopter sets, Major Banning, Felt said. I'm glad you mentioned the petrol. I've no idea how much he has left, if any. That bicycle generator is what he needs.
They're yours,
Banning said immediately.
That poses several questions. First, how we get it to him. He's in the hills, so that eliminates either a submarine, even if I could get the use of one, or a ship.
By parachute, then, Banning said. Would your group Captain Dean be able to do that? Felt nodded, meaning that he could get an aircraft.
The question then becomes, can a helicopter set be dropped by parachute?
I'm sure our Corporal Koffler could answer that, Banning said. Off the top of my head, I can't think of a reason why not.
The question then becomes, would your Corporal Koffler be willing to go in with it?
Why would that be necessary? Banning asked.
He immediately saw on Felt's face that his simple question had been misinterpreted. Felt suspected that Banning was reluctant to send one of his men behind the Japanese lines.
I'm afraid it really would be necessary, Banning, Felt said. Otherwise, dropping the helicopters would be useless. Reeves would have no idea how to operate it. And I don't think he could work from a set of directions. His mind doesn't work that way.
How soon would you like Koffler to jump in? Banning asked.
Today's Friday. How long would it take your man to prepare the helicopters to be rigged for a parachute drop?
Again, I'll have to ask him, but again, off the top of my head, I can't imagine why it would take more than a couple of hours. I presume we can get parachutes from the RAAF?
Felt nodded.
I'll ring Dean and ask him to arrange for your man to be flown up here tomorrow.
Am I allowed to say something?
Howard asked. Banning looked at him curiously, even impatiently.
Sure, Felt said. If I understand this correctly, Howard said, what we have here is a very important Coast Watcher station,
arguably the most important station, Felt agreed.
Certainly one of the most important. Staffed by one man who apparently knows very little or nothing about radios.
That's why we're going to jump Koffler in to join him.
Koffler doesn't know a zero from a Packard, Howard said. If something happens to your man Reeves, Commander, what you're going to have is a perfectly functioning radio station from which we'll get no intelligence because Koffler won't know what to send.
Granted, Felt said.
So what? So what you need is a team. Send 2 people in. The other one should be someone who can identify Japanese aircraft and ships as well as your man Reeves. If something should happen to Reeves, that man could possibly keep the station operating. At least, better than someone who was in high school this time last year.
I don't have anybody to spare at the moment, Felt said.
I grant your point. Reeves should have a replacement. I'll work on it. The time to send him in is now, Howard argued. You said that getting planes is difficult. You might not be able to get another. And even if you could, it seems to me the Japanese would sense that something important was going on in that area. Commander Felt says he doesn't have anyone to send, Banning said curtly. I was in the 1st Defense Battalion at Pearl, Howard said. In addition to my other duties, I taught Japanese aircraft and vessel recognition.
Fascinating,
Commander Felt said softly.
You're not a parachutist, Banning said. Neither was Steve Koffler this time last year, Howard argued.
Ed, Felt said softly. I was given a briefing on agent infiltration by an insufferably smug British Special Operations executive officer. He told me, among other things, that their experience parachuting people into France has been that they lost more people training them to use parachutes than they did jumping virtually untrained people on actual operations. Consequently, As a rule of thumb, they no longer subject agents going in to the risks of injury parachute training raises.
Banning looked between the two of them but said nothing.
What worries me about this is why Joe wants to go, Felt said.
He looked directly at Howard.
Why do you want to do this?
I don't want to do it, Howard said after a moment. I think somebody has to do it. Of the people available to us, I seem to have the best qualifications.
Are you married? Children?
Felt asked.
I have a fiancée,
Joe said. It was, he realized, the first time he had ever used the word.
The decision, of course, is Major Banning's, Commander Felt said formally.
Banning met Howard's eyes for a moment.
I think it might be better if Joe and I went to Melbourne, Banning said finally, evenly.
I don't know, but maybe Joe and Coulter will need some equipment I don't know about. If there is, it would more likely be available in Melbourne to a major than to a lieutenant.
Your other ranks seem to do remarkably well getting things from depots, Felt said. But of course you're right. I'll arrange with Dean to have you two flown down there in the morning.
He reached for the scotch bottle and topped off everyone's glass.
And of course, Melbourne's the best place to get the shots.
Shots?
Immunizations. The Marine Corps has given me shots against every disease known to Western man, Howard said. I don't really think, Joe, that your medical people have a hell of a lot of experience with the sort of thing you're going to find on Buka, Felt said. And since Major Banning and I have decided to indulge you in this little escapade, it behooves you to take your shots like a good little boy.
Aye, aye, sir, Howard said.
Cheers,
Felt said, raising his glass. 6. Two Creeks Station, Wagga Wagga, New South Wales, 6 June 1942. It had been called a memorial service, but what it really had been, Daphne Farnsworth realized, was a regular funeral, missing only the body. There had even been an empty, flag-covered casket in the aisle of St. Paul's Church. The Reverend Mr. Bartholomew Frederick, his World War I Australian-New Zealand Army Corps ribbons pinned to his vestments, had delivered a eulogy that had been at least as much a recitation of the virtues of Australian military prowess and courage generally as it had been a recounting of the virtues of the late Sergeant John Andrew Farnsworth. And before and after, before even she had gotten home, the neighbors had gone through the ritual of visiting the bereaved. In the event, Daphne Farnsworth only barely counted as one of the bereaved. The visitors had called on John's parents at the big house instead of at John's and her house. Their house had been more or less closed up, of course, and his parents' house was larger, but she suspected that the roasts and the casseroles and the clove-studded hams and potato salad would have been delivered to the big house even if she hadn't joined the Navy. She was both shamed and confused by her reaction to the offerings of sympathy. They annoyed her. And she resented all the people, too. She was either being a genuine bitch, she decided, or, as she had heard at least a half-dozen people whisper softly to her in-laws, she was still in shock and had not really accepted her loss. That would come later. She had been annoyed at that, too. They didn't know what the hell they were talking about. She had accepted her loss. She knew that John was never coming back, even, for Christ's sake, in a casket when the war was over. She knew, with a horrible empty feeling in her heart and belly, that she would never again feel John's muscular arms around her, or have him inside her. She was angry with him, too, the decisive proof that she was a cold-hearted bitch. He didn't have to go. He had gotten himself killed over there
for the sole reason that he had wanted to go over there, answering some obscene and ludicrous male hunger to go off and kill something, without considering at all the price she was going to have to pay. And their childlessness, a question John had decided for all time by enlisting and getting himself killed, had been a subject of some conversation by those who had come to call to express their sympathy. The males, gathered in the sitting room, drinking, and the women in the kitchen, fussing with all the food, seemed to be divided more or less equally into two groups: those who thought it a pity there wasn't a baby, preferably a male baby, to carry on the name, and those who considered it a manifestation of God's wise compassion that he had not left poor Daphne with a fatherless child to add to her burden. Daphne had started drinking early in the morning when she awoke in their bed and cried with the knowledge that John would never again share it with her. She had tossed down a shot of straight gin before she'd left their bed for her bath. And she'd had another little taste just before they'd gotten in the cars to go to St. Paul's for the service. And she had had 3 since she returned from church, timing them carefully. John had once told her that if you took only 1 drink an hour, you could never get drunk. The body burned off spirits at the rate of a drink an hour. She believed that, as if she needed another one. There was one more proof that she was a bitch, because she knew that what she really wanted to do was get really drunk. She had been really drunk only 3 times in her life. The last time, the day after she had returned here after watching John's ship move away from the pier in Melbourne. She could not do that today, of course. They would disgrace her. Not that that seemed important, but it would hurt her family, especially her mother and John's mother, if she let the side down by doing something like that when she was expected to be the grieving, virtuous young widow. She left the crowd of people in the big house to walk to her own house. She did that because she had to visit the loo, and there was actually a line before the loo in the big house. She just happened to notice the car coming across the bridge over the Murrumbidgee River. It made the sharp right onto their property.
Still, somebody else coming. I really don't want one more expression of sympathy, one more man to tell me, "Steady on, girl," or one more woman to tell me, "The Lord works in mysterious ways. You must now put your trust in the Lord." There's no one behind the wheel. Of course not. It's an American car, a Studebaker like the Americans at the Elms have. What is an American car doing coming here? Oh my God, it's him. It can't be, but it is. What in the name of God is Steve Koffler doing here?
She cut across the field and got to the Studebaker a moment after Steve Koffler had parked it at the end of a long row of cars, got out, and opened the rear door. The first thought she had was unkind. When she saw his glistening paratrooper boots, sharply creased trousers, and the tightly woven fabric of his tunic, and compared it with the rough, blanket-like material John's uniform had been cut from, and his rough, hobnailed boots, she was annoyed.
Bloody American Marines. They all look like officers.
He got whatever he was looking for from the back seat of the Studebaker, then stood erect and turned around and saw her.
"Hello,"
he said, startled and somewhat shy.
"What are you doing here?" "Lieutenant Donnelly told me about your husband,"
Steve said, holding out what he had taken from the back seat, a bouquet of flowers, a tissue-wrapped square box, and a brown sack, obviously containing a bottle.
"What are you doing here?"
Daphne repeated.
"I didn't know what you're supposed to do in Australia," he said, "to show you're sorry." "What is all that?" "Flowers, candy, and whiskey," Steve said. "Is that all right?" It's unnecessary, Daphne snapped, and was sorry. What are you doing here? I came to tell you how sorry I am about your husband getting killed, Steve said. And you drove all the way out here to do that? It's only 286 miles, he said. I just checked, and that includes me getting lost twice. It never even entered his stupid American mind that he might be intruding here. He wanted to come, so he just got in his sodding car and came. I really don't know what to say to you, she said. You don't have to say anything, he said. I just wanted you to know I'm sorry. Is that it? Or did you maybe think that now that I'm a widow, you could just jump into my bed? What the hell is the matter with me? He's just stupid and sweet. Except that I know he's not really as stupid as I first thought. Naive and sweet, rather than stupid. That's very kind of you, Steve, I'm sure. Thank you very much. Steve Koffler relaxed visibly. It's okay. I wanted to do it. But my mother is not going to understand this, or John's mother, or anybody. They're going to suspect that this boy and I are... What? Something we shouldn't be. That is absurd, won't matter. That's what they're going to think. And I can't just send him packing either. Not only would that be cruel of me, but by now everyone has seen the car and will be wondering who it is. What the hell am I going to do? I suppose you must think I'm terrible, Daphne Farnsworth said to Steve Koffler as the Studebaker turned onto the bridge over the Murrumbidgee River. Lying to my family like that? No, I understand, he replied, turning his head to look at her. Well, I feel rotten about it, she said. But I just couldn't take any more. I was going to scream. After quickly but carefully coaching Steve in the story, she had led him up to the big house and introduced him to her family. She had told him that her officer, Lieutenant Donnelly, had learned that the American Marines were sending a car to the Wagga Wagga airfield. The lieutenant had arranged with a Marine officer to have Steve, the driver, whom she referred to as Corporal Koffler, stop by the station and offer her a ride back to Melbourne. Her death leave was up the next day anyway. It would save her catching a very early train and a long and uncomfortable ride. It sounded credible, and she was reasonably sure that no one had questioned the story. They had been effusive in their thanks to Steve for doing her a good turn, all of which, of course, had made her feel even worse. I'm just glad I decided to come, Steve Koffler said. They rode in silence for a long time while Daphne wallowed in her new perception of herself as someone with a previously unsuspected capacity for lying and all-around deceit, the proof of which was that she felt an enormous sense of relief at being able to get away from people who shared her grief and would, quite literally, do anything in the world for her. Steve Koffler broke the silence as they reached the outskirts of Wangaratta, 50 miles back into Victoria. Would it be all right if I looked for some place I could get something to eat? I could eat a horse. You mean you haven't eaten? He nodded. You should have said something at the station, she said. There was all kinds of food. He shrugged. On condition that you let me pay, Daphne said. I really do appreciate the ride. I've got money, he said. I pay, or you go hungry. He smiled at her shyly. As he wolfed down an enormous meal of steak and eggs, Daphne asked, Tell me about your family, Steve, and your girl. There's not much to tell about my family. My mother and father are divorced. I live with her and her husband, and I don't have a girl. I thought Marines were supposed to have a girl in every port. That's what they say, he said.
I know a bunch of girls, of course, but there's no one special. I've been too busy, I suppose, to have a steady girl."
He's lying. That was bravado. He's afraid of women. Then why did he drive all the way out to Wagga Wagga? For the reason he gave. He felt really sorry for me. Whatever this boy is, he is no Don Juan. He's just a sweet kid.
When they were back on the road, she found herself pursuing the subject, wondering why it was important.
There must have been one girl that stood out from all the others.
From his reaction to the question, she sensed that there had not only been a girl in Steve Koffler's life, but that it had not been a satisfactory relationship.
Who was she, Steve? Why am I doing this? What do I really care?
Over the next hour and a half, Daphne drew from Steve, one small detail after another, the story of Diane Marshall Norman. By the time she was sure she had separated fact from fantasy and had assembled what she felt was probably the true sequence of events, she had worked up what she told herself was a big sister-like dislike for Diane Marshall Norman and a genuine feeling of sympathy for Steve.
Women can be such bitches, she thought, getting what they want and not carrying a whit how much they hurt a nice kid like Steve Koffler.
7. U.S. Navy Element, U.S. Army General Hospital, Melbourne, Australia, 17:05 hours, 6 June, 1942. Soon after they met, Commander Charles E. Whaley, M.D., USNR, told Ensign Barbara T. Cotter, N.C., USNR, that he had given up a lucrative practice of psychiatry in Grosse Pointe Hills, Michigan, and entered the naval service in order to treat the mental disorders of servicemen who had been unable to cope with the stress of the battlefield. He was happy to do so. But he had not entered the naval service, he went on to tell Ensign Cotter, to administer to the minor aches and pains of the naval brass gathered around the headquarters of the Commander-in-Chief, Southwest Pacific, General Douglas MacArthur, and especially not to cater to their grossly overdeveloped sense of medical self-protection, and he had absolutely no intention of doing so. He specifically told Ensign Cotter, who was in his eyes an unusually nice and bright kid, that he had no intention of making a goddamned house call to the residence of some Navy brass hat named Pickering. This guy had apparently heard somewhere of a battery of rare tropical diseases, since, for some half-assed reason, he felt threatened by those diseases, he wanted himself immunized against them at his quarters. "I think I know where this goddamn thing started, Barbara," Dr. Whaley said. "I have never even seen a case of any of these things, and I interned and did my residency in Los Angeles, where you see all sorts of strange things. But this morning there was a Marine officer in here, armed with a buck slip from an admiral on MacArthur's staff, ordering that he be immediately immunized against them. They had to get the stuff from the Australians to give it to him. Then I get a message. If I'd been here to take the call, I would have told him what I thought. From this Captain Pickering, ordering me to come to his residence, prepared to give the same series of shots to at least one other person. What I think happened is that this son of a bitch Pickering heard about the Marine and decided he wasn't going to take the risk of coming down with something like this himself. No, sir. I mean, why should he? I mean, after all, here he is, far from the Army-Navy Club in Washington, risking his life as a member of MacArthur's Palace Guard." Barbara chuckled.
What would you like me to do, Doctor?
"If I go over there, Barbara, I'm liable to forget that I'm an officer and a gentleman and tell this Pickering character what I think of him specifically and the naval service generally.
So by the power vested in me by the Naval Service, Ensign Cutter, I order you to proceed forthwith to—" He handed her an interoffice memorandum. "The address hereon, and immunize this officer by injection. See if you can find a dull needle, a large one. And it is my professional medical judgment that you should inject the patient in his gluteus maximus."
Aye, aye, sir,
Ensign Cotter replied. "And go by ambulance," Commander Charles E. Whaley, M.D., USNR, added.
Ambulance?
"With a little bit of luck, Captain Pickering will inquire about the ambulance. Then you will tell him that the immunizations sometimes produce terrible side effects," Dr. Whaley said, pleased with himself. "And that the ambulance is just a precaution."
You're serious?
Barbara chuckled. "You bet your ass I am," Commander Whaley said. 8. The Elms, Dandenong, Victoria, Australia. 1755 hours, 6 June, 1942. When Barbara Cotter saw the Elms, she was glad that Dr. Whaley had sent her and not come himself. This Captain Pickering, whoever he was, seemed one more proof that Karl Marx might have been onto something when he denounced the over-accumulation of capital in the hands of the privileged few. Navy captains, for rank hath its privileges, lived well, but not this well. Dr. Whaley could have gotten himself in deep trouble, letting his Irish temper loose at this Navy brass hat. A middle-aged woman opened the door.
Hello,
Mrs. Hortense Cavendish said with a smile.
may I help you? I'm Ensign Cotter to see Captain Pickering. I'm from the hospital. Are you a doctor? I'm a nurse, Barbara said. I think he was expecting a doctor, Mrs. Cavendish said. But please come in. I'll tell him you're here.
She left Barbara waiting in the foyer and disappeared down a corridor. A moment later, a man appeared and walked up to her. He was in his shirt sleeves and wearing suspenders, and his collar was open and his tie pulled down. He held a drink in his hand. Barbara was prepared to despise him as a palace guard brass hat with an exaggerated opinion of his own importance, and with what Dr. Whaley had so cleverly described as an overdeveloped sense of medical self-protection. "Hello?" Pickering said. "I'm Fleming Pickering. I was rather expecting Commander Whaley, but you're much prettier."
Sir, I'm Ensign Cotter.
"I'm very pleased to meet you," he said. "We saw the ambulance. What's that all about? Is the Navy again suffering from cross signals?"
Sir, I'm here to administer certain injections, Barbara said. There is a chance of a reaction to them. The ambulance is a precaution.
"Well, the first sticky seems to be doing fine," Pickering said. "We're hoping that your intended target will show up momentarily. I'm afraid you're going to have to wait until he does."
Sir?
"You're here to immunize Corporal Koffler," Pickering said. "At the moment, we don't know where he is. You'll have to wait until he shows up. If that's going to pose a problem for you at the hospital, I'll call and explain the situation. This is rather important."
I was under the impression the immunizations were intended for you, Captain.
"Oh, no," Pickering said and smiled. "I suspected crossed signals. Shall I call the hospital and straighten things out?"
If I'm going to have to stay, I'd better call, sir, Barbara said.
"The phone's right over there," Pickering said, pointing to a narrow table against the foyer wall. "If you run into any trouble, let me know. Sometimes the regular Navy is a bit dense between the ears." She looked at him in shock. "Between us amateurs, of course," Pickering smiled. "I presume you're a fellow amateur?"
I'm a reservist, sir, if that's what you mean.
"I was sure of it," Pickering said. "When you're through on the phone, please come in the sitting room." He pointed to it.
Yes, sir,
Barbara said. "Oh, Barbara," Dr. Whaley said when she called him at his quarters. "I hope you're calling because you're lost."
Excuse me?
"You found the elms without any trouble?"
Yes, sir, I'm here now. I've just met Captain Pickering.
"How did that go?"
It's not what you thought, Doctor.
"I already found that out. The men to be immunized, the Marine officer who was here at the hospital and the one you're there to see, are about to go on some hush-hush mission behind the lines. High-level stuff. And I learned 5 minutes after you left that Pickering is not what I led you to believe he was."
He's really nice,
Barbara said. "He's also General MacArthur's personal pal," Dr. Whaley said, "and Frank Knox's personal representative over here. Not the sort of man to jab with a dull needle."
No, sir,
Barbara chuckled.
The other man to be immunized isn't here yet. Captain Pickering said I'll have to stay here until he shows up. That's why I'm calling.
"You stay as long as you're needed," Dr. Whaley said, "and be as charming as possible, knowing that you have our naval careers in your hands."
Yes, sir.
"You better send the ambulance back, Barbara. When you're finished, I'll send a staff car for you."
Yes, sir.
Barbara hung up, walked out of the elms, sent the ambulance back to the hospital, and then re-entered the house. "Everything go all right?" Captain Pickering asked her when she reached the room he had directed her to. "Come in."
Everything's fine, sir,
Barbara said. "Gentlemen, this is Ensign Cotter," Pickering said. "Ensign Cotter, this is Major Ed Banning, Lieutenant Vince Donnelly, and Lieutenant Joe Howard." Lieutenant Joe Howard, who had been mixing a drink at the bar, turned, looked at Barbara, dropped the glass, and said, "Oh, my God."
Joe!
Barbara wailed. "Why do I suspect that these two splendid young junior officers have met?" Banning asked dryly. "Lieutenant Howard," Captain Pickering said. "Ensign Cotter was just telling me that sometimes these shots have adverse effects. Why don't you take her someplace where she can examine you?" He hardly had time to congratulate himself on having produced, snatching it from out of the blue, a Solomon-like solution to the problem of how to handle two young lovers who were embarrassed to manifest a display of affection before senior officers. For, unfortunately, his brilliance was wasted. Ensign Cotter, forgetting that she was an officer and a gentlewoman, ran to Howard and threw herself in his arms and cried, "Oh, my darling!" After a moment, Captain Pickering spoke again. "Joe, why don't you take your girl and show her the grounds?" Howard, not trusting his voice, nodded his thanks and, with his arms around Barbara, led her out of the sitting room and started down the corridor. All of a sudden, she stopped, spun out of his arms, and faced him.
You're on this mission, aren't you?
She challenged. He nodded.
Oh, my God.
It'll be all right, he said.
They don't send people on missions like that unless they volunteer, she said, adding angrily, You volunteered, didn't you?
He nodded.
God damn you!
He didn't reply.
Why? Can you tell me why?
It's important, he said.
When do you go?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
She wailed. He nodded.
What are we going to do now?
She asked. He shrugged helplessly. We could go to my room, Joe blurted. She met his eyes.
They'd know,
she said. Do you care? He asked. She reached out and touched his face and shook her head. He took her hand from his face and held it as he led her the rest of the way down the stairs and then up the broad staircase to his room. Chapter 13. 1. The Elms, Dandenong, Victoria, Australia,
21:05 hours, 6 June, 1942. As Corporal Stephen M. Koffler and Petty Officer Daphne Farnsworth approached Melbourne, they came up to a road sign indicating a turnoff to Dandenong. It occurred to Corporal Koffler then that he'd better check in before he took Petty Officer Farnsworth home.
"Would you mind sitting in the car for a minute while I tell Mrs. Cavendish I'm back?" Steve asked as he made the turn. "Maybe there's a message for me or something." "Of course not."
He drove down the long line of ancient elms that lined the driveway. When they reached the house, there were two cars parked in front of it. One was a drop-head Jaguar coupe, and the other a Morris with Royal Australian Navy plates. After a moment, to her surprise, Daphne recognized it as Lieutenant Donnelly's car. She wondered what he was doing out here, and then she wondered what he was going to think when he saw her with Corporal Steve Koffler of the United States Marines. She was supposed to be still at home, grief-stricken.
"Oh, shit,"
Steve Koffler said when he saw the cars. When Major Edward J. Banning, USMC, noticed the glow of the headlights flash across the front of the elms, he rose to his feet and went to one of the French windows in the library. As he pushed the curtain aside, the Studebaker pulled up beside the Jaguar and the Morris. "It has to be Corporal Stephen Koffler. God damn, the horny little AWOL son of a bitch. I am not going to eat his ass out. It is not in keeping with the principles of good leadership to eat the ass out of an enlisted man just before you ask him to parachute onto an enemy-held island. If he doesn't kill himself in the jump, there's a very good chance he will be killed by the Japanese, probably in some very imaginative way. If I were a corporal and they left me all alone with the keys to a car, would I take the car and go out and try to get laid? Never having been a corporal, I can't really say. But probably." Banning couldn't help recalling Kenneth R. Killer McCoy, late corporal, 4th Marines, Shanghai. If I had set up the killer in a house like this in China and told him he would be left alone for a week or 10 days minimum, he would have had a non-stop poker game going here in the library, a craps table operating in the foyer, half a dozen ladies of the evening plying their trade upstairs, and he'd be using the Studebaker to ferry customers back and forth to town. It was not the first time Banning had thought of Corporal Killer McCoy during the past 24 hours. He started remembering McCoy just after he and Captain Pickering arrived at the Elms. They were informed then by Mrs. Cavendish that Corporal Koffler had taken the Studebaker at 5 the previous afternoon, and that he hadn't been seen since, and no, she had no idea where he might have gone. That sounded like something McCoy would have done, which did not mean that Corporals McCoy and Koffler were not stamped out of the same mold. Far from it. Banning would have been nervous about sending Killer McCoy to jump on Buka, but he wouldn't have had this sick feeling in his stomach. Killer was probably capable of carrying off something like this with a good chance of coming through it alive. Banning did not think that would be the case with Joe Howard and Steve Koffler. The words had come into his mind a half-dozen times. I am about to send 2 of my men to their deaths. It was not a pleasant feeling, and his rationalizations, although inarguably true, sounded hollow and irrelevant. I am asking him to risk, and perhaps even give, his life so that other men may live. And he's a volunteer. Nobody pushed him into this at the point of a bayonet. And even, he's a Marine, and Marines do what they are ordered to do. There was really no point whatever in wishing that the killer was here. For one thing, Killer was no longer a corporal. He was now an officer and a gentleman, and would soon find himself ordering some enlisted Marine to do something that would probably get him killed. And there was no other enlisted man in Special Detachment 14 who could be sent. No one else, Not even the commanding officer knew how to jump out of an airplane without getting killed. And that, as applied to Joe Howard, violated a principle of leadership that Banning devoutly believed, that an officer should not order or ask someone to do something he would not do himself. "I think that's him," Banning said, turning from the window to Captain Pickering and Lieutenant Donnelly. He kept his voice as close to a conversational tone as he could muster as he continued. "Maybe I'd better go find Howard and his nurse." They had not been seen, which surprised no one, since they had left the sitting room.
"I'll get him, Major,"
Lieutenant Donnelly said.
"Good evening, sir,"
Corporal Koffler said, coming into the library. Nervously, he looked at Pickering and Banning in turn and said, "Sir," to each of them. "Welcome home," Banning said.
"Sir, I didn't expect to see you."
"Well, you're here. Have you been drinking?"
"No, sir."
Lieutenant Donnelly came into the room.
"They'll be here in a minute,"
he said. "You know Captain Pickering," Banning said to Koffler, "and I understand you've met Lieutenant Donnelly."
"No, sir, I talked to him a couple of times on the phone." "How are you, Corporal?"
Donnelly said.
"How do you do, sir?"
Banning saw in Donnelly's eyes that he had expected Corporal Koffler to be somewhat older, say, old enough to vote. "Something pretty important has come up," Banning said.
"Yes, sir?"
"There's several ifs," Banning continued. "Let me ask a couple of questions. First, would it be possible to drop one of the Hallicrafter sets by parachute, or would it get smashed up?"
"I thought about that, sir."
"You did?" Banning replied, surprised. The door opened again, and Ensign Barbara Cotter and Lieutenant Joe Howard came into the room. Barbara Cotter averted her eyes and looked embarrassed, confirming Fleming Pickering's early judgment of her as a nice girl. Then he had a thought that made him feel like a dirty old man. "Christ, I could use a little sex myself."
"I guess it's safe?"
Joe Howard asked.
"We were getting a little worried about you." "Hello, sir."
"The lady is Ensign Cotter, Koffler," Banning said. "Lieutenant Howard's fiancée."
"Hello,"
Barbara said.
"Ma'am?"
Koffler replied uneasily.
"Should I be in here?"
Barbara asked. "You don't look like a Japanese spy to me," Pickering said. "And it seems to me you have an interest in what's going on." "Sir?" Banning started to protest. Ensign Barbara Cotter, whatever her relationship with Joe Howard, had no need to know. "Ensign Cotter is a naval officer," Pickering said formally, "who was well aware of the need to keep her mouth shut about this operation." Banning had called Pickering as soon as he arrived at the airport in Melbourne. He thought he should know that USMC Special Detachment 14 was about to drop 2 of its men behind Japanese lines. Pickering had been more than idly interested. In fact, he promptly announced that if he wouldn't be in the way, he would pick Banning up and drive him out to the Elms while the operation was being set up. Banning had wondered then if Pickering was in fact going to get in the way, and now it looked as if he was. For a moment, Banning looked as if he was on the edge of protesting further, but then reminded himself that Special Detachment 14 wouldn't even exist if it weren't for Pickering. "Yes, sir," Banning said finally. "Corporal Koffler was telling us how he would drop one of the Hallicrafters by parachute," Pickering said. "Go on, please, Koffler."
"You'd need a parachute,"
Koffler said. "I mean," he went on quickly, having detected the inanity of his own words,
I think you'd have to modify a regular C-3 chute. All the cargo chutes I've ever seen would be too big."
"I don't understand," Fleming Pickering confessed.
"Sir, the whole set, when you get it out of the crates,"
Steve Koffler explained,
"doesn't weigh more than maybe 150 pounds. Cargo chutes, the ones I've seen, are designed to drop a lot more weight. The question is moot," Lieutenant Donnelly said. There are no cargo chutes available. Period. You're talking about modifying a standard Switlick C3 chute, Corporal? Steve nodded. How? Donnelly pursued. You think I might be able to get you the parachutes you need, Banning? Pickering asked. Sure, Donnelly replied for Banning. I don't think there's a cargo parachute in Australia. Okay, Pickering said. You were saying, Corporal Koffler. Sir, I think you could make up some special rigging to replace the harness. Make straps to go around the mattresses. Mattress? Banning asked. Mattresses, Steve said. What I would do is make one package of the antenna and the generator. I think you could just roll them up in a mattress and strap it tight, and then add sandbags or something so that it weighed about 175 pounds. Where do you want to drop the radio, sir? Why sandbags? Why 175 pounds? That's the best way for a standard chute. Any more and you hit too hard. Any lighter and it floats forever. You couldn't count on hitting the drop zone, Koffler said, explaining what he evidently thought should be self-evident to someone who was not too bright. He obviously knows what he's talking about. Why does that surprise me? And then do the same thing with the transceiver itself, Koffler went on. Wrap it in mattresses and then weight it up to 175 pounds. It would probably make sense to wrap some radio tubes, spare tubes, in cotton or something and put them with the transceiver. They're pretty fragile. I have some parachute riggers, Corporal, Lieutenant Donnelly said. Civilian women. They have some heavy sewing machines. Could you show them, do you think, how to make such a replacement for the harness? Yes, sir, Koffler said. I think so. He looked uncomfortable. Speaking of civilian women, sir, I've got a lady outside in the car. Could I take a minute to talk to her? I was about to take her home. Sure, Banning said. Go ahead. When he was gone, Fleming Pickering said, Well, what do you think, Ed? I don't know what to think, sir. He doesn't seem to think there will be much of a problem. More important, he seems to know what he's talking about. I was thinking for a moment that he seems so young for something like this. But then I remembered that I was a corporal of Marines when I was his age. It's probably not that he's so young, but that I'm so old. Steve Koffler didn't have to go out to the Studebaker to find Yeoman Daphne Farnsworth. She was standing in the foyer, just outside the corridor to the library. I had to go to the ladies, she said. You found it all right, I hope? Yes, thank you. Something's come up, Steve said. I heard. I went looking for you. I don't know how long this will take, Steve said. I'm sorry. I should have taken you home first. Are you in some kind of trouble? About taking the car, maybe? No, I don't think so. I thought I would be when I saw that Captain Pickering was here, but I think they want me to jump in with the radio. Otherwise, I think my ass would have been in a crack. You're sure? He nodded. I'm sorry you have to wait. I was going to tell you to wait in there, he said, pointing toward the sitting room. There's couches and chairs and a radio. All right, Daphne said. You're sure you didn't get in trouble coming out to see me? I'm fine, he said, smiling. No trouble. Things couldn't be better. He turned and went back down the corridor. Daphne walked into the sitting room. She sat down on a couch and picked up a magazine and then threw it down angrily. That American Navy captain and Steve's major and lieutenant and Donnelly didn't come here on a Saturday evening to discuss a training mission. I know what the Marines are doing here with the Coast Watchers. If they're going to parachute him anywhere, it will be onto some island in Japanese hands. And the only reason they would do that is because there's some sort of trouble with the Australian already there."
She looked impatiently around the room. Her eyes fell on several bottles, one of them of Gilby's gin. She walked over to it, looked over her shoulder nervously, and then took a healthy pull at the neck of the bottle.
"Otherwise," she quoted bitterly, "I think my ass would have been in a crack. Oh, Steve, you bloody ass."
Then she capped the Gilby's bottle and walked down the corridor to the library door, where she could hear what was being said. "I'll try to get to the airfield to see you off, Steve," Captain Fleming Pickering said. "But if something comes up, good luck, son."
"Thank you, sir,"
Steve said. They were standing on the porch of the Elms. All that could be done tonight had been done. The officers, except Lieutenant Howard and his girlfriend, were leaving. "You've been taking some kidding, I'm sure, about being a corporal, as young as you are," Pickering went on.
"Yes, sir, some."
"Well, it's going to get worse," Pickering said. "As of this moment, you're a sergeant."
"Sir?"
"I think, Ed," Pickering said to Banning, "that between us we should have the authority to make that promotion, shouldn't we? I'm not going to have to trouble the Secretary of the Navy with an administrative problem like that, am I?" "No, sir," Banning chuckled. "I don't see any problem with that." "Then good luck again, Sergeant Koffler," Pickering said, and patted Steve, a paternal gesture, on the arm. He went down the stairs and got in the Drophead Jaguar.
"I will see you and Lieutenant Howard at 6:30, Sergeant."
"Right?" Lieutenant Donnelly said,
"At the airfield." "Aye, aye, sir."
"Don't get carried away with your girlfriend tonight, Sergeant," Banning said softly. "Have fun, but be at the airport at 6:30.
"She's not my girlfriend, sir,"
Steve said.
"Oh? I wish she was, but all she is a very nice lady."
"I see."
"I'll be at the airport on time, sir."
"Good night, Steve," Banning said. He got in Pickering's Jaguar. Steve stood on the porch until both cars had disappeared down the driveway, then went looking for Daphne. He suspected that she would probably be sort of hiding in the sitting room. It would have been very embarrassing for her if Lieutenant Donnelly had seen her. He would have gotten the wrong idea. Daphne Farnsworth was not in the sitting room, nor in the toilet off the corridor, nor in the kitchen, nor any place.
Jesus. What she did was walk all the way to the goddamned road so that she can try to catch a ride.
He ran to the Studebaker. Daphne's bag was not in the back seat.
She's even carrying her goddamn suitcase.
He got behind the wheel, squealed the tires, backing out and turning around, and raced down the drive between the ancient elms. She was not in sight when he reached the highway. He swore, and then drove toward Melbourne. Once he thought he saw her, but when he got close it was not Daphne sitting on her suitcase, but a pile of paving stones neatly stacked by the side of the road. Finally, swearing, he gave up and drove back to the elms.
At least she didn't have to carry that heavy goddamn suitcase. I would have carried it to her in the morning, and that would have at least given me the chance to say so long.
When he got back to the elms, he saw there was only one light on the second floor. That meant Lieutenant Howard and his girlfriend had gone to bed. Together.
Jesus. Talk about good luck. Having your girlfriend right here.
But then he considered that.
Maybe it would be better if she wasn't here, especially since she knows what's going to happen tomorrow. The minute they were alone, she probably started crying or something, and that would be hard to deal with.
And then he considered that again.
At least they could put their arms around each other and not feel so fucking alone.
Steve went into the library. He thought he would write his mother, but when he was sitting at the little writing table with a sheet of paper in front of him, He realized that was a lousy idea.
What the hell can I write? Dear Mom, I'm fine. How are you? I've been wondering when I'm going to get a letter from you. Nothing much is happening here except that I'm living in a mansion outside Melbourne, and tomorrow, or the next day, they're going to jump me onto an island called Buka. I don't even know where it is. I can't even write that. This whole thing is a military secret.
He thought about going into the kitchen and maybe making himself an egg sandwich, but decided against it. The last time he had done that, he had awakened Mrs. Cavendish, and he didn't want to do that tonight. He went up the broad staircase to the second floor and down the corridor to his room.
Tomorrow night, and maybe the night after that, I'll be sleeping in the goddamn jungle with bugs and snakes and Christ knows what else. I should have known a good deal like this couldn't last. A room of my own, with a great big bed all for myself.
He pushed open the door to his room and turned on the light. Yeoman Daphne Farnsworth was in his bed, with the sheet pulled up around her chin.
Jesus Christ,
Steve said.
I saw you drive off in the car, Daphne said. I didn't know when or if you would be back, so I decided to go to bed and worry about getting into Melbourne in the morning. I was looking for you, he said. When I couldn't find you downstairs, I thought you had probably tried to hitch a ride into Melbourne. Oh, she said. I'm going to jump onto some island called Buka. I know. I had. How come you took your bag out of the car? Steve blurted. I mean, you must have... I know what you mean, she said very softly. Jesus. I didn't want you to be alone tonight, Daphne said. If that makes you think I'm some kind of a Shut up, he said sharply. Don't talk like that. And I didn't want to be alone either, she said. Once, in the car, Steve said, we were talking about something, and you leaned close to me and put your hand on my leg, and I could smell your breath and feel it on my face. And I thought my heart was going to stop.
They looked into each other's eyes for a long moment. Finally, softly, reasonably, Daphne said,
Steve, since you have to be at the airfield at 6:30, don't you think you should come to bed?
2. Port Moresby, New Guinea, 0405 hours, 8 June, 1942. When Flight Sergeant Michael Keyes, RAAF, went to the tin-roofed transient other ranks hut to wake him, Sergeant Steve Koffler, USMC, was awake and nearly dressed, in greens that still carried the stripes of a corporal. Lieutenant Howard had tried to fix it so they could be together overnight, but the Aussies hadn't let them. Steve had told Howard not to worry about it. He thought Howard had enough to worry about, like making his first jump, without having to worry about him having to sleep by himself.
Briefing time, lad,
Sergeant Keyes said.
Okay.
First, breakfast, of course. The food here is ordinarily bloody awful, which explains the stuff we brought with us.
I'm not really very hungry.
We'll have a go at it anyway. It's likely to be some time before steak and eggs will be on your ration again.
Sometime? Shit, by tonight I'm probably going to be dead. I guess I better put this on now, huh?
Steve said, holding up an RAAF flight suit, a quilted cotton coverall.
Yes, I think you might as well,
Keyes said. Steve put his legs into the garment and shrugged into it. There were the chevrons of a sergeant of the United States Marine Corps on the sleeves, and the metal lapel insignia of the Corps on the collar points. Staff Sergeant Richardson had taken care of that yesterday in Townsville, when Steve and the crew of the Lockheed Hudson were packing the Helicrafter's set and loading it into the airplane. He had also given Steve a Colt Model 1911 A145 pistol. Steve suspected that Staff Sergeant Richardson had given him his own pistol. Only the officers and a couple of the staff sergeants had been authorized pistols. He thought that had been a very nice thing for Staff Sergeant Richardson to do. Steve had decided the best, really the only, way to take his Springfield along was to drop it with the antenna set. It and his W.E.B cartridge belt and 2 extra bandoliers of 30-06 ammunition and a half-dozen fragmentation grenades had been wrapped in cotton padding, and then that bundle had been strapped to the antenna parts. Now that Richardson had given him the pistol, at least when he got on the ground he would have a weapon right away. There was no telling how quickly he could get to Springfield out of the antenna bundle, if he could find it at all. Steve took a couple of foil-wrapped Trojans from a knee pocket in the flight suit, ripped one of them open with his teeth, unrolled it, and then tied it around the top of his boots. Then he bloused the left leg of the flight suit under it. As he repeated the process for the right leg, Flight Sergeant Keyes said rather admiringly, "I wondered how the hell you did that to your trousers." "They call it blousing," Steve said. He strapped Staff Sergeant Richardson's pistol belt around his waist and then tied the thong lace around his leg through an eyelet at the bottom of the holster. "Ready?" he said. "Good lad," Keyes said. "We have to get hopping." They left the tin-roofed hut and walked across the airfield to the mess. Based on his previous experience, in the movies, with what war should look like, Port Moresby was what Steve had expected to find when he got off the Martin Mariner in Melbourne. The people here went around armed, and they wore steel helmets. There were sandbags all over the place, at the entrances to bomb shelters and around buildings, and to protect machine gun positions. This place had been bombed. Their airplane, the Lockheed, had been pushed into a revetment with sandbag walls. There were other airplanes, none of which was very impressive. There were 3 bi-wing English fighter planes, for instance, that looked as if they were left over from the First World War. In the mess hut, Sergeant Keyes took his arm and guided him into an anteroom under a sign that said, "Officers." Lieutenant Howard and the rest of the airplane crew were there, the pilot, who was a flying officer, and the navigator, who was a sergeant, and the gunner, who was a corporal. Steve decided that in the RAAF, if you were a flyer, you got to eat with the officers. But he quickly learned that wasn't the reason Sergeant Keyes had taken him in the officers' room. "Good morning, Sergeant," a voice said behind him. "About ready to get this show started?" Startled, Steve looked over his shoulder. There was another RAAF officer, an older one, with a bunch of stripes on his sleeve, standing by the door. "He's at least a major." Whatever the hell they call a major in the RAAF. "Yes, sir," Steve said. "We're running a bit behind schedule, so I'll just run through this while you eat, all right?" "That'll be fine, sir," Lieutenant Howard said. The officer gestured to the navigator, who picked up a 4x4 sheet of plywood and set it down on the table. "Sit here, Sergeant," the navigator said, indicating a chair at the table beside Howard. Steve saw that Howard had already been served his breakfast, but hadn't eaten much of it. Steve sat down. The old RAAF officer went to the map. "Here we are in Port Moresby," the RAAF officer said, pointing, "and here's where you're going. Buka is an island approximately 30 miles long and no greater than 5 or 6 miles wide. It is the northernmost island in the Solomon's chain, just north of Bougainville, which is much larger. Where you are going, here, is 146 nautical miles from the Japanese base at Rabaul on New Britain. There is a Japanese fighter base on Buka, another on Bougainville, and, of course, there are fighters based at Rabaul, along with bombers, seaplanes, and other larger aircraft. From his base, Sub-Lieutenant Reeves has in the past been able to advise us of Japanese aerial movements as they have occurred. These reports have obviously been of great value both tactically and for planning purposes, and now that they have been interrupted, getting Reeves' station up and running again is obviously of great importance." A heavy china plate was put in front of Steve. On it was a T-bone steak covered with 3 fried eggs, sunny side up. This was followed by a smaller plate with 3 pieces of toast and a tub of orange marmalade, and finally by a cup of tea.
I don't like tea, hate orange marmalade, and anyway, I'm not hungry. But unless I start eating that crap, they're going to think I'm scared. I am, of course, but I can't let these Aussies see that I am. And maybe if I eat mine, Lieutenant Howard will eat his. He unrolled a heavy paper napkin, took stainless steel cutlery from it, and sawed off a piece of the steak and dipped it in the yolk of one of the eggs. When he looked up again, he saw the RAAF officer was waiting for him to give him his attention again.
On leaving Port Moresby, the Hudson will climb to maximum altitude, which we estimate will be about 20,000 feet, and will maintain this altitude, passing to the west of Kirawina Island until it nears Buka itself. There is nothing in the Solomon Sea except, of course, the to-be-expected Japanese Navy vessels and possibly some Japanese naval reconnaissance aircraft. The thinking is that at high altitude our chances of being spotted, or if spotted, identified, by Japanese surface vessels will be minimal. Further, we expect that if Japanese reconnaissance aircraft are encountered, they will be at 10,000 feet or so and will be directing their attention downward. And again, the chances of detection are minimal. Finally, if we are spotted by Japanese reconnaissance aircraft, the odds are they will be seaplanes or amphibians, which will have neither the speed nor the agility to pursue the Lockheed. In the worst-case scenario, detection and/or interception by Japanese fighter aircraft, we have the twin 303 Brownings on the Lockheed to protect ourselves. Are you following me, son?
Protect ourselves? Bullshit, you're not going.
Yes, sir. As I say, I think that on the way in, our chances of detection are minimal. Yes, sir.
The navigator replaced the map of the whole area with a map of Buka itself. This one was drawn on white-coated cardboard.
You've seen the photographs, I understand, of Sub-Lieutenant Reeves and the message he cut out in the grass? Yes, sir. They were taken here, the RAAF officer said, pointing. There is a natural field, a plateau, so to speak, in the hills. It is at 2,100 feet above sea level. It is approximately 1,200 feet long and at its widest, about 700 feet wide, narrowing to about 500 feet near this end.
Jesus Christ, we're gonna wind up in the fucking trees.
Once the Lockheed nears the target area, it will make a rapid descent to 3,500 feet and approach the drop zone from the north. From the time the descent begins, of course, the chance of detection increases. We believe, however, that it will not be possible for the Japanese to launch fighter aircraft in time to interfere with the drop.
What happens afterward? Steve blurted.
Well, you'll be gone, won't you? The RAAF officer said. We'll hide in the clouds, Sergeant Koffler, Flight Sergeant Keyes said. With a little luck, we'll have some at 10 to 15,000. Once we're in them, finding us will require a bit of luck on the part of the NIP. You will exit the aircraft at 3,300 feet, and the aircraft will have established an indicated airspeed of 90 miles per hour. If there are the expected prevailing winds, that will produce a speed over the ground of approximately 75 to 85 miles per hour.
You can't get any lower than that?
3,300 feet will be 1,200 feet over the drop zone. You can get yourself blown a long way if you jump at 1,200 feet, Steve said. I'll put you in at any altitude you want, the pilot said.
800 feet,
Steve said. Done. Will there be enough time, if you jump at 800 feet, to activate your reserve parachute? The RAAF officer asked.
No, Steve said. But I don't want us to get blown into the trees. We won't take the reserve.
The RAAF officer looked at him with his eyebrows raised for a moment. Is that all right with you, Lieutenant Howard?
Steve's the expert, Howard replied. Whatever he says.
Well, the RAAF officer said after a moment's thought, unless there are any other questions, I think that wraps it up. Steve looked down at his steak and eggs. He was suddenly ravenously hungry.
Can I finish my breakfast? He asked.
Yes, certainly, the RAAF officer said.
3. Buka Island, 0725 hours, 8 June 1942. The pitch of the Lockheed's two Pratt & Whitney 1,050 horsepower twin Wasp radial engines suddenly changed, bringing Sergeant Steve Koffler back to the tail section of the Hudson. He had been in the neat little bungalow he was sharing with Mrs. Koffler, the former Yeoman Daphne Farnsworth, in post-war Melbourne, Australia. He'd seen such a bungalow, a whole section of them, on curving little streets on a hill. From the top of the hill you could see the water in Port Phillip Bay. On the way from Port Moresby, he had picked the exact house and furnished it, paying a lot of attention to the bedroom and the bathroom. In the final version of the bathroom, there was a shower, not just a tub with a shower head and a curtain, but a pure shower with a door with frosty glass, so you could see somebody taking a shower inside. When the sound of the engines changed, slowed down, he had just come home from work. He didn't know exactly what kind of job he had, but it had something to do with importing things from the States to Australia, and it was a pretty good job. He wasn't rich, but there was enough money for the bungalow and a car and the steaks and stuff he had brought home from the grocery store. Daphne wasn't in the kitchen or the living room. When he looked in the bedroom, he heard the sound of the shower, so he stuck his head in the bathroom and just stood there, admiring. Just that, admiring. Nothing dirty or anything. Daphne was just standing there on the other side of the frosty glass, and she was letting the shower hit her on the face and a little lower. Then he went to the shower and opened it just a crack and said, "I'm home, honey. I got some steaks." And she covered her bosom and down below with her hands, because she was modest, even if they were married and had done it several hundred times, not just 3 the way they really had. And Daphne smiled and said, "Steaks are fine, but I'm really not hungry right now. Don't you need a shower?" And he knew what she meant. He put the steaks down and started to get undressed so he could get in the shower with her. And then the fucking engines changed pitch, the way they do when the pilot is slowing it down and lining it up with the drop zone. And he was back in the rear of the Lockheed, wearing an oxygen mask and 50 pounds of sheepskin jackets and pants and boots and hat, and still freezing his ass. He felt like crying. He pushed himself to his feet so he could look out the window, and at that moment the Lockheed began a steep, descending turn to the left. He slipped and fell against one of the aluminum fuselage ribs and pulled the oxygen tube loose from the bottle. He had a hell of a time trying to plug the damn thing in again, with the heavy gloves on, holding his breath until he did. Sergeant Keyes had told him he would lose consciousness in 90 seconds without oxygen. He took several deep breaths when he had it back on, and then tried to look out the window again. All he could see was clouds, and far below, water. The flight sergeant navigator came back, carefully making his way past the bomb bay. He was wearing a walk-around oxygen bottle. When he got close to Steve, he pulled it away from his face. "You all right?" Steve decided if the flight sergeant could take his mask off, he could too. "Fine. We're over Buka, making our descent." Steve nodded. "It won't be long now. You'd better shoot up." Steve looked around until he saw the parachutes, then made his way to them. Lieutenant Howard came up, and following Steve's lead, he started to take off his sheepskin flying clothes. It was still so cold that Steve started to shiver as, with difficulty, he worked into the harness. The flight sergeant gave the straps a couple of good jerks, drawing them tight around his legs. If they weren't tight, they slapped and burned the shit out of your legs when the canopy opened. And Steve had heard stories of what happened to guys who got their balls between the harness strap and their legs when the canopy opened. If the straps were tight enough, they were too tight, and your legs started to go to sleep. Like now. Steve motioned for Lieutenant Howard to stand with his hands holding onto the fuselage frame above him, and then he checked Howard's harness, tugging the straps very tight. He felt very sorry for Howard. Making your first jump was bad enough. Steve clearly remembered his. But when that had happened, he had had a lot of training and a reserve parachute, and there had been medics on the ground in case something went wrong.
Lieutenant Howard must be scared shitless. Poor bastard.
It seemed like it took forever to make the descent. Steve remembered a Clark Gable movie where a test pilot had torn the wings off an airplane by making it dive too fast. Then the plane started to level out. Steve looked out the window again, and all he could see was green. Trees. Not even a lousy little dirt road. He wondered how the hell the pilot knew where they were. The moment the plane was level, the bomb bay doors started to open, and there was a hell of a rush of air and the surprisingly loud sound of the slipstream. Steve made his way to the bomb bay. The bombardier was on the far side of it wearing a set of earphones. He had secured the two bundles on either side of the open bomb bay, their static lines already tied to a hole in one of the aluminum fuselage ribs. The flight sergeant touched Steve's shoulder and, when Steve turned to look at him, gestured for Steve to get in position. Very carefully, Steve lowered himself to the aircraft floor and then scooted forward so that his feet hung over the edge. He looked over his shoulder again and saw the flight sergeant giving a good jerk to the static line he had tied to a fuselage rib. Steve looked across the open bomb bay where Lieutenant Howard was getting into position. He smiled at him to show that he wasn't scared.
I am, after all, a member of the elite, a Marine paratrooper.
Howard smiled at him and gave him a thumbs-up sign.
What he's doing,
Steve realized with surprise and admiration,
is trying to make me feel good.
There was immediate confirmation. Howard cupped his hands and shouted. Steve could hear him, even over the roar of the engines and the whistling slipstream.
How you doing, Koffler?
Steve cupped his hands over his mouth and shouted back,
Semper fucking fi, Lieutenant!
Lieutenant Howard smiled and shook his head. Steve smiled back and then looked over his shoulder to smile at the flight sergeant. The flight sergeant was doing something weird. He had his hands in holes in the fuselage ribs and was hanging from them with both of his feet in the air. And, in the moment Steve understood what was going on, the flight sergeant really did it. Steve felt an irresistible force on his back.
That son of a bitch really kicked me out.
Arms flailing, face downward, Steve fell through the bomb bay. He felt the rush of air from the slipstream and then a slight tug. He didn't hear or sense the pilot chute being pulled loose. Just all of a sudden, the canopy opened, and there came the shock, the sensation of being jerked upward. He looked up and saw the other parachutes. Lieutenant Howard's canopy filled with air as he watched, and then, almost together, the canopies of the cargo chutes opened. The load in one of them began to swing wildly back and forth. The second load was hanging just about straight down. Both were going to land on the field. Steve looked down between his legs. He had 3 or 4 seconds to realize that he was going into the fucking trees, and to realize that there was not one fucking thing he could do about it.
"Ah, shit,"
he said. He pulled his elbows against his sides and covered his face with his hands and waited to hit. There was a brief sensation of his feet touching something, and then of passing through something, and then something was lashing against his legs and body and the hands he had against his face. and then he felt another jerk, even harder than the opening shock, and he stopped. He opened his eyes. Everything was fuzzy at first, but then came into focus. It was dark, and he wondered if something had happened to his eyes, but then he saw bright spots with rays of light coming through them, and understood that the reason it was dark was because the branches and leaves of the trees came together, forming a roof. He was swinging gently back and forth, 40 or 50 feet in the air. When he looked up, he could see the canopy, torn and collapsed, with tree branches holding it. Above the canopy, the branches of the trees had closed up again.
I've got to get the fuck out of here before the canopy starts ripping and lets me fall the rest of the way.
He started to make himself swing by jerking his legs with ever-increasing force. Twice the canopy ripped, and he felt himself falling, once about 6 feet. But both times, other branches caught part of the canopy and stopped his fall. Eventually, he was able to reach a branch with his hand and then, carefully, to pull himself onto a substantial limb. He straddled it, holding it tightly between his legs, pulled the safety from the quick release and shoved on it. The harness came free and moved upward with surprising and frightening speed, propelled by the elasticity of the branches on which the canopy was caught. One of the metal ends slashed across his forehead, hurting him like getting hit in the head with a rock. When he put his hand to it, it came away covered with blood. He probed his face with his fingers, and they all came away bloody.
"Shit,"
he said softly. After a moment, his heart stopped pounding so quickly, so he moved his extremities and limbs enough to know that while he was sore all over, nothing was broken. Then he started, very carefully, to climb down the tree. 20 feet off the ground, he ran out of branches to stand or hang from. He wrapped his arms around the trunk, putting his fingers in ridges in the bark. They were more like ribs in the tree than bark.
"Like handles. I can even wedge my toes in them."
He started to very carefully climb the rest of the way down. He had gone perhaps 2 feet when, at the same moment, the bark his left hand was holding and the bark his left toe was jammed into gave way. He fell to the right, on his back. He felt himself hit something squishy, and then everything went black. Someone was slapping his face. He opened his eyes. A man was looking at him, so close that Steve could smell garlic on his breath. He was sharp-featured and had a bushy black mustache. Steve started to try to get up. He felt strong hands pushing him back.
"See if you can move your legs,"
the man ordered. Steve moved his legs.
"Into your arms."
Steve moved his arms. The hands that had been pushing him down now pulled him into a sitting position.
"I'm Jacob Reeves," he said.
"Who are you?"
"I'm Sergeant Koffler, United States Marine Corps."
"United States Marine Corps? Well, I will be goddamned. A sodding American."
"Yes, sir,"
Steve said. Steve felt a sting and slapped at his face and then looked at his hand. It was the largest mosquito he had ever seen, if it was a mosquito. He also became aware of a stench, something rotten.
"What smells?"
he asked.
"At the moment, old boy, I'd say that's you. The jungle stinks, but not quite that much." "Oh, my God, I shit my pants,"
he thought in horror. And then he had another horrifying thought.
"Lieutenant Howard, where the fuck is he? Did he go into the trees, too?" "Sir, there's somebody else, and 2 cargo parachutes. We have the mattresses," Reeves said. "Your other man landed in the trees. Is he all right?" "I don't know. We're still looking for him. The girls are already carrying the packages to the village. Are you all right to walk?" "I think so," Steve said. "Good," Reeves said. "The sorting Jap chose to send another of his sorting patrols looking for us. We're going to have to do something about that." "You think they're going to find us?" "We
have to find them, Reeves said. They must have seen the aircraft and the sodding parachutes, so they know there's something going on up here except some unfriendly natives. I don't understand, sir. The Japs are now headed down the hill, Reeves explained, to report what they saw. We have to make sure they don't make it. Otherwise, the Jap will send troops up here and keep them here until they do find us.
Steve got to his feet. He had to steady himself for a moment against a tree trunk, but then he was all right. He slapped at another mosquito.
What about Lieutenant Howard? He asked. I told my head boy he has 5 minutes to find him, Reeves said. And if he doesn't find him in 5 minutes, then what? Then we'll have to stop looking, I'm afraid. What has to be done is stop the sodding Japs from reporting what they saw. Fuck you, Steve said. I'm not going anywhere without Lieutenant Howard. I've explained the situation, lad, Reeves said evenly. So have I, Steve said. I'm a fucking Marine. We just don't take off and leave our people behind. That's a very commendable philosophy, I'm sure. But I don't give a shit what you think of it, Steve interrupted. That's the way it's gonna be.
The discussion proved to be moot. A brown-skinned, fuzzy-haired man appeared out of nowhere. He was wearing a loincloth, a bone in his nose, and a W.E.B cartridge belt around his neck, and he was carrying a British Lee Enfield Mk3 303 rifle. He announced, in understandable English, "We had the other bloke, Mr. Reeves. He was hanging from the trees. He has broken his arm."
At least he's alive, Steve thought. Thank God.
Then he thought,
what's he gonna think when he finds out I shit my pants? My God, I can't believe I really did that.
A moment later, there was the sound of something moving through the muck on the forest floor. And then Lieutenant Howard appeared. His left arm was folded and strapped across his chest with his cartridge belt. His right arm was around the shoulder of a short, plump, brown-skinned, fuzzy-headed, bare-breasted woman. She was wearing what looked like a dirty towel and carrying Howard's Thompson .45 caliber submachine gun.
Jesus, I was worried about you, he said to Koffler. I'm Jacob Reeves, Reeves said.
Lieutenant Howard, U.S. Marine Corps, Howard said.
Cecilia, Reeves said to the bare-breasted woman, I want you to take this gentleman to the village. You think you can do that?
Cecilia smiled, revealing that her teeth were stained almost black.
Of course, she said. I think one or two of the other girls are about to help, if need be.
Christ, she sounds just like Daphne. Make him as comfortable as you can. Give him some of the whiskey. When we get there, we'll tend to his arm. You better take that Tommy gun, Sergeant, Reeves said to Steve Koffler, adding to Howard, We'll see you a bit later then.
Where are you going? Howard asked. Reeves didn't answer. He started trotting off into the jungle. Steve Koffler took the Thompson and 2 extra 20-round magazines from Howard's pocket and ran after him. 4. Steve became aware as they moved through the forest that others were with them besides Jacob Reeves and the guy with the bone through his nose, although he had trouble getting a clear look at any of them. They were going downhill. Although it wasn't like the sticky muck where they had landed, the ground was still wet and slippery. He had to watch his footing and to keep his eye on Reeves. His chest hurt from the exertion. There seemed to be a cloud of insects around his face, crawling into his ears and nostrils and mouth. What seemed like hours later, they stopped. According to his watch, it was only 35 minutes. Steve stood there, sweat-soaked, breathing hard, looking with mingled amazement and horror at his hands and arms, which were covered with insect stings. Reeves came up to him.
You know how to use that Tommy gun? I fired it in boot camp, Steve said. In other words, you don't. I qualified, Steve said sharply. The way we're going to do this, Reeves said, the Japs will be coming down a path this way.
What I would like you to do is make sure that none of them gets past you. This will be successful only if we take all of them. If one of them gets away. You understand?"
Steve nodded.
"We'll have our go at them about 50 yards up the footpath," Reeves said. "It then passes just a few yards from here. You go have a look at it and then find yourself a place. Clear?"
"Okay,"
Steve said. "It shouldn't take them long to get down here, so be quick," Reeves ordered.
"Okay," Steve repeated. He swung the Thompson off his shoulder. When he looked up again, Reeves was nowhere in sight. Steve made his way through the thick undergrowth until he found the path. He walked 10 yards up it, and then 10 yards in the other direction, and then backed off into the underbrush again and leaned against a tree. After a moment, he allowed himself to slip to the ground. This action reminded him that his shorts, and now his trouser legs, were full of shit. He started to think about his and Daphne's bungalow in post-war Melbourne again.
Shit, if I do that, I'm liable to doze off and get my fucking throat cut.
All he could hear was the buzzing of the insects. And then there was noise. He worked the action of the Thompson and then looked down inside at the shiny brass cartridge. When he pulled the trigger, the cartridge would be stripped from the magazine by the bolt, driven into the chamber, and fired. Then, so long as he held the trigger and the magazine held cartridges, the bolt would be driven backward by recoil, hit a spring, and then fly forward again, stripping another cartridge from the magazine. He heard something on the trail.
What the fuck is that? It can't be a Jap. If it was a Jap, Reeves and the others would have been shooting by now.
But, curious, he slowly pulled himself to his feet. It was a Jap. He was wearing a silly little brimmed cap on his head, and he was carrying a rifle slung over his shoulder that looked much too big for him. He was coming down the trail as if he were taking a walk through the fucking woods.
Shit.
The one thing he had learned at Paris Island was that you couldn't hit a fucking thing with a Thompson, the way Alan Ladd shot one in the movies, from the hip. You had to put it to your shoulder like a rifle, get a sight picture, and just caress the trigger. He did so. Nothing happened. He really pulled hard on the trigger. Nothing happened.
The fucking safety.
He snapped it off, pulled on the trigger, and the Thompson jumped in his hands. The Jap dropped right there. There was no other sound for a moment, and that too was scary. And then there was fire. Different weapons. A burp-burp noise, probably from that funny-looking little submachine gun Reeves had, and booming cracks like from a Springfield, and sharper cracks, probably from the Japs' rifles. Now he could see figures moving through the trees. Not well, not enough to tell if they were Reeves' fuzzy wuzzies, or whatever the fuck they were, or Japs.
Jesus Christ, there's a Jap.
The Thompson burped again and suddenly stopped.
Oh shit, 20 rounds already?
He slammed another magazine in, and saw another Jap, and fired again, and seemed to be missing. Another figure appeared.
One of the fucking fuzzy wuzzies.
And then Jacob Reeves.
I think that's all of them, Reeves said. We counted. There were 8. They usually run 8-man patrols.
Steve came out of the underbrush onto the trail.
You all right, son?
Reeves asked.
I'm all right,
Steve said. There was a body on the trail. Steve walked up to look at it. It was the first one he'd shot. He looked at the face of the first man he had killed. The first man he had killed looked back at him with terror in his eyes.
This one's still alive, Steve said. We can't have that, I'm afraid,
Reeves said, walking up. Steve pointed the Thompson muzzle at the Jap's forehead and pulled the trigger.
I already shit my pants, and now I think I'm going to throw up.
The village looked like something out of National Geographic magazine. It was much larger, too, than Steve had expected, although when he thought about that, he couldn't understand why he thought it would be any particular size at all.
Brown-skinned, flat-nosed people watched as he marched after Reeves into the village. Some of them had teeth that looked like they had been dyed blue and then filed to a point. Most of the women were going around in nothing but dirty towels with their boobs hanging out, like Cecilia. They were wearing dirty cotton skirts and loose blouses, some of which opened in the front to expose breasts that were anything but lust-inciting. There were chickens running loose, and pigs with one leg tied to a stake. There were fires burning, and he saw women beating something with a rock against another rock. A clear stream, about 5 feet wide and 2 feet deep, meandered through the center of the collection of grass-walled huts.
"I'll go see about your lieutenant's arm,"
Reeves said.
"What can you do about it?" Steve asked.
"Set it, of course,"
Reeves said.
"Can you do that? I mean, really, do it right?"
"I'm not a sorting doctor, if that's what you mean,"
Reeves snapped.
"No offense,"
Steve said lamely.
"I'll have them put up a hut for you while you're having your bath,"
Jacob Reeves said after a moment.
"Just leave your clothing there. The girls will take care of it for you, and I'll send you down a shirt and some shorts to wear."
He pointed to a muddy area by the stream at the end of the village. It was apparently the community bath and wash house.
"I think he actually expects me to just take off my clothes in front of everybody and sit in that stream and take a bath."
"That water's safe for bathing,"
Reeves said, as if reading Steve's mind.
"But don't drink it. I've been here since Christ was a babe, and I still haven't built up an immunity to the sodden water. There's boiled water and beer."
Steve looked at him in surprise.
"Well, it's not really beer," Reeves admitted. "We make it out of rice and coconuts. But it's not all that bad."
Reeves walked off, and after a moment, Steve Koffler walked to the edge of the stream and started to take his clothing off. 5. Top secret. Eyes only, the Secretary of the Navy. Duplication forbidden. Original to be destroyed after encryption and transmittal to Sec Navy. Melbourne, Australia, Monday, 8 June 1942. Dear Frank, this will deal with the Battle of Midway, from MacArthur's perception of it here, and the implications of it for the conduct of the war, short and long term, as he sees them. But before I get into that, Willoughby somehow found out, I have no idea how, that I am on the albatross list, and he promptly ran to tell Mackay. Mackay, of course, knew. Like everyone else on it, he had been furnished with the list itself. I am quite sure that Mackay brings Willoughby in on anything that would remotely interest him whenever he, Mackay, receives magic intelligence. But Willoughby is not on the albatross list himself, and as a matter of personal prestige, he is, after all, a major general and Mackay's G2, he found this grossly humiliating even before he learned that lowly Captain Pickering was on it. The result of this is that Mackay fired off a cable demanding that Willoughby be added to the albatross list. Then he made a point of mentioning to me that he understands how critical it is that magic not be compromised and the necessity for keeping the albatross list as short as possible. The implication I took was that he really would be happier if Willoughby were kept off the list, and rather hoped that I would pass this on to you. I'm not sure what his motive is. Motives are. But I don't think they have anything to do with making sure magic isn't compromised. Quite possibly, Mackay regards the albatross list as a prerogative of the Emperor, not to be shared with the lesser nobility. He may also be hoping that if you, those bastards in Washington, refuse to add Willoughby to the albatross list, it will ensure that Willoughby hates you as much as the Emperor himself does. Personally, I hope that Willoughby is added to the list. It would certainly improve my relationship with him and make my life here in the palace a little easier, but that's not a recommendation.
Magic is so important that I refuse to recommend anything that might pose any risk whatever that would compromise it. Tangentially, I do not receive copies of magic messages reaching here. I don't have any place to store them, for one thing. I don't even have an office, much less a secretary with the appropriate security clearances to log classified material in and out. There are 4 people here, in addition to McKay and me, on the Albatross list. They are all Army Signal Corps people, the Chief of Cryptographic Services, a captain, and 2 cryptographers, both sergeants. There is also a Lieutenant Han, a Korean U.S. citizen, MIT 38, who speaks fluent Japanese. He is often able to make subtle changes in interpretation of the translations made at Pearl. When a magic comes in, the captain calls me. I go to the crypto room and read it there. Lieutenant Han hand carries the magics to McKay, together with his interpretation of any portion of them that differs from what we get from Pearl. McKay stops whatever else he is doing and reads them, or, I should say, commits them to his really incredible memory. The paper itself is then returned to the crypto safe. Only twice, to my knowledge, has McKay ever sent for one of them to look at again. On the subject of the Albatross Magic List, I would like permission to make Major Ed Banning privy to magic messages. He has managed to establish himself with the Australian Coast Watchers. He speaks Japanese and has, I think, an insight into the way the Japanese military think. I have the feeling that with input both from the Australians and the magic intercepts, he could come up with analyses that might elude other people, of whom I'm certainly one. He already knows a good deal about Albatross magic, and I can't see where my giving him access to the intercepts themselves increases the risk of compromising magic much, if at all. I would appreciate a radio reply to this. Yes or no would suffice. Finally, turning to the Battle of Midway. We had been getting some rather strong indications of the Japanese intentions throughout May, not only from magic, and McKay had decided that it was the Japanese plan to attack Midway as a stepping stone to Hawaii. I asked McKay what he thought the American reaction to the loss of Hawaii would be. He said that it might wake the American people up to the idea that basic American interests are in the Pacific, not in Europe, but that if it fell, which he couldn't imagine, American influence in the Pacific would be lost in our lifetimes, perhaps forever. Then he added that a year ago he would have been unable to accept the thought that the American people would stand for the reinforcement of England, knowing that it would mean the loss of the Philippines. McKay expected that Admiral Yamamoto, for whom he has great professional admiration, would launch either a 2-pronged attack, with one element attacking Midway, or a diversionary feint coinciding with an attack on Midway. He would not have been surprised if there had been a second attack, or a feint, at Port Moresby. McKay reasoned that the Japanese loss of the carrier Shoho and the turning of the Port Moresby invasion force in early May had been the first time we'd actually been able to give the Japanese a bloody nose. For the first time, they had been kept from doing what they had started out to do. Their admirals had lost face. But now they had had a month to regroup, lick their wounds, and prepare to strike again. They could regain face by taking Port Moresby, and that would have put their Isolate Australia plan back on track. He was surprised when the magic messages began to suggest an attack on the Aleutians. He grilled me at length about the Aleutians, whether there was something there he hadn't heard about. He simply cannot believe the Japanese want to invade Alaska. What could they get out of Alaska that would be worth the logistical cost of landing there, McKay asks. Their supply lines would not only be painfully long, but would be set up like a shooting gallery for interdiction from the United States and Canada. He therefore concluded that the attack on the Aleutians, which came on June 3rd, was a feint intended to draw our naval forces off, that the Japs believed that the Americans would place a greater emotional value on the Aleutians than was the case, and that we would rise to the bait. Mackay predicted this would be a miscalculation on their part. Nimitz is no fool, he said. He doesn't care about the Aleutians. Events, of course, proved him right. We learned from magic intercepts that Admiral Nagumo, and thus the entire Japanese fleet, was very surprised on 4 June when his reconnaissance aircraft reported seeing a large American naval force to the northeast of Midway. We later learned, from magic, that these were the aircraft carriers Yorktown, Enterprise, and Hornet, under Admirals Spruance and Fletcher. We were getting our information about the movements of our own fleet from Japanese intercepts via Hawaii before we were getting reports from the Navy. Mackay is convinced, in the absence of any other reason to the contrary, that the Navy believes that the war in the Pacific is a Navy war, and consequently, they have no obligation to tell him what's happening. I have a recommendation here. I strongly recommend that you direct Nimitz, or have King direct Nimitz, to assign one commander or captain the sole duty of keeping Mackay posted on what's going on while it's happening, not just when the Navy finds it convenient to tell him. We learned, again via magic intercepts, that the Japanese came under attack by torpedo bombers at 0930 4 June. The aircraft carriers Hiryu, Kaga, Soryu, and Akagi all reported to Yamamoto that they were relatively unhurt and that the American losses were severe. Then came a report from Hiryu saying she had been severely damaged by American dive bombers. Nothing was intercepted from any of the others. Then there were magic intercepts of Yamamoto's orders to the fleet to withdraw. And then, many hours later, we heard from the Navy and learned that the carriers Soryu, Kaga, and Akagi had been sunk and that we had lost the carrier Yorktown. It was a day later that we learned that the Hiryu was sunk that next morning, and about the terrible losses and incredible courage of the Navy torpedo bomber pilots who had attacked the Japanese carriers, and that Marine Fighter Squadron VMF 211, land-based on Midway, had lost 15 of its 25 pilots. In effect, it had been wiped out. The Japanese seemed to have suffered more than just their first beating. It was also a very bad mauling. And Mackay sent what I thought were rather touching messages to Nimitz, Spruance, and Fletcher, expressing his admiration and congratulations. And today he sent a long cable to Marshall, asking permission to attack New Britain and New Ireland. In other words, to take out the Japanese base at Rabaul, with the U.S. 32nd and 41st Divisions and the Australian 7th Division. To do so would mean that the Navy would have to provide him both with vessels capable of making and supporting an amphibious invasion and with aircraft carriers. I don't think he really expects the Navy to give him what he asks for, but not to ask for the operation, indeed, fight for it and the necessary support for it from the Navy, would be tantamount to giving in to the notion that the Navy owns the war over here. I won't presume to suggest who is right, but I frankly think it is a tragedy that the Army and the Navy should be at each other's throats like this. I mentioned earlier on in this report that Banning has developed a good relationship with the Australian Coast Watchers. Early this morning, the RAAF parachuted 2 Marines, a lieutenant and a sergeant, and a replacement radio onto Buka Island, north of Bougainville, where the Coast Watchers radio had gone out. Loss of reports from the observation post was so critical that great risks to get it up and running again were considered justified. The only qualified radio operator, parachutist, Marine, was 18 years old, and that is all he can do. He can't tell one Japanese aircraft from another, or a destroyer from a battleship.
So one of Banning's lieutenants, Joe Howard, a Mustang, who had taught aircraft ship recognition, volunteered to parachute in too, although he had never jumped before. Banning confided to me that he thought he had one chance in 4 or 5 of making a successful landing. The Lockheed Hudson that was to drop them was never heard from. We took the worst possible case scenario and decided it had been shot down by Japanese fighters on the way in, and that everyone was lost. Banning immediately asked for volunteers to try it again. All of his men volunteered. As I was writing this, Banning came in with the news that Buka was back on the air. The Lockheed had been shot down on the way home. With contact reestablished, the RAN people here had routinely asked for traffic. This is what they got, verbatim. Please pass Ensign Barbara Cotter, USNR, and Yeoman Daphne Farnsworth, RAN. We love you and hope to see you soon, Joe and Steve. Those boys obviously think we're going to win the war. Maybe, Frank, if we can get the admirals and the generals to stop acting like adolescents, we can. Respectfully, Fleming Pickering, Captain, USNR. 6. Menzies Hotel, Melbourne, Victoria, 16 June 1942. Lieutenant Hon Song-do, Signal Corps, Army of the United States, was sitting in one of the chairs lining the hotel corridor when Captain Fleming Pickering, USNR, stepped off the elevator. Captain Pickering had just finished dining, en famille, with the Commander-in-Chief and Mrs. Douglas MacArthur. Over cognac afterward, General MacArthur had talked at some length about the German campaign in Russia. The dissertation had again impressed Captain Pickering with the incredible scope of MacArthur's mind, and the 4 snifters of Remy Martin had left him feeling just a little bit tight.
Well, hello, Lieutenant, Pickering said when he saw Lieutenant Hahn.
Hahn sometimes made him feel slightly ill at ease. For one thing, he didn't know what to call him. Something in his mind told him that Hahn was, in the American sense, his last name. He could not, in other words, do what he had long ago learned how to do with other junior officers. He couldn't put him at ease by calling him by his first name, or even better, by his nickname. He simply didn't know what it was. And Lieutenant Hahn was not what ordinarily came to Pickering's mind when Asian American or Korean American was mentioned. For one thing, he was a very large man, nearly as tall and heavy as Pickering, and for another, he had a deep voice with a thick Boston accent. And on top of this, he was what Pickering thought of as an egghead. He was a theoretical mathematician. He had been commissioned as a mathematician, and he'd originally been assigned to signal intelligence as a mathematician. Only afterward had the Army learned that he was a Japanese linguist.
Good evening, sir, Lieutenant Hahn said, rising to his feet. I have a rather interesting decrypt for you, sir.
Why didn't you bring it downstairs?
I didn't think it was quite important enough for me to have to intrude on the Commander-in-Chief's dinner.
Pickering looked at him. There was a smile in Lieutenant Hahn's eyes.
Well, come on in and I'll buy you a drink, Pickering said, then added,
Lieutenant, I think I know you well enough to call you by your first name.
I wouldn't do that, sir, Lieutenant Hahn said dryly. Do doesn't lend itself to English as a first name. Why don't you call me Pluto?
Pluto?
Yes, sir. That's what I've been called for years, after Mickey Mouse's friend, the dog with the sad face.
Okay, Pickering chuckled.
Pluto it is.
He snapped the lights on.
What will you have to drink, Pluto?
Is there any of that old grouse scotch, sir?
Should be several bottles of it. Why don't you give me the decrypt and make us both one? I think there's a can of peanuts in the drawer under the bar, too. Why don't you open that? Thank you, sir, Pluto Hahn said, and handed Pickering a sealed manila envelope. Pickering tore it open. Inside was a top-secret cover sheet, and below that a sheet of typewriter paper. Not logged, 1 copy only, duplication forbidden. Following is decryption of message 234545, received 061742. Office, Sec Navy, Washington, D.C., 061642, 1300 Greenwich. Commander-in-Chief, Southwest Pacific. Eyes only, Captain Fleming Pickering, USNR. Ref, your 8 June 1942 report. Sec Navy replies, quote, Part 1, yes. Part 2, your friend being invited Hawaiian party. Part 3, best personal regards, signature, Frank, end quote. Houghton, Captain, USN. Admin Officer to Sec Navy. Pickering walked to the bar. Pluto was just about finished making the drinks. A little cryptic, even decrypted, isn't it? He said to Pluto, taking the extended drink. Pluto chuckled. I don't think it's likely, but even if the Japs have broken the blue code, their analysts are going to have a hell of a time making anything out of that. Would you care to guess, Pluto? There was a message from the JCS adding General Willoughby to the albatross list. Am I getting warm? Pickering smiled and nodded. I have no idea what yes means, Pluto Hahn said. I asked for permission to give Major Banning access to magic intercepts, Pickering said. What I decide to show him. I didn't ask that he be put on the albatross list. Pluto nodded. Are you going to want that log, sir? Pickering shook his head, then took out his cigarette lighter and burned the sheet of typewriter paper, holding it over a wastebasket until it was consumed. Lieutenant Pluto Hahn refused a second drink and left. Pickering went to bed. In the morning, at breakfast, Major General Willoughby walked over to Captain Pickering's table in the Menzies Hotel dining room and sat down with him. A large smile was on his face. Have you had a chance to read the overnight magics yet, Pickering? No, sir, Captain Pickering said. You should have a look. Very interesting. General Willoughby looked very pleased with himself. 7. The Elms, Dandenong, Victoria, Australia. 1825 hours, 1 July, 1942. It was windy, and there was a cold and unpleasant rain. As Captain Fleming Pickering drove the drop-head Jaguar coupe under the arch of winter-denuded elms toward the house, he was thinking unkind thoughts about the British. As cold as it gets in England, and as much as this car must have cost, it would seem reasonable to expect that the windshield wipers would work, and the heater, and that the goddamned top wouldn't leak. As he neared the house and saw Banning Studebaker, his mind turned to unkind thoughts about Major Ed Banning, USMC. He didn't know what he was doing here, except that he would be meeting a friend and somebody else Banning wanted to introduce him to. Banning, on the telephone, acted as if he was sure the line was tapped by the Japanese, even if all he was discussing was goddamn dinner. No details, just cryptic euphemisms. And I will bet $10 to a donut that both a friend and somebody else are going to be people I would rather not see. He got out of the car and ran through the drizzle up onto the porch. Mrs. Cavendish answered his ring with a warm smile. "Oh, good evening, Captain," she said. "How are you tonight?" "Wet and miserable, Mrs. Cavendish. How about you?" She laughed. "A little nip will fix you right up," she said. "The other gentlemen are in the library." I had no right to snap at her, and no reason to be annoyed with Banning. For all I know, the goddamn phone is tapped, maybe by Willoughby, and it is absurd to fault an intelligence officer for having a closed mouth. You are acting like a curmudgeonly old man, or perhaps a younger man, suffering from sexual deprivation. The latter thought, he realized, had been triggered by the perversity of his recent erotic dreams. He had had 4 of them over not too many more nights than that. Only one had involved the female he was joined with in holy matrimony. A second had involved a complete stranger who had, in his dream, exposed her breasts to him in a Menzies Hotel elevator, then made her desires known with a lewd wink. The other 2 had been nearly identical. Ellen Feller had stood at the side of his bed, undressed slowly, and then mounted him. "I didn't mean to snap at you, Mrs. Cavendish," Pickering said.
"I didn't know that you had,"
she said, smiling as she took his coat. He walked down the corridor to the library and pushed the door open. "I will be damned," he said, smiling. It really was a friend. "How are you, Jake?" Major Jake Dillon, USMC, crossed the room to him, smiling, shook his hand, and then hugged him. "You should be ashamed of yourself," Dillon said. "Patricia's sitting at home knitting scarves and gloves for you, imagining you living in some leaking tent, and here you are living like the landed gentry, even including a jaguar. If I detect a broad suggestion of jealousy, I'm glad," Pickering said. "I see you're already into my booze." Banning took care of that, after I told him how dry it was all the way from the States to Wellington, New Zealand. That was probably good for you. I'm sure you hadn't been sober that long in years. You came with the 1st Division? Headquarters, 1st Marine Division, and the entire 5th Marines had debarked at Wellington, New Zealand on June 14, 1942. All the way, and it was a very long way. The ship was not the Pacific Princess. The cuisine and accommodations left a good deal to be desired. "What are you doing here? And where did you meet Ed Banning?" "Here, tonight. He's a friend of Colonel Getke." "Who's Colonel Getke?" "I am, sir," a voice said, and Pickering turned. Banning and a tall, muscular Marine colonel had come into the library from the kitchen. "I suspect that I may be imposing." "Nonsense," Pickering said, crossing to him and offering his hand. "Any friend of Banning's, etc., etc.?" "Very kind of you, Captain," Getke said. "Also of Jack Stecker's," Jake Dillon said. "It was Jack's idea that I come along. He sends his regards." "So far, Colonel," Pickering said, "that's 2 good guys out of 3. But how did you get hung up with this character?" "Watch it, Flem. I'll arrange to have you photographed being wetly kissed by a bare-breasted Aborigine maiden and send 8x10 glossies to Patricia." "He would, too," Pickering said, laughing. "Colonel, you're in dangerous company." "Colonel Getke is the 1st Division G2, Captain Pickering," Banning said. "He was sent here to gather intelligence on certain islands in the Solomons." Pickering met Banning's eye for a moment. They both knew more about pending operations in the Solomon Islands than Colonel Getke was supposed to know, even though he was G2 of the 1st Marine Division. Pickering was worried, however, about how much Getke actually knew. On Friday, June 19th, 12 days before, Vice Admiral Robert L. Gormley, USN, had activated his headquarters at Auckland, New Zealand, and become Commander, South Pacific, subordinate to Admiral Nimitz at Pearl Harbor. Pickering immediately flew down to meet him, not sure in his own mind if he was doing so in his official role as observer for Frank Knox, or as a member, if unofficial, of MacArthur's Palace Guard. Once he saw Pickering's orders, Admiral Gormley had no choice but to brief him on his concept of the war and on his planning. But he went further than paying appropriate respect to an officer wrapped in the aura of a personal representative of the Secretary of the Navy required. There were several reasons for this. For one, They immediately liked each other. Over lunch, Gormley drew out of Pickering the story of how he had worked his way up from apprentice seaman in the deck department to his any ocean, any tonnage master's ticket. And it quickly became clear that the two of them were not an admiral and a civilian in a captain's uniform, but that they were two men who had known the responsibility of the bridge in a storm. And, too, Gormley had come to the South Pacific almost directly from London. Thus, he had not spent enough time in either Washington or Pearl Harbor to become infected with the parochial virus that caused others of his rank to feel that the war in the Pacific had to be fought and won by the Navy alone, perhaps as the only way to overcome the shame of Pearl Harbor. And to Pickering's pleased surprise, Gormley had independently come up with a strategy that was very much like MacArthur's. He saw the Japanese base at Rabaul on New Britain as a likely and logical target for the immediate future. He thought it would be a very reasonable expenditure of assets to assault New Britain amphibiously with the 1st Marine Division, and, once the beachhead was secure, to turn the battle over to the Army's 32nd and 41st Infantry Divisions. Pickering then informed Admiral Gormley that he was privy to General MacArthur's thinking, and that the two of them were in essential agreement. He made this admission after briefly considering that not only was it none of Gormley's business, but that telling Gormley such things would enrage both Frank Knox and Douglas MacArthur if they learned of it, as they almost certainly would. Which was to say, of course, that MacArthur and Gormley both disagreed with Admiral Ernest King's proposed plans for immediate action. These called for a Navy attack under Admiral Nimitz on both the Santa Cruz and Solomon Islands, while MacArthur launched a diversionary attack on the East Indies. When Pickering returned to Brisbane, he dropped the other shoe after one of MacArthur's private dinners and informed MacArthur of Gormley's ideas for the most efficient prosecution of the war. Lengthy, independent cables then went from Gormley to Admiral King, Chief of Naval Operations, and MacArthur to General Marshall, Chief of Staff of the Army. These strenuously urged an attack to retake Rabaul as the first major counterattack of the war. General Marshall cabled MacArthur that he fully agreed Rabaul should be the first target and that he would make the case for that before the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Admiral King, however, not only flatly disagreed with that, but was so sure that his position would prevail when the final decision was made by the Joint Chiefs of Staff that he unofficially alerted Nimitz, who in turn unofficially alerted Gormley that a Navy force, with or without MacArthur's support, would attack the Solomons as soon as possible, probably within a month or 6 weeks. Presuming that Nimitz certainly would have told MacArthur of the Navy's plans, Gormley discussed, by memoranda hand-carried by Officer Courier, Nimitz's alert with MacArthur. This, of course, resulted in more emphatic cables from MacArthur to Marshall. It was still possible that the Joint Chiefs of Staff would decide against King and in favor of striking at Rabaul first. The decision of the Joint Chiefs of Staff was not yet made, although it was clear that it would have to be made in the next few days. Pickering had briefed Banning on his meetings with Gormley, and all that had happened after that. He now wondered if that had been a serious mistake. Had Banning told his old friend, Getke, the 1st Division G2, any or all of what Pickering had told him in confidence? "Captain Pickering," Colonel Getke said, "it's been my experience that when you have something delicate to say, you almost always get yourself in deeper trouble when you pussyfoot around it." "Mine, too," Pickering replied. "What's on your mind?" "I can only hope this won't leave this room. You're pussyfooting," Pickering interrupted. "The word in the 1st Division is that General MacArthur's attitude toward the Navy generally, and the Marine Corps in particular, is fuck you, Getke said. That's unfortunate, Pickering said. There's a story going around that he wouldn't give the 4th Marines a presidential unit citation in the Philippines because, quote, the Marines already get enough publicity, unquote, Getke said. I'm afraid that's true, Pickering said. But I'm also sure that he made that decision under a hell of a strain and that he now regrets it. MacArthur is a very complex character. General Vandergrift thinks we will invade the Solomons, or at least 2 of the Solomon Islands, Tulagi and Guadalcanal, Getke said. Where did he get that? Pickering said. I don't know, sir. Pickering looked at Banning. Banning just perceptibly shook his head, meaning, I didn't tell him. I should have known that, Pickering thought. Why the hell did I question Banning's integrity? My job, therefore, Colonel Getke said, is to gather as much intelligence about Guadalcanal and Tulagi as I possibly can. Phrased as delicately as I can, there is some doubt in General Vandergrift's mind, and in mine, that without a friend in court, so to speak, I won't be able to get much from General Willoughby when I go to see him tomorrow. My God, Pickering thought, sad and disgusted. Has it gone that far? And you think I could be your friend at court? Yes, sir. That's about it. It's all over Washington, Flem, Jake Dillon said, that you and Dugout Doug have become asshole buddies. A wave of rage swept through Fleming Pickering. It was a long moment before he trusted himself to speak. Jake, old friends or not, he said finally, calmly, if you ever refer to MacArthur in those terms again, I'll bring you up on charges myself. But then his tone turned furious as anger overwhelmed him. God damn you, you ignorant son of a bitch! General Willoughby, who was a fine officer despite the contempt in which you, Getke, and others seemed to hold him, told me that on Bataan, MacArthur was often so close to the lines that there was genuine concern that he would be captured by Japanese infantry patrols. And on Corregidor, they couldn't get him to go into the goddamn tunnel when the Japs were shelling. Who the fuck do you think you are to call him Dugout Doug? Sorry, Dillon said. You fucking well should be sorry, Pickering flared. Stick to being a goddamn press agent, you miserable pimple on a Marine's ass, and keep your fucking mouth shut when you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. There was silence in the room. Pickering looked at them, the rage finally subsiding. Jake Dillon looked crushed. Colonel Getke looked painfully uncomfortable. Ed Banning was... The son of a bitch is smiling. You are amused, Major Banning? Pickering asked icily. Sir, I think Major Dillon was way out of line, Banning said. But, sir, I was amused. I was thinking, you can take the boy out of the Marines, but you can't take the Marines out of the boy. I was thinking, sir, that you sounded much more like a Marine corporal than like the personal representative of the Secretary of the Navy. You did that splendidly, sir. Christ, Flem, Jake Dillon said. I just didn't know. If I knew what you thought of him... Jake, Pickering said, just shut up. Yes, sir, Dillon said. Do something useful. Make us a drink. Would it be better if I just left, sir? Colonel Getke asked. No, of course not. I'm going to get on the phone and ask General Willoughby out here for dinner. I'm going to tell him that you're an old friend of mine. If he comes, fine. If he doesn't, at least he'll know who you are when I take you in tomorrow morning to see him. Sir, Banning said, I thought it would be a good idea to put Colonel Getke in touch with the Coast Watchers. Absolutely. To that end, sir, I asked Commander Felt. He's in town? I know, Pickering interrupted. And
Lieutenant Donnelly, to dinner? Good. He's bringing Yeoman Farnsworth with him, Banning said. Why? It was my idea, sir. I thought it would be nice to radio Lieutenant Howard and Sergeant Koffler that we had dinner with their girls. I asked Ensign Cotter, too. If General Willoughby is free to have dinner with us, Ed, I can't imagine that he would object to sharing the table with two pretty girls. God knows there's none around the mess in the Menzies. Chapter 14 1. Top Secret. Eyes Only, the Secretary of the Navy. Duplication forbidden. Original to be destroyed after encryption and transmittal to Sec Navy. Water Lily Cottage, Manchester Avenue, Brisbane, Australia. Tuesday, 21 July 1942. Dear Frank, I'm not sure if it was really necessary, but the Emperor decided to move the court, and so here, after an enormous logistical effort, we are. It is, McKay's stated reason for the move, 1,185 miles closer to the front lines. El Supremo's headquarters are in a modern office building formerly occupied by an insurance company. McKay has a rather elegant office on the 8th floor of 9. I am down the corridor and was surprised to learn that General Sutherland himself assigned me my office. I would have wagered he would put me in the basement, or left me in Melbourne. McKay and family and the senior officers are living in Lennon's Hotel, which is a rambling, graceful old Victorian hostelry that reminds me of the place the Southern Pacific Railroad used to operate in Yellowstone Park. This time, I was assigned quarters appropriate to my rank. That is to say, sharing a 2-room suite with an Army Ordnance Corps colonel. Because the colonel is portly, mustached, and almost certainly snores, and because I wanted a place affording some privacy, and because I didn't think I should permit anyone in Supreme Headquarters to tell me to do anything, I have taken a small cottage near the, unfortunately closed for the duration, Doomben racetrack, where this is written. It should go without saying that I think the JCS decision of 2 July to invade the Solomons was wrong. I have the somewhat nasty suspicion that it was based on Roosevelt's awe of King and his dislike of McKay, rather than for any strategic purpose. The night before, 1 July, I had dinner with a colonel named Getke, who was the 1st Marine Division G2. There was no question in his mind how the JCS was going to decide the issue. I found that rather disturbing, as theoretically it was still under consideration. He was in with McKay's intelligence people, getting what they had on Tulagi and Guadalcanal when the JCS cable ordering Operation Pestilence came in. He tells me, and I believe, that it is going to be one hell of a job getting the 1st Marines ready to make an amphibious landing in 5 weeks, including, of course, the rehearsal operation in the Fiji Islands. Gormley has requested that the 2nd Marines of the 2nd Marine Division be combat-loaded at San Diego. The 5th Marines were not combat-loaded, which means that they had to unload everything onto the docks, Aotea Key, at Wellington, sort it out, and then reload it so that it meets the needs of an amphibious landing force. That's what they are now doing. And according to a friend of mine in the 5th Marines, it is an indescribable mess, with cans spilling out of ordinary cardboard boxes, and so on. The problem is compounded by the dock workers, a surly socialist bunch who, I suspect, would rather see the Japs in New Zealand than work overtime or over a weekend. I'm sure that the Marines and Navy people here have been raising hell about it with port people in America, but if you could add your weight to getting something done about it, your effort would be worthwhile. On the 4th of July, we learned from coast watchers that the Japanese have started construction of an airfield on Guadalcanal. That's frightening. Both McKay, and Gormley are fully aware of the implications of an airbase there, but they both, separately, insist that the Guadalcanal operation should not be launched until we are prepared to do it properly. It is not pleasant to consider the ramifications of a failed amphibious invasion. That opinion is obviously not shared by the JCS. I don't know how Gormley took it in Auckland, but I was with McKay when a copy of the JCS cable of 10 July ordering Gormley to seize Guadalcanal and Tulagi at once reached here. He thinks, to put it kindly, it was a serious error in judgment. It wasn't until the next day, 11 July, that the other infantry regiment, the 1st Marines, and the artillery, 11th, of the 1st Marine Division reached Wellington, New Zealand. Now they are expected to unload, sort, and combat load their equipment and otherwise get set for an amphibious landing in 20 days. The same day, as you know, we learned that Imperial Japanese Headquarters has called off its plans to seize Midway, New Caledonia, and Samoa. Under those circumstances, no one here can see the need for immediately landing at Guadalcanal. Last Thursday, 16 July, a courier brought a copy of Gormley's operation plan, Op Plan 142. There are 3 phases: a rehearsal in the Fiji Islands, the invasion of Guadalcanal and Tulagi, and the occupation of Nadeni Island in the Santa Cruz Islands. McKay's reaction to it was that it is as good as it could be expected to be, given the circumstances. McKay made B-17 aircraft available to the 1st Marine Division for reconnaissance, and they flew over both Guadalcanal and Tulagi on Friday. On Saturday, we learned that the aerial photographs taken differ greatly from the maps already issued, and there is simply no time to print and issue corrected ones. I'm going to leave here first thing in the morning for New Zealand, and from there we'll join the rehearsal in the Fijis. I don't know what good, if any at all, I can do anyone, but obviously I am doing no one any good here. Respectfully, Fleming Pickering, Captain, USNR. 2. Supreme Headquarters, Southwest Pacific Area, Brisbane, Australia. 17:05 hours, 21 July 1942. It was the first time Pickering had been to the cryptology room in Brisbane. He found it in the basement, installed in a vault that had held the important records of the evicted insurance company. There was a new security system, too, now run by military policemen wearing white puttees, pistol belts, and Chinese steel helmets. The security in Melbourne had been a couple of non-coms armed with Thompson submachine guns slouched on chairs. They had come to know Captain Fleming Pickering and had habitually waved him inside. But the MPs here not only didn't know who he was, but somewhat smugly told him that he was not on the authorized access list. Finally, reluctantly, they summoned Lieutenant Pluto Hahn to the steel door, and he arranged, not easily, to have Pickering passed inside. Hahn waved Pickering into a chair and then typed Pickering's letter to Navy Secretary Frank Knox onto a machine that looked much like, and was a derivative of, a teletype machine. It produced a narrow tape, like a stock market ticker tape, spitting it out of the left side of the machine. Hahn ripped it off and then fed the end of the tape into the cryptographic machine itself. Wheels began to whir and click, and there was the sound of keys hitting paper. Finally, out of the other end of the machine came another long strip of tape. When that process was done, Lieutenant Hahn took that strip of paper and fed it into the first machine. There was the sound of more typewriter keys, and the now encrypted message appeared at the top of the machine, the way a teletype message would. But there were no words there, only a series of 5-character blocks. Hahn gave his original letter and both strips of tape to Pickering. Then, carrying the encrypted message, He left the vault for the radio room across the basement. Pickering followed him. "Urgent," Hahn said to the sergeant in charge. "For Navy, Hawaii. Log it as my number." He paused to consult the encrypted message. 6606. Pickering and Hahn watched as a radio operator, using a telegrapher's key, sent the message to Hawaii. A few moments later, there came an acknowledgement of receipt. Then Hahn took the encoded message from the radio operator and handed it to Pickering. In a couple of minutes, Pickering thought, that will be in the hands of Ellen Feller. He wondered if her receiving a message from him triggered any erotic thoughts in her. He followed Hahn back to the cryptology room. Hahn turned a switch, and there was the sound of a fan. Pickering dropped his letter, the 2 tapes, and the encrypted printout into a galvanized bucket, and then stooped and set it all afire with his cigarette lighter. He waited until it had been consumed, and then reached in the bucket and broke up the ashes with a pencil. It wasn't that he distrusted Hahn, or any of the others who encrypted his letters to the Secretary of the Navy. It was just that if he personally saw to it that all traces of it had been burned, there was no way it could wind up on Willoughby's, MacArthur's, or anyone else's desk. "I wish I was going with you," Pluto Hahn said. Pickering was surprised. It was the first time Pluto had even suggested he was familiar with the contents of one of Pickering's messages. He was, of course. You read what you type. But the rules of the little game were that everyone pretended the cryptographer didn't know. "Why?" "It's liable to be as dull here as it was in Melbourne," Pluto said. "I could probably arrange to have you dropped onto some island behind Japanese lines," Pickering joked. "They're short of people, I know." "I already asked Major Banning," Pluto replied seriously. "He said I could go the day after you let him go. We also serve a sit-in dark basement shuffling paper." "It's more than that, Pluto, and you know it," Pickering said, and touched his shoulder. "Good night, sir," Lieutenant Hahn said. Pickering walked back through the basement, then up to the lobby and to the security desk, where, after duty hours, it was necessary to produce identification and sign in and out.
"There he is,"
a female voice said as he scrawled his name on the register. "I am losing my mind." That sounded exactly like Ellen Feller. He straightened and turned around.
"Good evening, Captain Pickering,"
Ellen Feller said. "I hope you have some influence around here, Captain," Captain David Houghton said as he offered Pickering his hand, smiling at his surprise. "We have just been told there is absolutely no room in the inn." "Houghton, what the hell are you doing here?" Pickering asked. He looked at Ellen Feller. "And you, Ellen?" "I'm on my way to Admiral Gormley in Auckland. They're servicing the plane. Ellen's? For duty." "For duty?" Pickering asked her. "What do you mean?"
"I was asked if I would be willing to come here," Ellen Feller said. "I was."
Jesus Christ, what the hell is this all about? "The boss arranged it," Houghton said. "In one of your letters, you said something about not having a secretary, so he sent you one. Yours."
"You don't seem very pleased to see me, Captain Pickering,"
Ellen said. "Don't be silly, of course I am," Pickering said. "Your billeting people are being difficult," Houghton said. "I tried to get Ellen a room in the hotel." "Lennon's?" "Lennon's," Pickering confirmed. "And they say she's not on their staff, and no room." "I can take care of that," Pickering said. "I tried to invoke your name, and they gave me a room number, but the door was opened by a fat army officer who said he hadn't seen you since Melbourne. I've got a cottage just outside of town. We can stay there tonight, and I'll get this all sorted out in the morning." "Christ. No, I won't either. I'm leaving first thing in the morning. But I'll make some phone calls tonight." "Where are you going?" "To the rehearsal. Pickering said. I just sent Knox a letter. Ellen Feller read his mind.
I've taken care of everything in Hawaii. If it's in Hawaii now, it will be on his desk, decrypted, in 3 hours.
Have you got a car? Houghton asked. Pickering nodded. Why? Well, Ellen's luggage is still at the airfield. If you've got a car, you could pick that up, and at the same time, I can check in about the plane. Pickering pointed out the door, where the drop-head Jaguar was parked in front of a sign reading, General and Flag Officers Only.
That's beautiful,
Ellen said.
What is it?
It's an old Jaguar. The roof leaks. Houghton chuckled. I see you are still scrupulously refusing to obey the customs of the service. Pickering was surprised at how furious the remark made him, but he forced a smile. Shall we go? Ellen Feller sat between them on the way to the airport. Whether by intent or accident, her thigh pressed against his. That warm softness and the smell of her perfume produced the physiological manifestation of sexual excitement in the male animal. An inspection of the aircraft had revealed nothing seriously wrong, Houghton was told. They would be leaving in an hour. There was a small officers' club. They had 3 drinks, during which time Ellen Feller's leg brushed, accidentally or otherwise, against Pickering's. Then they called Houghton's flight. They watched him board the Mariner for New Zealand. Fleming Pickering would not have been surprised at anything Ellen did now that they were alone. She did nothing, sitting ladylike against the far door, all the way out to the cottage.
What's this? She asked.
It's a cottage I rented. I told you.
I would have bet you were taking me to an officer's hotel, she said.
Why the hell didn't I? I could have gotten her a room if I had to call General Sutherland himself. No.
Fleming, don't look so guilt-stricken, Ellen said. We both know you wouldn't do this if Mrs. Pickering were around.
He didn't reply for a moment. Then he pulled up on the parking brake, took the key from the ignition, got out of the car and walked up to the house and unlocked the door. The telephone rang. He walked across the living room to it. Pickering. Captain Pickering? Yes. Sir, this is Major Tortillett, billeting officer at the Lennon. Yes, Major. Sir, there was a naval officer, a Captain Houghton, looking for you? Yes, I know. He found me. Sir, he was trying to arrange quarters for a Navy Department civilian, a lady, an assimilated 04. A what? An assimilated 04, sir? Someone entitled to the privileges of an 04, sir? What the hell is an 04? An Army or Marine Corps major, sir, or a Navy lieutenant commander. The lady has made other arrangements for tonight, Major. I'll get this all sorted out in the morning. She is a member of my staff and quarters will be required. Yes, sir. I'll take care of it. Thank you, sir. Pickering hung the telephone up and turned to see what had happened to Ellen Feller. She wasn't in the small living room. He found her in the bedroom, in bed.
I've been flying for 18 hours, she said. I'm probably a little gamey. Will that bother you? Should I shower?
Fleming Pickering shook his head. 3. Aboard USS Lowell Hutchins, Transport Group Y. 17 degrees, 48 minutes south latitude, 150 degrees west longitude. 4 August, 1942. Just about everyone on board knew that 5 months ago, the USS Lowell Hutchins had been the Pacific and Far East passenger liner Pacific Enchantress. No one had any idea who Lowell Hutchins was, or, since naval ships were customarily named only after the dead, who he had been. She had been rapidly pressed into service, but the conversion from a plush civilian passenger liner to a naval transport was by no means complete. Before she had sailed from the States, with elements of the 1st Marine Division aboard, She had been given a coat of navy gray paint. It had been hastily applied, and here and there it had already begun to flake off, revealing the pristine white for which Pacific and Far East vessels were well known. The furniture and carpeting from the first-class and tourist dining rooms had been removed. Narrow, linoleum-covered, chest-high steel tables had been welded in place in the former tourist dining room. Enlisted men and junior officers now took their meals from steel trays, and they ate standing up. Not much more elegant, steel tables with attached steel benches had been installed in the ex-first-class dining room. Generally, captains and above got to eat there, sitting down, from plates bearing the P and FE insignia. Most of the former first-class suites and cabins, plus the former first and tourist-class bars, libraries, lounges, and exercise rooms, had been converted to troop berthing areas. It had been relatively easy to remove their beds, cabinets, tables, and other furniture and equipment and replace them with bunks. The bunks were sheets of canvas suspended between iron pipe, stacked 4 high. The bathrooms were still identified by porcelain bath plates over their doors, although they had now become, of course, Navy heads. It would have taken too much time to remove the plates, and it would also have taken too much time to expand them. So a bath, designed for the use of a couple en route to Hawaii, now served as many as 32 men en route to a place none of them had ever heard of a month before, islands in the Solomon chain called Guadalcanal, Tulagi, and Florida. There was not, of course, sufficient water distilling capability aboard to permit showers at will. Showers, and indeed drinking water, were stringently rationed. The former tourist-class cabins had proved even more of a problem for conversion. To efficiently utilize space, the beds there had usually been mattresses laid upon steel frameworks with shelves built under them. These could not be readily moved. These rooms had become officers' staterooms for captains and above, sometimes with the addition of several other bunks. Because they afforded that most rare privilege of military service, privacy, the few single staterooms now became the private staterooms of senior majors, lieutenant colonels, and even a few junior full colonels. The most luxurious accommodations on the upper deck had been left virtually unchanged. Even the carpets were still there, and the oil paintings on the paneled bulkheads, and the inlaid tables, and the soft, comfortable couches and armchairs. These became the accommodations of the most senior of the Marine officers aboard, the one general officer and the senior full colonels. These men took their meals with the ship's officers on tables set with snowy linen, glistening crystal, and sterling tableware. It was almost taken as gospel by those on the lower decks that this was one more case of the brass, those sons of bitches, taking care of themselves. But the decision to leave the upper deck cabins unchanged had actually been based less on the principle that rank hath its privileges than on the practical consideration that to convert them to troop berthing would have required 200 or so men to make their way at least twice a day from the upper deck to the mess deck through narrow passageways. That many men on that deck might actually interfere with the efficient running of the ship. Brigadier General Lewis T. Harris, Deputy Commander, 1st Marine Division, and the senior Marine embarked, actually had a strong feeling of uneasiness every time he took his seat in the ship's officers' mess. Because he often went twice a day to see it, he knew what was being served in the troop messes. The troop mess, jammed full of men, some of them seasick, standing at tables with food slopped around steel mess trays, offered a vivid contrast to the neatly set table at the officers' mess, with its baskets of freshly baked rolls and bread, and white-jacketed stewards hovering at his shoulder to make sure the levels in his delicate china coffee cup and crystal water glass never dropped more than an inch, or to inquire how the general would like his lamb chop. General Harris tried to live the old adage that an officer's first duty was the welfare of the men placed under his command. If it had been within his power, Marines on the way to battle would all be seated at a linen-covered table, eating steaks to order. That was obviously out of the question, a fantasy. He had done the next best thing, however. He told his officers that he expected the men to be fed as well as humanly possible under the circumstances, and then he repeatedly went to see for himself how well that order was being carried out. He was convinced that the mess officers and sergeants were indeed doing the best they could. He could, he knew, take his meals with the troops in that foul-smelling mess, and if he did, his officers would follow his example. But the only thing he would accomplish, aside from being seen there, implying that he was concerned about the chow, would be to strain the facilities that much more. The ship's officers, and why not, would go on eating well no matter where he and his officers ate. The officers, mess cooks, and stewards were not being strained by feeding the Marine senior officers, and every meal they fed to a senior Marine officer was one less to be prepared down below. So, in the end, after making sure the senior officers knew he expected them to check on the troop mess regularly and personally, General Harris continued to eat off bone china and linen tablecloth, and he continued to feel uneasy about it. There was a table by the door to the ship's officers' mess, on which sat a coffee machine and 3 or 4 insulated coffee pitchers and a stack of mugs. Between meal times, it was used by the stewards to take coffee to the bridge and to the cabins on the upper deck. When General Harris left the mess, he stopped by the table, filled a pitcher a little more than half full of coffee, and picked up 2 of the china mugs. "General," one of the stewards said, "can I carry that somewhere for you?" "I can manage, thank you," Harris said with a smile. He left the mess and went to his cabin. In one of the drawers of a mahogany chest, there were a dozen small olive-drab cans. Each was neatly labeled Bore Cleaner, 8 ounce. They looked like tiny paint cans, and there was a neat line of red candle wax sealing the line where the top had been forced tight on the body of the can. Anyone seeing the cans would understand that General Harris did not want the bore cleaner to leak. He took a penknife from his pocket and carefully scraped the wax seal from one of the cans and then switched to the screwdriver blade. He pried the lid carefully off, then poured the brown fluid the can held into the coffee pitcher. After that, he left his cabin, headed aft, and passed through a door opening onto the open deck. This deck had previously been a promenade where the affluent could take a constitutional or sit on deck chairs in an environment denied to the less affluent down below. Now he had trouble making his way past the bulky life rafts that had been lashed on the deck to provide at least a shot at survival should the USS Lowell Hutchins be torpedoed. There was still enough light to see several of the ships of the amphibious force. There were 82 ships in all, sailing in 3 concentric circles. The 12 transports, including the USS Lowell Hutchins, formed the inner circle. Next came a circle of cruisers, and outside that, the screening force of destroyers. General Harris stared at the ships long enough to reflect, again, that although it appeared to be a considerable armada, it was not large enough to accomplish their mission with a reasonable chance of success. He then made his way down 3 ladders to what had once been the second of the tourist decks and through a passageway to cabin D-123, where he knocked at the door. When there was no response, he put his mouth to the slats in the door and called, "Stacker! Come!" He pushed the door open.
Major Jack NMI Stecker, commanding officer, 2nd Battalion, 5th Marines, wearing only his skivvies, was sitting on the deck of the tiny cabin beside the narrow single bunk that formed part of the bulkhead.
"Jack, what the hell are you doing?"
Harris asked. Stecker turned and, seeing the general, jumped to his feet.
"At ease, Major,"
Harris said, just a trifle sarcastically.
"What the hell were you doing down there?"
"I was cleaning my piece, sir," Stecker said, gesturing at the bunk. Harris went to look. There was a rifle, in pieces, spread out on the bunk. Harris snorted and then extended the coffee pitcher.
"I thought you might like some coffee, Jack," he said.
"I'm pretty well coffeeed out, sir."
"Jack, trust me, you need a cup of coffee."
"Yes, sir," Stecker said. Harris set the cups down on a steel shelf, filled each half full of the mixture of bore cleaner and coffee, and handed one to Stecker. Stecker sipped his suspiciously, smiled, and said,
"Yes, sir, the general is right.
This is just what I needed." Harris smiled back.
"We generals are always right, Jack. You should try to remember that. What are you doing with the Garand? And now that I think about it, where the hell did you get it?"
"I found it on post at Quantico, General," Stecker said. "And just as soon as I can find time, I will turn it in to the proper authorities." Harris snorted. He walked to the bunk and picked up the stripped receiver. His expert eye picked out the signs of accurizing.
"I forgot," he said. "You think this is a pretty good weapon, don't you?"
"It's a superb weapon," Stecker said. "I've shot 1.5-inch groups at 200 yards with that one."
"Bullshit."
"No bullshit. And the kid," I shouldn't call him a kid, Joe Howard, he took a commission and is now off doing something hush-hush for G2. The man who did the accuracy job on that one had one that was more accurate than this one."
"You realize that 95% of the people in the Corps think the Garand is a piece of shit that can never compare to the Springfield?"
"Then 95% of the people in the Corps are wrong."
95% of the people in this amphibious force think that Guadalcanal is going to be a cakewalk, a live-fire exercise with a secondary benefit of taking some Japanese territory.
95% of the people in this amphibious force have never heard a shot fired in anger, Stecker said.
"Is that the same thing as saying they're wrong, too?"
Harris asked. "You're putting me on the spot," Stecker said uncomfortably.
"That's why I'm sharing my bore cleaner with you," Harris said. "I want to get you drunk, so you will give me a straight answer."
Stecker looked at him without replying.
"Come on, Jack," Harris said. "We go back a long way. I want to know what you're thinking."
Stecker shrugged and then asked, "You ever give any thought to why the brass are going ahead with this, when they damned well know and not ready?"
"You're talking about the drill?"
Harris asked. The drill, the practice landings in the Fiji Islands that the convoy carrying the amphibious force had just come from, had been an unqualified disaster. Nothing had gone as it was supposed to. "That's part of it, but that's not what I meant," Stecker said. "The brass knew before the Fiji drill that the LCPLs were no fucking good." There were 408 landing craft in the amphibious force. Of these, 308 were designated LCP-L, a 36-foot landing craft with a fixed bow. In other words, when the craft touched shore, personnel aboard would have to exit over the bow and sides rather than across a droppable ramp. Similarly, supplies would have to be manhandled over the sides, and of course, LCPLs could not discharge vehicles or other heavy cargo onto the beach.
"They're all we have, Jack." We can't wait to re-equip with LCPRs or LCMs.
Both the 36-foot LCPR and the 45-foot LCM had droppable ramps. The LCPR could discharge over its ramp 75mm and 105mm howitzers and 1-ton trucks. The LCM could handle 90mm and 5-inch guns and heavier trucks.
Ever wonder why we can't?
Stecker asked softly.
Because the Japanese are almost finished with their air base on Guadalcanal. We can't afford to let them do that. We have to grab that air base before they make it operational.
That's what I mean. The Japanese know how important that air base is. To them and to us. If we take it away from them and start operating out of it ourselves. So they're going to fight like hell to keep us from taking it. And if we do, they're going to fight like hell to take it back.
That's what we're paid to do.
No cakewalk, no live fire exercise, an important objective. If it's important to them, they're going to be prepared to defend it. We're going to have 3/4 of our landing barges exposed as the troops try to get over the sides and onto the beach. And once we start manhandling cargo out of those damn boats, Jesus, if they have any artillery at all, or decent mortarmen, or for that matter, just some well-in-place machine guns, we're going to lose those boats. No boats, no reinforcements, no ammunition, no rations.
You don't sound as if you're sure we can carry it off,
Harris said.
Is that what you think?
I wouldn't say this to anyone but you, but I don't know. I've got some awful good kids, and they'll try, but balls, courage, if you like, sometimes isn't enough. Brigadier General Lewis T. Harris and Major Jack N.M.I. Stecker had known each other for most of their adult lives. They had been in combat all over the Caribbean basin together. Harris didn't have to recall Stecker's Medal of Honor for proof of his personal courage. Stecker was no coward. He was calling the upcoming battle for Guadalcanal as he saw it. Harris was afraid Stecker's analysis was in the X-ring.
Have some more coffee, Jack,
Harris said. No, thank you, sir.
No, thank you? You're getting old, Jack? Taking up religion?
Yes, sir. I'm getting old, Stecker replied. He pulled a canvas rucksack from under the mattress of his bunk and took from it a large pink bottle which bore a label from the pharmacy, Naval Dispensary, Quantico, Virginia. Under a skull and crossbones it read, "Caution, highly toxic, for treatment of athlete's foot only. If fluid touches eyes or mouth, flood copiously with water and seek immediate medical attention." He put the bottle to his mouth and took a healthy pull, then exhaled in appreciation. Harris chuckled.
I'm giving some serious thought to religion, General, but I haven't said anything to the chaplain yet, Stecker said. Do you have to go? Or can we sit around and drink coffee, cure my athlete's feet, and tell sea stories? I'm not going anywhere, Jack, Harris chuckled. But you better put that Garand back together before you take another pull at that pink bottle and forget how.
4. Off Cape Esperance, Guadalcanal, Solomon Islands. 0240 hours, 7 August, 1942. At 0200, Transport Groups X and Y, the amphibious force of Operation Pestilence, reached Savo Island, which lay between the islands of Guadalcanal and Florida. The skies were clear, and there was some light from a quarter moon, enough to make out the land masses and the other ships. The 15 transports of Transport Group X turned and entered Sea Lark Channel between Savo and Guadalcanal. They carried aboard the major elements of the 1st Marine Division and were headed for the beaches of Guadalcanal. Transport Group Y
sailed on the other side of Savo Island between it and Florida Island, and headed toward their destination, Florida, Tulagi, and Gavutu Islands. Group Y consisted of 4 transports carrying 2nd Battalion, 5th Marines, and other troops, and 4 destroyer transports. These were World War I destroyers that had been converted for use by Marine raiders by removing 2 of their 4 engines and converting the reclaimed space to troop berthing. These carried the 1st Raider Battalion. The Guadalcanal invasion force was headed for what the operations plan called Beach Red. This was about 6,000 yards east of Lunga Point, more or less directly across Sea Lark Channel from where the Tulagi-Gavutu landings were to take place. The distance across Sea Lark Channel was approximately 25 miles. The Guadalcanal Fire Support Group, 3 cruisers and 4 destroyers, began to bombard assigned targets on Guadalcanal at 0614, adding their destructive power to the aerial bombing by U.S. Army Air Corps B-17s, which had been going on for a week. At 0616, the Tulagi Fire Support Group, 1 cruiser and 2 destroyers, opened fire on Tulagi and Gavutu. By 0651, the transports of both groups dropped anchor 9,000 yards off their respective landing beaches. Landing boats were put over the side into the calm water, and nets woven of heavy rope were put in place along the sides of the transports. Marines began to climb down the ropes into the landing boats. Minesweepers began to sweep the water between the ships of both transport groups and their landing beaches. No mines were found. The only enemy vessel encountered was a small gasoline-carrying schooner in Sea Lark Channel. It burned and then exploded under both naval gunfire and machine gun fire from Navy fighter aircraft and dive bombers. These were operating from carriers maneuvering 75 miles from the invasion beaches. The Navy sent 43 carrier aircraft to attack Guadalcanal, and nearly as many, 41, to attack Tulagi and Gavutu. The aircraft attacking Tulagi either sank or set on fire 18 Japanese seaplanes. 0 hour for Operation Pestilence, when Marines were to hit Beach Red on Guadalcanal, was 0910. H hour, when Marines would go ashore on Tulagi, was an hour and 10 minutes earlier at 0800. But the first Marine landing in the Solomons took place across the beaches of Florida Island. That operation, however, did not rate having its own hour in the operations order. At 0740, B Company, 1st Battalion, 2nd Marines, went ashore near the small village of Heleta on Florida Island. Their mission was to secure an elevated area from which the Japanese could bring Beach Blue on Tulagi under fire. They encountered no resistance. There were no Japanese in the area. At 0800, the first wave of the Tulagi force, landing craft carrying Baker and Dog companies of the 1st Raider Battalion, touched ashore on Blue Beach. There was 1 casualty. A Marine was instantly killed by a single rifle shot. But there was no other resistance. The enemy had not elected to defend Tulagi on the beach, but from caves and earthen bunkers in the hills inland and to the south. The landing craft returned to the transports and loaded the second wave, Able and Charlie Company's 1st Raiders, and put them ashore. Then, a steady stream of landing craft made their way between the transports and the beach and put the 2nd Battalion, 5th Marines on shore. Once on Tulagi, the 2nd Battalion, 5th Marines crossed the narrow island to their left, northwest, to clear out the enemy, while the raiders turned to their right, southeast, and headed toward the southern tip of the island. About 3,500 yards separates the southern tip of Tulagi from the tiny island of Gavutu, 515 by 255 yards, and the even smaller, 290 by 310 yards, island of Tanambogo, which was connected to Gavutu by a concrete causeway. Operation Pestilence called for the invasion of Gavutu by the 1st Parachute Battalion at 1200 hours. The parachutists, once they had secured Gavutu, were to cross the causeway and secure Tanambogo. The raiders encountered no serious opposition until after noon, and 2nd Battalion, 5th Marines, encountered no serious opposition moving in the opposite direction until about the same time. Off Guadalcanal, at 0840, the destroyers of the Guadalcanal Fire Support Group took up positions to mark the line of departure for the landing craft 5,000 yards north of Beach Red. Almost immediately, small liaison aircraft appeared over Beach Red and marked its 3,200-yard width with smoke grenades. Immediately after that, at exactly 0900, all the cruisers and destroyers of the Guadalcanal Fire Support Group began to bombard Beach Red and the area extending 200 yards inshore. The landing craft, carrying the first wave of the Beach Red invasion force, the 5th Marines less their 2nd Battalion, which was on Tulagi, left the departure line on schedule. When the landing craft were 1,300 yards off Beach Red, the covering bombardment was lifted. At 0910, on a 1,600-yard front, the 5th Marines began to land on the beach, the 1st Battalion on the right, west, and the 3rd Battalion on the left, east. Regimental headquarters came ashore at 0938. Minutes later, they were joined by the heavy weapons elements of the regiment. Again, there was virtually no resistance on the beach. As the landing craft returned to the transports to bring the 1st Marines ashore, the 5th Marines moved inland, setting up a defense perimeter 600 yards off Beach Red, along the Tanaru River on the west, the Tanavatu River on the east, and a branch of the Tanaru on the south. Once it had become apparent that they would not be in danger from Japanese artillery on or near the beach, the transports began to move closer to the beach, dropping anchor again 7,000 yards away. At about this point, serious problems began with the offloading process on the beach. In many ways, these duplicated the disastrous trial run in the Fiji Islands. The small and relatively easy to manhandle 75mm pack howitzers, originally designed to be carried by mules, of the 11th Marines, the artillery regiment, had come ashore with the assault elements of the 5th Marines. The 105mm howitzers now came ashore, but because there were not enough drop-ramp landing craft to handle them, they did not bring their prime movers. The prime mover intended to tow the 105mm howitzer was the truck 2.5-ton 6x6, commonly called the 6x6. 6x6 refers to the number of driving wheels. The standard 6x6 actually had 8 wheels in the rear for a total of 10 powered wheels. So equipped, the 6x6 became legendary in its ability to carry or tow enormous loads anywhere. But the 11th Marines were not equipped with 6x6s. Instead, they had been issued a truck commonly referred to as a 1-ton. It was rated as having a cargo capacity of 1 ton, as opposed to the 2.5-ton capacity of the 6x6, and it had only 4 powered wheels with which to move itself through mud, sand, or slippery terrain. Since there were insufficient drop-bow landing craft to move this prime mover immediately onto Beach Red, when the 105mm howitzers arrived on the beach, there was no vehicle capable of towing them inland to firing positions, except for a few overworked amphibious tractors which had a tank-like track and could negotiate sand and mud. These were pressed into service to move the 105mm howitzers, but in so doing, their metal tracks chewed up the primitive roads, as well as whatever field telephone wires they crossed. that effectively cut communication between the advanced positions and the beach and the several headquarters. Within an hour or so of landing on the beach, moreover, the Marines were physically exhausted. For one thing, the long periods of time they had spent aboard the troop transports had caused them to lose much of the physical toughness they had acquired in training. For another, Guadalcanal's temperature and high humidity quickly sapped what strength they had, and the effects of the temperature and humidity were magnified because they were slogging through sand and jungle and up hills, carrying heavy loads of rifles, machine guns, mortars, and the ammunition for them. And there was not enough water. Although medical officers had strongly insisted that each man be provided with 2 canteens, 2 quarts of drinking water, there were not enough canteens in the Pacific to issue a second canteen to each man. The Navy had been asked, and had refused, to provide beach labor details of sailors to assist with the unloading of freight coming ashore from the landing craft, and then to move the freight off the beach to make room for more supplies. It was presumed by naval planners that the Marines could provide their own labor details to offload supplies from landing craft, and that trucks would be available to move the offloaded supplies from the beach inland. Marines, exhausted by the very act of getting ashore, managed slowly to unload supplies from landing craft, further exhausting themselves in the process. But then, at first, there were no trucks to move the supplies off the beach, and when the 1-ton trucks finally began to come ashore, they proved incapable of negotiating the sand and roads chewed up by amphibious tractors. The result was a mess. Landing craft loaded with supplies were stacked up 3 rows deep off the beach. They were unable even to reach the beach, much less rapidly discharge their cargoes. 5. Aboard LCP-L-36, off Gavutu Island, 12:25 hours, 7 August 1942. First Lieutenant Richard B. Macklin, USMC, was unhappy with Operation Pestilence for a number of reasons, and specifically with his role in the operation. He had arrived at the 1st Parachute Battalion 3 weeks earlier, after long and uncomfortable voyages, first aboard a destroyer from San Diego and then a minesweeper from Pearl Harbor. When he had finally reached the 1st Parachute Battalion, the commanding officer, Major Robert Williams, had promptly told him that he hadn't expected him, and frankly, didn't know what the hell to do with him. "I had rather hoped, sir, that in view of my experience, I might be given a company." Macklin felt sure service as a company commander would get him his long overdue promotion. "Company commanders are captains, Macklin," Williams replied. "Company C is commanded by a lieutenant," Macklin politely argued, "one who is junior in rank to me. I'm not going to turn over a company to you at this late date. They're a team now, and I don't intend to screw that up by throwing in a new quarterback just before the kickoff," Williams said. "Sorry." Not only was what they were about to do not a football game, Macklin fumed privately, but refusing to give him the command was a clear violation of regulations, which clearly stated that the senior officer present for duty was entitled to command. Williams seemed to be one of those officers who obeyed only those orders it was convenient to obey. In this regard, he had obviously been influenced by the Army paratroopers with whom he had trained. Macklin had seen enough of that collection of clowns to know that any resemblance between Army paratroop officers and professional officers was purely coincidental. They thought the war was a football game and acted like it. Macklin had actually witnessed Army paratroop officers drinking and probably whoring, if the truth were known, with their enlisted men in Phoenix City, Alabama, across the river from Fort Benning.
If the Army's 82nd Airborne Division was ever sent into combat, there was no question in Macklin's mind that it would fail miserably to accomplish its mission. Discipline was the key to military success, and Army paratroop discipline was a disgrace. But insisting on his legal rights would not have been wise, Macklin concluded. There was no doubt in his mind that if he appealed to the proper authorities, Williams would be ordered to place him in command of C Company. But if he did that, Major Williams would from that moment just be looking for an excuse to relieve him, and being relieved of command was worse than not being given a command at all. So here he was, in a landing craft, about to assault an enemy-held beach, having been officially designated a supernumerary officer. Supernumerary was a euphemism for replacement, an officer with no duties, waiting to replace someone wounded or killed. Meanwhile, the 1st Parachute Battalion, the Chutes, was obviously being improperly employed, that is to say, as regular infantry. The rationale for that was that there were no aircraft to drop them. Macklin personally doubted that. He had seen ships in San Diego loaded with partially disassembled R-4Ds, for instance. Perhaps they were Air Corps C-47s, destined for China or Australia, as he had been told, but the planes were identical, only the nomenclature was different. If the senior officers had wanted to use Paramarines, they could have gotten the aircraft somewhere. And if aircraft were truly not available, then the obvious thing to do was not commit the Paramarines. It made no military sense to waste superbly trained men, the elite of the elite, as common infantry, sacrificing them in assaulting a beach on an island that had no real military importance that Macklin could see. It was only 500 yards long and half that wide. What they should have done, if they really thought the island was a threat, was to shell or bomb it level, not send Marines to throw away their lives and all their superb training to occupy it. All the Japanese were using it for was a seaplane base. By definition, seaplanes could be used anywhere there was enough water for them to land and take off. Probably the whole thing was regarded by the brass as a live fire exercise, to give the Paramarines a blooding and naval aviation some practice. Navy SBD dive bombers had attacked Gavutu for 40 minutes, starting at 11:45. 10 minutes after the dive bombers started their attack, the Navy started shelling the island, a barrage that lasted 5 minutes, causing huge clouds of smoke and dust to rise from Gavutu. Macklin reminded himself of what he knew of the explosive force of 100-pound bombs and naval artillery. It was awesome. It was reasonable to assume that, on an island only 500 yards long, very few Japanese soldiers, much less their armament, could survive 40 minutes of dive bombing and an intense 5-minute naval barrage. Macklin was close enough in the landing barge to hear the coxswain when he muttered, with concern and resignation, "Oh, shit!" "What's the matter?" The coxswain took his hand from his wheel long enough to point ahead at the beach. Macklin was reluctant to raise his head high enough over the bow to look. Doing so would make his head a target. But curiosity, after a moment, got the best of him. He raised his head, kept it up long enough to look around, and then ducked again. Either bombs from the dive bombers or shells from the naval artillery, or maybe some of each, had struck the concrete landing ramps used by the Japanese to get their seaplanes in and out of the water. Huge blocks of concrete had been displaced. The operations order called for this landing craft and the landing craft to each side to run aground on the concrete ramps, but that would not be possible. Aware that his heart was beating rapidly and that his mouth was dry, Macklin considered the alternatives. The coxswain could continue on his prescribed course
until the landing craft ran into one of the huge blocks of concrete and had to stop. There was no telling how deep the water would be at that point. It was even possible they would be in water over their heads when they went over the side of the landing craft. If he had to jump into water over his head with all the equipment he was carrying, he would drown. There was a concrete pier extending maybe 200 yards from shore. The coxswain could run the landing craft against that, and the Marines could then climb onto the pier and run down the pier to shore. But, he realized with alarm, if the naval artillery had hit the concrete ramps, it probably had hit the concrete pier as well. There was a good possibility that at least a portion of the pier was destroyed, and that it would be impossible to run all the way ashore. And in the moment it occurred to him that even if the pier was intact, anyone running down its length would be like a target in a shooting gallery for riflemen and machine gunners defending the beach. The coxswain throttled back his engine. A moment later, the landing craft grated against the concrete pier. Now it was quiet enough for the coxswain to shout to the senior officer in the boat, the captain commanding Able Company, "There's debris in the water by the landing ramps. This is as close as I can take you." Macklin could tell by the look on the captain's face what he thought of this news. "Everybody out of the boat!" the captain shouted. "Follow me! Let's go! Get the lead out!" He clambered up onto the side of the landing craft, and from there onto the concrete pier, and vanished from sight. Lieutenant Macklin decided that in the absence of orders to do something specific, his orders had been, "Macklin, you go in with Boat 9, it behooved him to remain aboard the landing craft to make sure that everyone else got off. He did so. Then he climbed onto the pier, on his stomach, with his Thompson submachine gun at the ready. He heard the engine of the landing craft rev and knew that the boat was backing away from the pier to return to the transport for the second wave. When he looked down the pier, the last of the Marines reached the end of it, turned to the left, and disappeared. There was the sound of small arms fire, but it was, as far as Macklin could tell, the familiar crack of .30-06 rifles and the deeper-pitched boom of .45 caliber submachine gun and pistol ammo. He had been told that the sound of the smaller caliber Japanese small arms would be different. That means we're not under fire. He got to his feet and began to trot down the pier toward the shore. Once erect, he could see Marines on the beach, moving inland through the vegetation and around the burned and shattered buildings of the Japanese seaplane base. He started to run, to catch up. Near the shore, he saw that his initial assessment of probable damage from the bombing and shell fire had been correct. A bomb, or a shell, had struck the pier about 15 yards from shore, taking out all but a narrow strip of concrete no more than 3 feet wide. As he made his way carefully across this narrow strip, he felt as if, in the same moment, someone had struck his leg with a baseball bat and slapped him very hard in the face. And then he felt himself flying through the air. There was a splash, and he went underwater. There was a moment of abject terror, and then his flailing hand encountered a barnacle-encrusted piling. He clung to it desperately to keep himself from slipping off and drowning. Then he became aware that his foot was touching bottom. He straightened his bent leg and found that he was in water about chest deep. Where the hell is my weapon? I dropped it. It's in the water. I'll never be able to find it. Now what the hell am I going to do? What the hell did I fall over? I must have slipped. No, I was struck by something. He put his hand to his face. His fingers came away sticky with blood. My God, I've been shot in the face. I'll be disfigured for life. And then he remembered the blow to his leg. He felt faint and nauseous, but finally gathered the courage to try to find some damage to his leg. He became aware of a stinging sensation. Salt water, he realized, was making an open sore, a wound, sting. He couldn't bend far enough over to reach the sting without putting his face into the water. Gingerly, he raised the stinging leg. He couldn't feel anything at first, and only after a moment detected a swelling in the calf. But then he saw a faint cloud of red oozing out of his trouser leg. "I've been shot in the leg. But why doesn't it hurt?" "Shock. It doesn't hurt because I'm in shock. I'm going to pass out and then drown." A glob of blood dropped off his cheek into the water and began to dissolve as it sank. "I'm going to bleed to death. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name." What the hell is the rest of it? "Dear God, please don't let me die. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death."
"Move your ass! Run, 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 run!"
It's the second wave. Now there was small arms fire, single shots and automatic, and it didn't sound like 30-06s or Thompsons. And then there was a whistling sound, followed by a crump, and then a dull explosion, and he felt a shock wave, and then another and another in the water.
"Get your dumb ass up and off the pier, or die here, you dumb son of a bitch!"
He saw, vaguely, figures running across the pier above him. He found his voice. "Medic! Medic! Medic!" There was no response, and there didn't seem to be any more movement on the pier above him. The strange-sounding, the Japanese, small arms fire continued, and there were more mortar rounds landing in the water. "Medic! Medic, for Christ's sake, somebody help me!" Now the legs started to ache, and his cheek. He put his hand to his face again, and the fingers came away this time with a clot of blood. "For the love of Christ, will somebody help me? Medic! Medic!" There was splashing in the water from the direction of the shore. "It's a Jap! It has to be a Jap! The invasion failed, and now I'm going to die here under this fucking pier."
"What happened to you, Mac?"
"I've been wounded, you ignorant son of a bitch, and it's Lieutenant!" Fingers probed his face.
"That's not bad," the medic said professionally. "Another half an inch and you would have lost your teeth. Maybe worse. But you just got grazed. Is that all that's wrong with you?"
"My leg! I've been wounded in the leg." Fingers probed his leg. "That hurts, goddamn you!"
"I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to get you ashore. Let go of that piling and wrap your arms around my neck."
"Ashore?"
"Lieutenant, I've got badly wounded people ashore. Please don't give me any trouble."
"I'm badly wounded," Macklin said indignantly.
"No, you're not. Your leg ain't broke. You got one of them $500,000 wounds. Some muscle damage. Keep you out of the war for maybe 3 months. In 10 days, you'll be in the hospital in Melbourne looking up nurses' dresses. Now, come on. Put your arms around me and I'll get you ashore, and somebody will be along in a while to take you back to the ship."
Lieutenant Macklin did as he was told. The medic carried him on his back to the shore and a few yards inland. Then he lowered him gently onto the sand, cut his trouser leg open, and applied a compress bandage. "My leg," Macklin said with as much dignity as he could muster, "is beginning to cause me a great deal of pain."
"Well, we have just the thing for that," the medic said, taking out a morphine hypodermic. "Next stop, Cloud 9.
Macklin felt a prick in his buttocks and then a sensation of cold.
"I gotta go,"
the medic said, patting him comfortably on the shoulder.
"You're gonna be all right, Lieutenant. Believe me."
A warm sensation began to ooze through Macklin's body. "I'm going to be all right," he thought. "I'm going to live. They're going to send me to the hospital in Melbourne. It will probably take longer than 3 months for my leg to heal. I will receive the Purple Heart. 2 Purple Hearts, one for the leg and one for the face. There will probably be a small scar on my face. People will ask about that. Lieutenant Macklin was wounded while attacking Gavutu, twice wounded when assaulting the beach at Gavutu with the first wave of the Paramarines. I'll be a captain for sure now, and for the rest of my Marine Corps career, the scar on my face will be there to remind people of my combat service."
6.
Command Post Tulagi Force, 15:30 hours, 8 August 1942. The headquarters of Brigadier General Lewis T. Harris, commanding general of the Tulagi Gavutu Tanambogo Force, were now in the somewhat seedy white frame building that had before the war housed the colonial administrator of Tulagi and was somewhat grandly known as the Residence. 30 minutes before, the building had been the forward command post of Lieutenant Colonel Red Mike Edson, commanding the 1st Raider Battalion. When the commanding officer, 2nd Battalion, 5th Marines, drove up to attend a commander's conference called by General Harris, the small detachment of raiders charged with protecting the Raider command post were still in place, close to, but not actually manning their weapons: rifles, BARs, and light .30-caliber machine guns. 30 minutes before, the island of Tulagi had been officially reported secure. There was a moment's hesitation before a sergeant called, "Attain hit!" and saluted the 2nd Battalion commander. For one thing, he was hatless, riding a captured Japanese motorcycle, and was carrying a rifle slung over his back, which was not the sort of thing the raiders expected of a Marine major. But the salute was enthusiastic and respectful. The reputation of the 2nd Battalion commander had preceded him. It had been reliably reported that during the mopping-up phase of the invasion, the 2nd Battalion commander had been seen standing in the open, shooting a particularly determined Japanese sniper who had until then been firing with impunity through a 1-foot square hole in his coral bunker. The commanding officer of the 2nd Battalion had fired at him twice, and when they pulled his body from the cave, they learned the sniper had taken 2 hits in the head. The story had been of particular interest, and thus had quickly spread, both because that wasn't usually the sort of thing majors and battalion commanders did personally, and also because he had done it with an M1 Garand rifle. The Garand was supposed to be the new standard rifle, although none had yet been issued to the Marine Corps, and it was supposed to be a piece of shit, incapable of hitting a barn door at 50 yards. But there was no denying the story. A dozen people had seen Major Jack NMI Stecker stand up as calmly as if he had been on the rifle range at Paris Island or Diego, and let off 2 shots and put both of them, so to speak, in the X-ring. There was also scuttlebutt going around that Major Stecker had won the big one, the Medal of Honor, as a buck sergeant in the First World War in France. No one could remember ever having seen a real, honest-to-Christ hero like that. And as Major Stecker walked up the shallow steps to the residence, 24 sets of eyes watched him with something close to awe. General Harris was in his office, the sergeant major told Major Stecker, and he was to go right in. There were no enlisted men in General Harris's office, but only the other 2 commanding officers he had summoned to the commander's conference, Major Robert Williams of the 1st Parachute Battalion and Lieutenant Colonels Red Mike Edson and Sam Griffin, CO and exec of the 1st Raider Battalion. They were all holding canteens, presumably full of coffee. There were 2 cans of bore cleaner on the shelf of the field desk.
"Forgive me for saying so, Major," General Harris greeted Major Stecker, "but aren't you a little long in the tooth for a motorcycle?" "With respect, General," Major Stecker said, "I am not too old for a motorcycle. I am too old and much too tired to walk up here." "May I then offer you coffee to restore your vitality? Or did you bring your own athlete's foot lotion?" "I gave that to my company commanders," Stecker said. General Harris handed him a canteen cup. "That's the good news," he said. "Thank you, sir," Stecker said. "What's the bad?" "You're about to go report to General Vandergrift," Harris said. "Why me?" "You're junior to these 3, Harris said.
I couldn't plead old age? Stecker asked. No, Harris said simply. Aye, aye, sir, Stecker said. Sir, before I go, I want to put in one of my officers for a Silver Star. I'd like to be able to tell General Vandergrift that you approve. Oh,
Captain Sutton, sir.
What did he do?
We were having a hell of a time getting pockets of nips out of their caves, Lieutenant Colonel Griffith answered for him. We couldn't shoot them out, and when we threw grenades and explosives in, they just threw it right back out. Sutton, I saw this and agree with Jack that he should be decorated. Sutton tied explosives to a piece of timber.
Where'd he get the timber?
Harris asked curiously. From the blown-up buildings on the beach, Griffith went on. As I was saying, he tied explosives to a plank, a board, and then, under covering fire, ran to the mouth of the cave. Caves. I saw him do it 6 times, and put it inside.
Why didn't the Japs just throw it back out? Harris asked. Am I missing something?
He hung on to the board, General, Griffith said, wedged it against the inside of the cave until it blew.
Oh,
Harris said. If any of the Japs had figured out what was going on, they'd have come a little further toward the mouth of the cave and shot him. He was really exposed, doing what he was doing, and he saved a lot of lives.
Okay, Harris said. You can tell the General that I approve of the award of the Silver Star to your Captain Sutton, Jack.
Thank you, sir. Now that that's decided, Red Mike Edson said, laughing, I will tell you something else Captain Sutton did.
Something funny?
Harris said, as he poured more bore cleaner in their canteen cups. He got carried away. He found some gasoline somewhere and added a can of that to the explosives.
That didn't work?
Well, it worked. It blew his clothes off and damn near fried him.
Was he hurt?
Harris asked. Nah, not seriously. But he was down to his skivvy shorts, and they were singed, and there's not a hair on his body. There were chuckles all around. And speaking of people who really expose themselves, Edson said, I heard of an officer, and I think Sam saw this too, who stood out in the open, really exposed, with a Mickey Mouse rifle he got somewhere, and put 2 rounds into the head of a Jap sniper at 100, maybe 150 yards. How about a medal for him? No, Jack Stecker said firmly. Absolutely not.
The motorcycle kid here? General Harris asked.
Sir, I did what any Marine private is supposed to do. Engage the enemy with accurate rifle fire. That's all. Nobody should get a medal for doing his duty.
I'm not sure I can disagree with that, Harris said after a moment. And what the hell, Red? Jack's already got enough medals.
He sure inspired a lot of kids out there, Edson said.
I'm sure he did, but that's something else we have to expect from a Marine officer,
Harris said, his tone of voice making it clear that he did not wish to entertain any further discussion of the matter.
Before Jack goes over there, I want from each of you, starting with Jack as the junior commander, a one-word description of the Japanese we just fought.
What for?
I want it, and I want Jack to give it to General Vandergrift, something we're thinking before the adrenaline goes away. Jack?
Courageous. Maybe tenacious.
One word.
Then courageous, Stecker said. General Harris wrote that down, then said,
Williams?
I'll agree with tenacious, Major Williams said after a moment's thought.
Griffith?
Fanatical, Lieutenant Colonel Griffith said.
Red?
I was going to say fanatical, Edson said.
Say something else, anything but zealous, Harris said.
Okay, how about suicidal, Edson said.
If that's what you think, fine, Harris said as he wrote it down.
Just out of idle curiosity, Why couldn't I have said zealous?
Because that's my word, Harris said.
Zealous? Edson asked incredulously. As in, he was zealous in his pursuit of the busty virgin?
The word comes from zealot, Harris explained. They were a band of Jews in biblical times who jumped off a mountain rather than surrender after a hell of a fight to the Romans.
I wonder how well versed General Vandergrift is in biblical lore, Edson replied dryly.
They're not really small, buck-toothed people needing thick glasses that we can whip with one hand tied behind us, are they?
Major Stecker asked softly.
It doesn't look that way, does it, Jack?
Harris replied, then added,
But so far, things seem to be going pretty well on Guadalcanal.
I've been on the radio to the 5th Marines, Stecker said. That's not the case. So far, all we have is a beach. We're about to lose the equipment that's still aboard the transports, including rations and ammunition, and we're going to lose the Marines that are there, too. The Japanese have not yet counterattacked. They will, and I think they will in force. If not today or tomorrow, then soon. They want that airfield as much as we do, maybe more. And they're in a much better position to reinforce than we are. That's going to be a long and bloody fight, and I wouldn't give odds who's ultimately going to win it.
Jesus Christ, Jack, Griffith protested. When I was in England, I heard the Germans shoot their officers out of hand for talking like that. They call it defeatism. You're a goddamn Marine. I don't like hearing something like that from a Marine. That's enough, Sam, General Harris flared. I think Jack put the situation very succinctly.
He raised his voice.
Sergeant Major!
When the Sergeant Major appeared at the door, General Harris said,
Find some wheels to drive Major Stecker to the beach. I don't want him having an accident on his motorcycle between here and there.
7. Top secret. Eyes only. The Secretary of the Navy. Duplication forbidden. Original to be destroyed after encryption and transmittal to Sec Navy. Aboard USS Macaulay, off Guadalcanal, 14:30 hours, 9 August, 1942. Dear Frank, this is written rather in haste, and it will be brief because I know of the volume of radio traffic that's being sent, most of it unnecessarily. As far as I am concerned, the Battle of Guadalcanal began on 31 July when the 1st Army Air Corps B-17 raid was conducted. They have bombed steadily for a week. I mention this because I suspect the Navy might forget the bombing in their reports. They were McKay's B-17s, and he supplied them willingly. That might be forgotten, too. The same day, 31 July, the amphibious force left Coro in the Fijis after the rehearsal. On 2 August, the long-awaited and desperately needed Marine Observation Squadron, VMO 251, 16 F4, F3 photo recon versions of the Wildcat, landed on the new air base at Espiritu Santo, without the required wing tanks. They are essentially useless until they get wing tanks. A head should roll over that one. The day before yesterday, Friday, 7 August, the invasion began. The amphibious force was off Savo Island on schedule at 0200. The 1st Marine Raider Battalion under Lieutenant Colonel Red Mike Edson landed on Tulagi and have done well. The 1st Parachute Battalion, fighting as infantrymen, landed on Gavutu, a tiny island 2 miles away. So far, they have been decimated and will almost certainly suffer worse losses than this before it's over for them. The 1st and 3rd Battalions, 5th Marines, landed on the northern coast of Guadalcanal, west of Lunga Point, to not very much initial resistance. They were attacked at 11:30 by Japanese bombers from Rabaul, 25 to 30 twin-engine ones.
I can't really tell you what happened the first afternoon and through the first night, except to say the Marines were on the beach and more were landing. Just before 11 in the morning yesterday, 8 August, we were alerted by the coast watcher on Buka, where Banning sent the radio, to a 45-bomber force launched from Kavieng, New Ireland, across the channel from Rabaul. They arrived just before noon and caused some damage. Our carriers, of course, sent fighters aloft to attack them, and some of our fighters were shot down. At 6 o'clock last night, Admiral Fletcher radioed Gormley that he had lost 21 of 99 planes, was low on fuel, and wants to leave. I am so angry, I don't dare write what I would like to write. Let me say that in my humble opinion, the Admiral's estimates of his losses are over-generous, and his estimates of his fuel supply rather miserly. Gormley, not knowing of this departure from the facts, gave him the necessary permission. General Vandergrift came aboard the Macaulay a little before midnight last night and was informed by Admiral Fletcher that the Navy is turning chicken and pulling out. This is before. I want you to understand, in case this becomes a bit obfuscated in the official Navy reports, before we took such a whipping this morning at Savo Island. As I understand it, we lost 2 U.S. cruisers, Vincennes and Quincy, within an hour, and the Australian cruiser Canberra was set on fire. The Astoria was sunk about 2 hours ago, just after noon. In 30 minutes, most of the invasion fleet is pulling out. 10 transports, 4 destroyers, and a cruiser are going to run first, and what's left will be gone by 1830. The ships are taking with them rations, food, ammunition, and Marines desperately needed on the beach at Guadalcanal. There is no telling what the Marines will use to fight with, and there's not even a promise from Fletcher about a date when he will feel safe to resupply the Marines. If the decision to return is left up to Admiral Fletcher, I suppose that we can expect resupply by sometime in 1945 or 1950. I say we, because I find it impossible to sail off into the sunset on a Navy ship, leaving Marines stranded on the beach. I remember what I said to you about the admirals when we first met. I was right, Frank. Best personal regards, Fleming Pickering, Captain, USNR. 8. Headquarters, 1st U.S. Marine Division, Guadalcanal, Solomon Islands, 17:05 hours, 9 August 1942. I don't believe I know you, Colonel, do I? Major General A.A. Vandergrift, commanding, said to the tall man in marine utilities with silver eagles pinned to his collar. The colonel was sitting on a sandbag in the command post. No, sir, the man said, rising to his feet and coming to attention. I don't have the privilege, and it's Captain, sir. I borrow the utilities. Are you waiting to see me, Captain? I had hoped to, sir. I had hoped to make myself useful somehow. You have about 15 minutes to get to the beach in time to board your ship before they pull out, Captain. With your permission, sir, I'm staying. We don't really need the services of a naval captain right now, Captain, but I appreciate the thought. How about those of a Marine corporal, sir? What? Once a Marine, always a Marine, sir. I served in France. Oh, now I know who you are. You're Jack NMI Stecker's friend, right? Pickleberry, something like that? Frank Knox's spy? Pickering, sir, he corrected. Isn't Admiral Fletcher going to wonder why you're not on the Macaulay? Fuck Admiral Fletcher, General. Vandergrift flashed him an icy look. My hearing goes out from time to time, Captain, he said. I didn't hear that, but I rather liked the sound of it. He raised his voice. "Sergeant Major!" That luminary appeared at just about the same moment that Major Jack NMI Stecker came into the command post. "Get Captain Pickering some sort of a weapon," Vandergrift said, "and then take him down to Colonel Getge." "Get him an O3, Sergeant Major," Major Stecker said. The Sergeant Major, who had been told that a Navy captain was outside waiting to see General Vandergrift, looked at this senior naval personage and then back at Major Stecker, whom he knew and admired, and asked, dubiously, "Rifle, sir?" "It's all right, Sergeant Major. Captain Pickering is a Marine. He knows what a rifle is for," Major Stecker said. "You heard the Major, Sergeant Major," General Vandergrift said. "Get him a Springfield." "Aye, aye, sir." We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Counterattack, Book 3 in the Core series by W.E.B. Griffin. Copyright 1990 by W.E.B. Griffin. Performed by Dick Hill. Directed by Susie Breck. Performance copyright 2012 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. Recorded by arrangement with G.P. Putnam's Sons, a member of Penguin Group USA, Incorporated. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number: 1-800-222-3225 or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, Post Office Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan, 49417.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.